wait is finally over. It is time for one of the most eagerly beloved and eagerly anticipated races to get underway as the Alfa Romeo Owners Club Parade tours around the Sepang International Circuit. We are about 20 minutes or so away from the start of the 2023 Sepang 12 Hours. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening everybody, wherever it is that you are watching from. We hope you're looking forward to a fantastic day of race action. I'm Jake Sanson. My colleague Sean Heselwood will be giving us plenty of play-by-play through the course of the day as well. It's going to be a really exciting battle in the Sepang 12 Hours. Unfortunately, we have been delayed somewhat due to the difficulties of the previous support races and activity. There was a barrier that needed to be repaired at the first corner. Fortunately, that has now been done, so we are now getting ourselves ready and underway for the spectacle that is the Sepang 12 Hours even. It is great to come back to this race, the first time since 2016, and there's already been a plethora of activity, excitement and anticipation coming into this first race for 7 years of its kind on the Sepang International Circuit, built and designed by the great Herman Tilke, and the first major international event taking place on the circuit's opening in 1999. After 2.5 decades, the motorsport flavour is still alive and kicking here in Malaysia, and in what is now the 25th year of operation, it is great to see the Sepang International Circuit return to endurance racing, thanks to the guys and girls at top speed. We are now getting ourselves ready for the first of these incredible 12-hour enduros in what we hope is going to be the series of the annual event returning. And we are very excited to see how it is all going to play out here on the circuit. So there's obviously been a real anticipation and a real excitement for this event. The Alfa Romeo Owners Club Parade giving us a real thirst for it. The thing about these events is it's not just about the contenders and the competitors racing at this level, but it is also very much about the competitors and their friends getting involved in the racing. It really is going to be a fabulous weekend, and hopefully the first of many at this point. If you were here at the start of the broadcast, myself and Sean Heselwood were able to talk and wax lyrical about many of the issues that have surrounded bringing this race back to the forefront once again, and all of the hard work that has gone into this, all of the difficulties that have come out of the worldwide pandemic of COVID-19, and how we are now ready to go racing once again. It is great to see so much excitement and charisma to bring this great event back to the floor. And as you can see, it's not just the drivers who have had fun. A lot of spectators and even photographers have been able to get close to the action and have some fun around the Sepang International Circuit. It is one of the most exciting in the motorsport spectrum. Great to see so many people getting treated to life at speed around this fantastic race circuit, which has seen so many great motor racing events over the course of the last 24 seasons of racing. This is the 25th year of operations for this great circuit, and everybody just getting themselves geared up and ready for another exciting show. But we're going to have more great motorsport as the day continues. Obviously, with the 13 cars and the grand total of 39 drivers that are going to take to the circuit over the 8-hour race that is to come. I know that the Sepang 12 Hours is the name of the event, but that is in concurrent with its history. The race itself will actually go for 8 hours, partly due to the logistical challenges of running a 12-hour race straight after a worldwide pandemic, but also due to logistical constraints. But we are now going to be looking at a checkered flag finish of about midnight here in Sepang, due to the delays from the repair of the barrier earlier on. But that does change the strategy of the race quite significantly for quite a few of the teams. So it's going to be a very interesting situation, made even more so. As you can see, the fun and games out on the circuit has been very widespread, as drivers have been treating friends and journalists alike to sample the world of speed on the Sepang International Circuit. The Motul VIP hot laps have been very much in earnest, and of course one of the drivers I believe involved in that has been Alex Young, who was the Malaysian Formula One driver that took part in races during 2001 and 2002, really giving us plenty of sideways action around the course. not just enjoying the excitement of the action on circuit, but doing so in the most spectacular and leery of fashions possible, as it should be. The fans and the guests and dignitaries should be entertained royally while they're out there on the course, and the Motul VIP drivers have definitely risen to the occasion to give the honoured guests the chance of the real flavour of experience around such a phenomenal race circuit. So this particular event, the Sepang 12 Hours, already has a pretty exciting history. It all came off from the start of an incredible battle in 2000 when the Proton Eon Racing team took victory from Jimmy Lowe, with Jimmy Lowe, Karamajit Singh and Tommy Lee, who would go on to win the next two races in a TVR Chimera and a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup over the years. The battles continued from time to time, and through the years there were more great races as the GT3 era of the event dawned. The teams from G1 Meritus, Honda Malaysia, Proton R3, Hong Leong Kincana, Porsche Club Singapore, Arrows Racing and Petronas Cintium all checked into town before Clearwater Racing and the Belgian Audi Club Team WRT and Audi Sport Team Phoenix Crews came to clean up a few years after that. The last running of the event was in 2016, the race being won by Christopher Haase, Robin Freins and Lawrence Vantor, one of which is back here today, namely Christopher Haase, hoping to become the joint most successful race winner, having won twice already, along with Dominic Ang, and they are hoping to equal the records set by Tommy Lee and Mok Weng Sun, who have also won the event 3 times. So there's going to be some exceptional competitors. It's going to be also a very interesting situation for Jazeman Jafar, who back in 2016 became the youngest participant of the MMER in 2007 at the age of just 14. And now he is here to return and will do a sensational job actually competing in the event this time as a driver. This will be a sensational situation for all of the competitors out there on the course. But there are some great stories that are yet to be told around this phenomenal race circuit. Great to see the dignitaries really soaking up the spoils of this great circuit. And they've definitely kept everybody entertained. Great work from Motul to bring the guests and the dignitaries as close to the action as humanly possible. And we really have had some great times. Do keep the conversation going. If you're a subscriber to Nitro, which is the YouTube stream channel, do please let us know how you're going to be watching the races and who you are cheering on as well. And your company is going to be very greatly appreciated indeed. We're very excited about how the races are going to play out, and certainly the incredible battle that is set to come is going to be quite extraordinary. We've got so many hot contenders trying to work their way through the mix. But it is quite incredible to consider that after a 7-year break, we are returning to the world of the Sepang 12 Hours, and this great race returns. Now we are bringing you live pictures from down on the start-finish straight, and we're going to talk you through the contenders on the starting grid. You're looking currently at the team that's starting up second on the grid, the AAI and Motorsports BMW crew of Chen Chenhua, Jens Klingman and Jesse Kroon. They are lining up alongside Andrew Haryanto, Yu Kwai and Marcus Winkelhock in the Audi from Absolute Racing. R&B Racing will be there in their Lamborghini Huracan in third place for Ye Hong Lee, Mohammed Afik Ikwan and Bao Jinglong. But there are the pole sitters in the yellow and white Audi R8 LMS GT3. Andrew Haryanto, Marcus Winkelhock and Yu Kwai are going to be the drivers that will take this one on. Marcus Winkelhock, of course, the man who led the European Grand Prix in 2007, the only Formula One race he would ever start. And at the same time, he was able to turn that into a spectacular opportunity. And he holds a record that no other racing driver holds. The only Grand Prix that they started, and they led it. So on the second row of the grid, as I mentioned, the R&B Racing team in their Lamborghini Huracan. And you're looking at the sister car for Absolute Racing, the Be Quick car. This is Henk Kiks, Peter Cox and Christopher Haase behind the wheel. they're going to have a sensational time off the start, I'm sure, as they will try to work their way forward right from the outset. Going to be an interesting challenge to see who comes away from the first half hour or so with everything intact. Andrew Harrianto is going to be starting the race for Absolute. At AAI Motorsports, it's going to be Chen Chunhua. Afika Kwan will start for R&B Racing, and it'll be Hankook, who you were just looking at in the cockpit of the Be Quick Absolute Racing car that is next up. There is the team in third position on the grid, the R&B Racing crew. And as I mentioned before, it's going to be Afika Zid who will take the starting of the race, with Ye Hongli and Bao Jintong also sharing that particular car. The Lamborghini Huracan going off third position on the starting grid on the inside line. Of course, it is a rolling start, so everything will be fairly closely matched as the drivers come off that final turn. But the fans are really enjoying the scene that greets them on the start-finish line. There's nothing quite like a starting grid for an endurance race. There's a real flavour of an atmosphere. I was very fortunate to be able to take a walk around the starting line of this year's Dubai 24 Hours, and the mecca of noise and the wall of excitement from people was just fascinating. Nazim Azman, Reid Harker and Adrian De Silva for the EBM Giga Racing team in their Porsche. They'll be starting the race from 6th on the grid. It's Adrian De Silva who is actually going to be starting the race for them. And the Harmony Racing team in their Ferrari are going to be going off P5 in the number 488, appropriately enough, considering that is the spec of Ferrari that will be racing the Ferrari 488. And it's going to be Wu Ruwa that will start the race. There is the number 488 Ferrari. David Chen, Alexandra Imperatori, and Wu Ruwa will be starting that race. And it's going to be an interesting one for the team who line up in 5th position. So many exciting factors to come ahead of this 8-hour endurance challenge. Myself and Sean Henshelwood will be sharing commentary duties throughout. Do please tweet us or keep up to date with us on the live streams, whether you're commenting on Facebook or on YouTube. You're more than welcome to drop us questions and comments, and we'll do our best to run through them at various points through the course of the race. There's the Viper Niza Racing team, 8th on the starting grid, Douglas Koo, Dominic Ang and Jazeman Jafar. Jazeman Jafar, the youngest man ever to participate in a race weekend at the Sepang 12 Hours back in 2007 when he was just 14 years of age. And now, well, quite a few years have passed since then, and he is very much gunning to try and win the event. And Douglas Koo, as I mentioned, we saw in the Viper Niza Racing car. He's going to be taking up his position 8th on the grid. There's the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. Jeffrey Lee, Liang Jitong and Sandy Stuvik, who was actually the fastest driver in qualifying 1. So there could be a very interesting charge through at various stages of the race for the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. Keep an eye on them. They do have a chance of a podium as far as I'm concerned. And those 8 cars that we mentioned are the 8 cars competing in the GT3 overall category. Everybody else is either in GT3 AM or in GT Cup. But the beauty of having a nice and compact grid is the time to talk to everybody. There is the AAI Motorsports BMW, and it's going to be Tana Sathintirakul that will start the race for the team. Lining up in P9 on the grid. And it's going to be an interesting challenge for them. They are obviously the favourites coming into this one as they take effectively what is the GT3 AM pole position. But there you are. Betty Chen, Piti Binambakti and Tana Sathintirakul will be the 3 drivers that captain the effort for BMW in the AAI Motorsports crew. They are the favourites to go for the GT3 AM category. However, this is the team from the Viper Niza crew. They are the car just starting just in front. There they are, Douglas Koo, Dominic Ang and Jazeman Jafar. Jazeman Jafar being the man on the right of your screen in the overalls. But the Viper Niza team definitely looking very hungry to come through and steal some success here at Sepang in the 12 Hours. We're going to see a fascinating situation as the drivers continue to work their craft forward. Alongside the AAI Motorsports car, which is 9th on the starting grid that you saw a little while ago, is the Modena Porsche, and it's John Shen that will start that particular car. In the AMAC Porsche, it's going to be Will Porter that will start the race, the Australian. And Will Porter will hand the car over later in the day to Andrew McPherson, of course. Over at the FM Motorsport and Silver Rocket team, Lee Jia has ended up having some kind of difficulty, some kind of discomfort. But they will be starting from 12th position on the grid regardless. And then Liu Weiqi is going to be starting at the back of the grid in his AAI Motorsports BMW. The contenders are gearing up ready for the start, and obviously once we've had our formation lap, we'll be then sent into the race action for 8 hours around the Sepang 12 hours circuit. It'll be a really interesting fight. The Absolute Racing team definitely have speed and strength, but if the attrition rate raises high, then you've got to look to the likes of R&B Racing, Craft Bamboo, and maybe even EBM Giga Racing. The Viper Nizza Aston could still play its role in this one as well. And the AAI Motorsports crew are obviously hoping that their GT3 Pro car can have a really exciting run. 10 minutes to the start of the formation lap, which is a very good sign indeed. Obviously, they're going to need, I would say, probably about 3.5 minutes to start the formation lap so that the timer can start to tick down on the main straight here. So down to the braking zone they go. Here's the Sepang circuit, 15 corners in total, 5.5 kilometers in length. It is truly a sensational circuit, and it includes a very diverse mix of slow, tight hairpins, fast, radiant sweepers, and a lot of elevation changes as well on a circuit that's going to get to the high 50s in terms of temperature in the air. So it's going to be very, very difficult for everybody, but fortunately, the contenders in the Sepang 12 hours, they've actually now figured out they've got to spend a little bit more time preparing and getting themselves together. So Absolute Racing and AAI Motorsports on the front row of the starting grid for this one. There is the Modena Porsche, very distinctive by its flamethrower livery. John Shen will be the car that starts the race for that one. There is the pole-sitting Absolute Racing car, with Andrew Haryanto lining up in pole position in that car to run the team forward up to the front end of the field. But the AAI Motorsports BMW, you can just make it out on the right of your screen there in the middle of the gaggle of people, as everybody wants to get close to the car that could end up winning this event. Now there is the BMW of, I think that's Jens Klingman, or is that Jesse Kroon? He's getting himself geared up and ready for the race in front. Very exciting times as the Sepang 12 hours finally gets to come back. And we get to watch every single minute of it. It'll be a really interesting battle. Yes, there may only be 13 cars on the grid, but the quality has not overridden the quantity here too massively. It's been fantastic to see that you've got top-level teams from Asia coming to battle for the first Sepang 12 hours for 7 years. So the quality really is sky high here at Kuala Lumpur. Very lucky that are there. Such a early race fan. I've done it a few times, and as I said before earlier in the program, able to do so for the Dubai 24 Hours at the start of this year. The Valentino Rossi mayhem was like nothing I had ever witnessed before on a starting grid. There's a real flavour and thirst of excitement in GT racing. You get so many fascinating dynamics taking place over one weekend. The cars look sensational. The drivers are all very impressive to behold, especially at this level. We've got an F1 driver, a World Touring Car star, British Formula 3, European and World Formula 4 contenders, Formula 4 champions, various GT winners in various contests. But this is quite specialised and quite an exciting moment for all of the competitors taking part. The 13 cars total. Andrew Haryanto will start for Absolute Racing. Chen Hua will start for the AAI Motorsports BMW. Then the R&B Racing will be led by Mohamed Afiq Iqwan. Then the Be Quick Absolute Racing team starting fourth on the grid. That is Hankook. Harmony Racing's Ferrari has Wu Hua lining up in fifth on the grid. Sixth position, the EBM Giga Racing team of Adrian De Silva. And then Jeffrey Lee. And that is the Graf Bamboo car that Jeffrey Lee will be starting. Quite an incredible story around this one. I'm sure that into the small wee hours of the race, we'll be able to share all these kind of stories with you. There is the crew from AAI Motorsports BMW number 90, and it is Liu Weiqi who will start the race with Shi Weishu and Chen Junsan still in the mix of that particular team as well. So the contenders gearing up. Was going through who are the starting drivers for each car. There is the 51. That is the AMAC Motorsport car, and that's going to be started by William Porter, the Australian. So they're coming straight into this with eyes wide open. So is everybody taking their positions around the circuit in the hope that they're going to have a really solid race of it. It's going to be very intriguing to see how it all plays out. Look at the guests here having great fun around the circuit. 5 minutes to the start of the formation lap. And the Sepang 12 Hours of 2023 can finally get underway. There may have been some delays. 7 years if you count the absence between two races. But we are finally getting to where we want to be off the start. And that is very exciting news indeed. There is the number 12 on the grid. That is the 101, the FM Motorsport Silver Rocket Porsche of Chan Sai-wei, Li Jia and Sean Tong. And all of those competitors will get their chance, hopefully, behind the car at full tilt. But the competitors are giving us some really exciting battles to come. And around this particular circuit, I'm sure, you know, the battles will rage right from the outset. Do please send us your messages and send us who it is that you're going to be working their way forward. Sean King just pointing out that it's Ben Porter, not William Porter, that is in the car. Though not entirely sure why the discrepancy on the graphic, but at least we now know that it's Ben Porter who is at the wheel of that car. I'm sure I'll trip over that a few times over the course of proceedings, and I apologise for that in advance. The R&B Racing Lamborghini, Afik Yazid, will start the race, along with his teammates Ye Hong Li and Bao Jinlong, as they try to make progress. This terrific circuit is definitely going to showcase what's great about these cars and what's phenomenal about racing in Asia, as so many drivers will want to give us a real taste of the excitement factor in this part of the world. But when we finally get underway, all of this incredible and phenomenal planning, all of this amazing hard work that has been brought together to the fore will really be evident. Nazim Asman, Adrian De Silva and Reid Harker. Good potential in this team. Could go all the way to the top step of the podium if things go their way. And certainly a podium is looking even more odds on. As the contenders are just doing their final pre-race checks. And when we say final pre-race checks, they're looking at everything from brake temperature to engine temperature to water temperature in the radiator, all sorts of different bits and pieces that the mechanics can spot, look into and adapt to on race day. There is the Harmony Racing machine, shared by David Chen, Alexandra Imperatori and Wu Ruhua. And that is the number 488 car, gearing itself up ready from 5th position on the starting grid, that particular car of the 13 that will take the start of the Sepang 12 Hours 2023. Obviously, it is a race with a lot of sentimental value, but it's also a real technical challenge for the drivers. So you do get that incredible sense of well-being from knowing, actually, that the battle is going to be a good one, that we're going to see some great duels. So there is Jasmine Jafar, Douglas Koo and Dominic MG. They are, I think, are being greeted by a couple of their guests, trying to work their way around the course. Here is the number 65, the Niper Visa Aston Martin. Unfortunately, it looks as though someone might have beaten me to it. But there is the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. Sandy Stuvik, Liang Jitong, and Jeffrey Lee behind the wheel of that one, the number 88 car. And it is going to be a good start to proceedings as far as they are concerned. They have absolutely no qualms about how tricky it's going to be, but certainly for Jeffrey Lee, he has been in this situation before. He'll start 7th on the grid this time. And there's going to be a lot of opportunities for overtaking, I think, on the first 2 or 3 laps. Here's a good look at the Hankooks that are being used across the board for this race. And the sun comes out onto the main start-finish straight just as the grid is being cleared. The 2023 Sepang 12 hours. What a great start to proceedings. 15 seconds to the start of the formation lap. And now we are prepared to see what these races can finally give us. It's been a long build-up. But now we're in a great position. Now we are where we need to be. And as the safety car sets off, the formation lap can finally begin here at the Sepang 12 hours. The first time this race has run for 7 years. And what a spectacular development it is to see these cars weave around the circuit and get themselves up to speed. I shall join you for the first half an hour, and then we will have some rotation every subsequent hour after that point between myself and Sean Henshelwood, and then we will take you to the finish line at around midnight Malaysian time. It's going to be a very brutal day. It was already going to be an intense one. It was already going to be very tough, but now even more so. So the drivers will be expected to be in grid formation at the exit of turn 14, which is, considering that turn 15 is the final bend, it's going to be the very last corner. Drivers going through. The Absolute Racing Audi out in front. Andrew Haryanto behind the wheel. The AAI BMW second off the start for Chen Chunhua. For R&B Racing, it is Afik Ekwar, who is there in position, or Afik Yazid, as he is also known. And the Be Quick Absolute car alongside for Hankook. There is still more to talk about. The Harmony Ferrari of Wu Ruwa, it will start 5th. The EBM Giga Racing team has Adrian De Silva behind the car. Then the Craft Bamboo AMG of Jeffrey Lee. And finally, in this category, the Viper Racing team for Douglas Koo. The other 5 cars behind them, the AAI Motorsport BMW of Tanad Satan Dirak. So Tanad Satan Dirakul. And then alongside the Modern Motorsports, it is John Shen. Andrew McPherson, you want it right. First man to the moon. But Andrew McPherson could well be the fastest man to the moon if all goes according to plan. The AMAC Motorsport car, Li Jia, lining up alongside in the FM Motorsport Silver Rocket car, the only GT3 Cup car in the mix. And then Liu Weiqi for AAI Motorsports taking up the back of the grid. But this is set to be a really enjoyable race. And just because Absolute Racing have come out of the blocks and gone for the win straight away, this does not mean at all that they are going to be the favourites to make it happen. They still have to get the hard work done. The 2 rows are in position out of turn 14 as we expected. We are not far away from the start of the Sepang 12 hours, so Andrew Haryanto's got to control the pace here from Chen Chunhua, with Afik Yazid and Henk Kicks in the R&B and Be Quick Absolute cars behind them, all too well aware of the lead they could happen if things go horribly wrong. So Andrew Haryanto and Chen Chunhua bring the field round at the final turn. And ladies and gentlemen, it's been 7 years of waiting, but we finally get to go racing on the Sepang International Circuit for an endurance challenge. The race for the Sepang 12 hours gets underway. And it's a great start at the front. Andrew Haryanto is going to let Chen Chunhua get a little bit further ahead. The BMW trying to beat the Audi to the first corner. But the 2 cars are going to make a run of it. They actually bang doors, and round the outside comes the Ferrari. A brilliant start from Wu Ruwa. And they're going to go 3 wide for the lead here. The Ferrari took the lead very briefly, but the absolute Audi is going to get back in front. And it's door-to-door between him and the AAR BMW of Chen Chenhua. But the race is well and truly underway as they drop down out of the first sector, up the climb for turn 4. And a perfect start, a really exciting one. And it looks as though that's the R&B Lamborghini coming through of Afik Yazid, who has now come up to second position. The 2 BMWs are now in 3rd and 4th. I think that's Tanat Sathan Thiram has worked his way further forward. Tanat Sathan Thirakul, I should say, has worked his way forward. But look, the R&B Lamborghini running very well there in second place behind our race leader, who is, of course, the absolute racing machine of Andrew Haryanto. Haryanto all over the back then of the very talented man up front, Andrew Haryanto, under some pressure from Afik Yazid. In for the right-hander. We're getting towards the end of the first lap of the Sepang 12 hours here. But you can sense that the Lamborghini wants to get past the Audi nice and early. Big slide down the hill, and is this going to be the chance for Afik Yazid? He wants to be very careful. It's an 8-hour race. Don't go all gung-ho unless you know you've got the car and the strategy right, unless you know you've got it underneath you. So Andrew Haryanto leading away from Mohamed Afik Ikwan. So still the competitors rage on, and they will come through at the end of the lap. But the Audi leads the way by the merest skin of his teeth. Andrew Yanto, a very tough battle so far. It's getting a little bit lower down. But it's Andrew Haryanto who leads the way for Absolute Racing. R&B in second, and the AAI Motorsport cars of Tanat Sathan Thirakul and Chen Chenhua in 3rd and 4th. Then Wu Bruwa in the Ferrari, up into the lead very briefly at one stage. But it has now settled down a little bit for the Harmony Ferrari. They are now in 5th position. What a start. What an incredible launch from the Sepang 12 hours it's been. And that's the R&B Lamborghini now trying to shake off the attentions of Tanat Sathan Thirakul, who is trying to move the way forward. The Absolute Racing battle is now well and truly joined as Andrew Haryanto is trying to shake off Afik Yazid in the Lamborghini for R&B Racing, but Tanat Sathan Thirakul is not far away either. So this is Audi versus Lamborghini all over again. They continue to battle away for supremacy. Trying to dive through on the inside to take the lead, and that is the move from the Lamborghini from the R&B Racing team on lap 2. Coming through to take over the lead already. So Afik Yazid has managed to bring the R&B Racing Lamborghini into the lead on only the 2nd lap of the Sepang 12 hours. So we've already had a couple of good battles. On the opening lap we had 3 wide for the lead, but none of those 3 cars, and now the car that currently leads the way, that is the R&B Racing machine of Afik Yazid. Andrew Haryanto having a really solid run of it as well. So still they continue to duel down the straight. Looking good for Afik Yazid, who has a good car underneath him. Clearly wants to try and stretch away and find a little bit more time. Is this going to be a move for second up the inside from the BMW? Thought better of it in the end. Tanat Sathan Thirakul trying to go for the move, but on the exit, Andrew Haryanto is going to drop the absolute Audi and run wide, and this is going to be enough for Tanat Sathan Thirakul, the Thai driver, to get through. He's a nose in front at the line, but is now going to finish the job into the first corner, unless, of course, the Absolute Racing Audi starts to kick in. No, it does not. He hasn't got safety in numbers. So, very tricky race battle going on. So down the drop on the 3rd lap here of the Sepang 12 hours. 7:55 to go. Up the climb once again, up to the top of the crest. And it's R&B Racing that leads the way. Now, we've had a spinner further round. It's the Viper Nizza Aston of Douglas Koo that spun the car at turn 14, but has been able to rejoin and continue. So that is good news for Douglas Koo and the Aston Martin crew. So that doesn't change the fact that we have had a drop down the order. Meanwhile, we've got Great little duel kicking up between Modena, the Be Quick Absolute car, and the AMAC Motorsport machine. Now, why is the Be Quick Absolute car all the way down in 10th? I'm not entirely sure, but they've had a miserable day at the office so far. Hankook, of course, is making his comeback to racing essentially with this race, but that's still quite the shock to see the Be Quick Absolute Audi so far ahead of me in the points of things at the moment. So the R&B racing crew trying to stretch out the gap at the moment. So the gaps between the two AAI Motorsport cars are still very, very strong. On to the back straight. Looks like that battle has just eased up a little bit, but it's definitely very exciting. So down the back straight, Happy Yazid leads the way for R&B. Tanasa Tataraku is currently there in second position. A bit of a look at the inside there from the Mercedes AMG. That is the car from Craft Bamboo. Jeffrey Lee taking on Wu Huihua. But Jeffrey Lee trying his best. This is Ferrari versus Mercedes. The age-old story continues. But I think Jeffrey Lee's got a great run on Wu Huihua. I don't think that Ferrari's going to be able to hang on to fifth position for much longer. And just to prove the point, through goes Jeffrey Lee. But does he shut the door in time? Only just in time for Wu Huihua. Huihua just getting a little bit frustrated with turning points or steering points or whatever it might be that's held him up there. But Jeffrey Lee in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes has got through into fifth position, and it does look as though Adrian De Silva of the AAI Motorsports team will also confuse her. So just how intense is the racing going to be as things continue? Up the inside, the Porsche trying to make the bid on the inside of the Ferrari. And they go side by side as round the outside. Epic run from the EBM Giga Racing car. Up the order they come. Adrian De Silva making good use of the traction off the outside line at those particular corners. That's where he was able to make the move and make the bid stick. There's going to be some more terrific battles through the course of proceedings here. On the inside, looks like a move from one of the BMWs on the inside of the Ferrari. It is indeed. That is Liu Weiqi, I do believe, getting through. So the Ferrari of Wu Huihua, who was leading going into turn one around the outside, has now tumbled all the way back into, I'm trying to do the math very quickly here, I think that's down to 7th. It's not with the best of starts for the Harmony Ferrari. Nothing but harmonious at this moment. Certainly for the favourites, no worries at all, as they have already executed their first strategy. Or is that a Platinum looking driving off? It does seem as though he has an incredible challenge in front of him. The AAI Motorsport BMW desperately trying to fend off again from the Ferrari, and Wu Huihua trying to take on the BMW. He'll have the slipstream. Will he be able to commit to the inside line at the first hairpin, effectively known, of course, as Pankor Laut? Not going to come through. The BMW is going to drift a little bit wide. The Ferrari just isn't close enough to capitalise. That's the biggest difficulty there. So still a tall order, still a tough race incoming. The drivers are working hard. 10 minutes into the Sepang 12 hours. Of course, the full duration of distance is going to be 8. Just to build us up in 2023. Next year, hopefully, we'll get the full 12. And as you can see, climbing up the hill. A very tricky situation indeed, as the Ferrari continues to hustle the AAI BMW. And this is between Liu Weiqi and the Ferrari driver. This is Wu Huihua, I should say. Still trying to get the moves on the inside there. That Porsche really has run the Pearson ragged. Always a fascinating challenge to see who's going to get the better of it in these early stages of endurance racing. Watch the Ferrari trying to come round the outside now. of the AAI Motorsports BMW. Liu Weiqi trying to keep the BMW as wide as possible. Wu Ruhua still trying to get through, and behind them, that is the Be Quick Absolute Racing, I do believe. So still the battles rage, and look who's getting into the party now as well. It is Hankook's, the Be Quick Absolute car. They go down the back straight. The slipstream's going to be pretty mega. And suddenly the Audi is going to be looking for a manoeuvre, or possibly even two, going into turn one. As down the far side, bit of a twitch there from Liu Weiqi. I think it's just dawned on the man in second position in that battle. Run down the main straight together. Is there going to be a slingshot manoeuvre from the Ferrari? Just too far back on the BMW, which moves to cover anyway. But now there's a tiny gap left open. You can see how quickly it shuts. You can see the determination as well for the EBM Giga Racing deal. So off the turn. There's still the battles rage here in the Sepang 12 hours. We've only really just cracked the surface of what is possible in this race. We've only just got started, really. The R&B Racing team, led by Afik Yazid, who is in the car at the moment, having taken the lead early doors, now finds himself out in front. Tanat Satantharakul in the AAI Motorsport BMW is second, and the pole sitter Andrew Haryanto in the Absolute Racing Audi finds himself in third. Then it's the second AAI Motorsport car of Chen Chenhua. Then the Craft Bamboo Mercedes of Jeffrey Lee, now in fifth position. The EBM Giga Racing of Adrian De Silva, and the AAI Motorsports car of Liu Weiqi is currently battling away with Wu Ruhua. As they continue to make progress through the field. Ninth position is where they're currently at. So through comes the race leader, but look how close it is between the top three cars as we are approaching the end of the first quarter of an hour. And you can see that Tanat Satantharakul is already starting to make inroads on the R&B car, diving for the inside line. The BMW hoping to take the lead here into turn one. Job done. Another different car heads the race then. I tell you what, there may only be 13 cars in this race, but what a race it is becoming already. Epic start from the Harmony Racing Ferrari, which eventually saw them drop back. But Absolute Racing had to go wheel to wheel there with several competitors that were trying to take the lead away from them. And now the leaders are no longer the R&B Racing team with Afik Yazid. That honour now goes the way of Tanat Satantharakul as they work their way through along Genting Curve and up towards the clear section. Now, car 15 must respect track limits at turn 14. That's the first warning for Chen Chenhua of the AAI Motorsport BMW crew. They're currently behind this top three. Skating down the hill. And soon we'll know if they're going to swallow it to battle their way further forward and soak up the pressure. We're obviously going to have a little bit of work to do. Down the back straight, you can see that's one of the AAI Motorsport cars getting himself back into contention after a bit of an earlier dropout. But now you can see just how exhilarating this race is going to be. The crescendo is just going to get more and more fever pitch as the day goes on. And as we approach midnight, when the checkered flag will fall here at Sepang, all sorts of shenanigans could kick off by that point. But certainly for an amazing story. Mo has got himself into the lead of the race on the last lap in the R&Bs, but now he's got to try and take it back again after a staunch effort here in the fabulous country of Malaysia. The first 15 minutes are done. All three of these cars have led at one stage. It does look as though Andrew Haryanto is itching to get back into second position past Afik Yazid in the R&B Racing Lamborghini. A little bit of a mistake there, though, from Afik Uwakami. Through they go again, onto the far side of the course. Here is the battle for second position currently. The Absolute Racing Audi still hustling the R&B Lamborghini of Yay and Nay. This race battle continues to give us plenty of excitement. Up and over the top of the crest, through the left and through the right, having come out of Langkawi curve and up through Genting curve now. This race is already getting pretty feisty. If you've only just joined us, you've got a long way to go. And we've had, by my math, 4 different race leaders in the first 15 minutes of competition, no matter how brief the lead was. The Harmony Ferrari getting a mega start from Wu Vuwa and leading initially, but then unfortunately things started to unravel, and now the Ferrari is down in 8th position behind Liu Wuqi. Then the lead was taken over by the Absolute Racing team of Andrew Haryanto in the Audi, then the R&B Racing team and their driver Afik Yazid managed to get through, but it's only in recent times that the AAI Motorsport BMW of Tanat Sathantarakul has been able to step up to the plate and go for victory himself. Looks like a battle trying to get through the BMW. That's one of the Lamborghinis really struggling to make an impact in this early stage of the race. There's still a long, long way to go. You don't want to go too ugly early, as they say in the clubs in Birmingham. They run through the right-hander and down the pressure drop once again. Up to a big challenge up the inside as Andrew Haryanto tries again on Afik Yazid. 20 minutes to go here until our first change around. But I think we're going to get a few wheels and spills before then. Andrew Haryanto once again attacking Afik Yazid, trying to get through to the first corner, diving in, not close enough. That car hasn't quite got the stones to dive in on the inside line this early on. If you take big damage now, then you're basically, not only have you got no chance of the win, but you've also got so much pressure from everybody further back, and having gone off the road already. Oh, what a terrific battle. Now, driver, this is Chen Chenhua, number 15, AAI Motorsport BMW, must respect track limits at turn 14. That's the second warning he's been given as well. So clearly, Chen Chenhua is putting a bit of pressure on the other drivers out there. I'm not entirely sure that was expected from his point of view, but still they duel on. Now the Viper Nissan Racing Aston Martin and Douglas Koo has dropped to the back of the field. I think they've had to make a repairment for a part or something. That definitely takes them down the field to not a big margin, but certainly good enough for a little bit of a history lesson. Still Andrew Haryanto in the Absolute Audi, all over the back of the R&B Lamborghini Huracan of Afik Yazid. And they're both behind the AAI Motorsports BMW of Team Sathantarakul. Down the drop. Andrew Haryanto still trying to take on Afik Yazid. Still trying to find the way through. Still trying to hustle him into making a mistake. He's just wide in the curves again. Hunting down the opportunity. I don't think it's going to be into this hairpin. It's going to be in the next one, isn't it? There he is. In that particular moment. So the R&B racing car, Afik Yazid, looking to see the twitch as they go through the hairpin there, as he tries to find the right moment to apply the throttle to try and get well clear of Andrew Haryanto. Down to the braking zone. In through one. Still the battles rage here in the Sepang 12 hours. And still, Afik Yazid hangs on in front of Andrew Haryanto at this crucial stage of the race. The R&B Racing Lamborghini Huracan in front of the Absolute Audi as they duel for second place behind the race leader, Tanat Sathantarakul, in the AAI BMW. Fourth place is the Craft Bamboo They've come up to 4th position in the AMG Mercedes of Jeffrey Lee, and then Chen Chunhua in the 2nd of the AI, try that one again, double AI Motorsport crew. I think we'll have to say it from there from now on. But the second warning for track limits definitely shows that Chen Chunhua is up against the ropes to a certain extent. The EVM Giga Racing car of Adrian De Silva is currently in P6 in front of the Harmony Racing Ferrari of Wu Riwa. And the Be Quick Absolute Racing machine is Hankook all the way down in 8th position. Now we come to the home favourites, because obviously this will continue while the races be prepared next door. So the 3 cars that are fighting for the lead in the first Sepang 12 hours for 7 years. And they're from 3 completely different manufacturers as well. Excellent work, great racing and terrific discipline from all teams and personnel respectively. So Talat Sathandarakul is the driver from Thailand. He's got it through. I think you see along with R&B Racing. Out of the braking zone, bit of a late one for Andrew Haryanto. If he can line this up on the acceleration, he may have a chance to get back into 2nd place. But this is the frustrating section of the race battle. You don't really know what the car's got until you realise it hasn't got what it's got anymore. Here they come, up to the braking zone for the hairpin. This is good work so far from Talat Sathandarakul. It was never going to be easy to lead the charge when you've got so many kids that you're behind you nowadays. So still this battle rages between the top 3 cars as they are stretching out a nice gap over Jeffrey Lee and the Craft Bamboo. The gap has opened up to 13.6 seconds from the race leading car of Talat Sathandarakul down to Jeffrey Lee in 4th position. The top 3 are separated by 1.6 seconds, and this is going to make the pit stop phase more critical than ever because these 3 drivers are not really dominating each other here. They're not pushing well clear of their opponent or their counterpart. They're just all in the duel. And Talat Sathandarakul is the race leader in front of Afik Yazid and Andrew Haryanto. 3 top talents racing here in the Sepang 12 hours down to the braking zone. The hairpin doesn't like any of jokes, so he slipped his way through. Still they duel. And now there's a little bit of impotence for the R&B Racing team to close up on the AAI BMW up front. Talat Sathandarakul is actually being caught by Afik Yazid a little bit. They drop down and then up to the hairpin. And that is the straight that leads us to the final hairpin. So far, so good for Talat Sathandarakul. A little bit further back, though, we've still got good battles going on. That's the Harmony Ferrari, the D-Quick Absolute Racing Audi, and there is the AMAC Porsche of Andrew McPherson. And it looks as though Yasik has actually been given a respect track limits at turn 14 for the first warning. Because obviously Afik Yazid did actually leave the circuit and make a faster lap out of it. What other choice did I have? Very fast battles developing here. Now, it's not just Afik Yazid that has got a track limits warning. It is also Chen Chunhua, and he's been given a 3rd warning. As into the pits. Into the pits comes the AAI BMW. Talat Sathandarakul comes into the pits from the lead. Now, I think this is scheduled. This is on top of schedule as far as I can tell. But Talat Sathandarakul is the first of the big names in this race to come into the pits. As the BMW did lead the way at one stage. Oh, no, sorry, still does lead the race. So that must be the sister car having problems then. Is that Chen Jiawu? So we'll find out. Now there is a fine art to the battle up front now, because that is the Ferrari trying to go over the top of the crest and solidify a decent position in the battle. But Talat Sathandarakul is still going to be ever present in the race battle. But the R&B Lamborghini is currently the one that leads the race on aggregate, if you take away the fact that there's obviously different connotations this time of year to who's right and who's wrong about things. Posting it up off the hill. So down the back straight, leading up to the hairpin once again. This trio of cars still going strong. That's the sister AI Motorsport car that came into the pits. I thought it was Tanat Sathantarakul, but it's not. It's actually the sister car driven by Liu Weiqi. So the top three cars are still dueling away for the victory then. Tanat Sathantarakul, Afik Asid, and Andrew Haryanto. 4 minutes to go before the end of the first half hour. You really do get the sense that this is stalemate between the drivers. This is when we no longer get just an out-and-out thrash of a race. We ended up getting several calculated and very, very intrinsic, detailed digital example. You can lead by example in the future once you've seen this kind of incredible pace and business. Look at how closely matched these three are. Up to the after the battles continuing on, up on the end of the sector. Tanasutha Thadakul in front of Afik Yasid and Andrew Haryanto. The top three still emerging and doing a fantastic job of it. It was always going to be a very tight run. But the battle for victory is going very strong indeed at this moment in time. Half a second between second and third. And Afik Asid and Andrew Haryanto still dueling over second position. R&B Lamborghini versus Absolute Audi, both giving chase to the AAI BMW. There is the 90 car, of Li Wuqi, still in the pits, about to head out onto the circuit again. But this is a truly fascinating situation and great racing to come. With the finish line and the checkered flag now scheduled to be around midnight local time. That means it will get darker earlier into the race in terms of time elapsed. So things can get very spicy. Now Andrew Haryanto has got Afik Yasid on the ropes now, down the back straight, looking for an opportunity into the final hairpin. Is this going to be a chance? Well, Afik Yasid is going to try and shake him off to thwart the attack. It's not going to happen on this lap if I know the battle up front, if I know the battle. Continuing great race between the two cars as heading out onto the circuit. Now comes the 90 of Shishi Wei. And they're going to emerge right into the path of the leading trio, effectively. Tanat Sathantarakul is going to get out first. But look at that, that's well played. That's great tactical thinking from Shi Wenxi. Because obviously the opportunity there. But the battle's still raging, and out in front, Tanat Sathantarakul still doing a great duel here as they come off the turn and up the climb. Afik Asid and Andrew Haryanto still dueling over second position, and Andrew Haryanto's got a run this time. Not quite close enough. Absolutely terrific dueling between these three cars. And Tanat Sathantarakul of the AAI Motorsport team in BMW, number 91, leads the way by about 1.4 seconds. But these two, Afik Asid and Andrew Haryanto in the R&B Lamborghini and the Absolute Audi, are still squapping away like gusto. Just amazing racing between these two, and considering we've already had like 4 different cars, I think it is, leading the way in the first half an hour, it really has been an exemplary battle. Sean Hensherwood has wandered into the virtual commentary box. Sean, what a terrific start.
It's not been bad, has it? I tell you what, Andrew Haryanto's really got the bit between the teeth. He doesn't want to let that go. He's certainly not letting the Lambo get away from him, and Tanat's trying to do everything he can to open up a bit of a gap to the guys behind, but it's just not happening. It's not bad. 30 minutes into the race, and we've got, what, 1.8 seconds between first and third. I reckon that's a pretty stellar start.
It's a terrific launch forward, but well done as well to this man. Making a good play of things in the opening section of the race. But the AAI Motorsport BMW team have kind of caught everybody off guard in general, because their man up front, there he is, Tanat Sathantarakul, has definitely made a clean break. And then second and third, Afik Asid and Andrew Haryanto. This is going to be a terrific duel, but by my count, there's been 4 cars, possibly even 5, that have led the race for anything between, 5 inches and 5 laps.
Well, the Ferrari certainly made a go of the start, didn't he? Trying to go around the outside off the start. Ray was looking for that position, but of course there's multiple different angles. As you see, looks like Douglas Koo now coming into pit lane as Andrew Haryanto has another look around the outside to see if he can't get that position back. He's been here before. I've seen him make a bit of a touch on the horn in that corner a few times, as he did just then, and Afik Yazid's just managed to hang on. He knows this circuit like the back of his hand. He's a local, so that'll be interesting to see whether or not Andrew even needs to get past him, but he's certainly making his intentions felt. I wonder whether the engineers are maybe giving him a little bit of hurry up on the radio just to say, hey, you're not hitting the number we want. If that Lambo in front of you is going just a little bit too slow, if you can make a clean pass, get around him and try and make this happen.
So Andrew Haryanto is really going to try and make the play here from Afik Yazid. It's the perfect time to hand over to Sean Henshelwood for a while. I'm going to head outside.
Get some shut-eye. You've deserved it. It was a great start.
It's been a fantastic start to the racing. I'm going to keep an eye on it as close as possible. But Andrew Haryanto really starting to up the ante.
He certainly is. He knows his way around this circuit. We've seen him in the past. As he goes down the inside, he's going to take that position. And that's where the dive was made on him earlier in the race. So it's a little bit of payback, and that'll be nicely taken on board by the Indonesian driver. Of course, a former Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup champion. Seen some great battles with him here over the years. In fact, with Burat Birambakti, Piti Birambakti's brother, they battled over the 2017, I was going to say 18, but 2017 championship and the 18th championship. They were right in the thick of things then. So certainly Andrew Haryanto knows his way around this circuit and also around the new Audi Evo 2. He did a lot of miles in the first generation, then the Evo, and now of course the Evo 2, running for Absolute Racing. He spent a lot of time with that operation, went overseas with them, certainly raced in the Spa 24-hour race with Yasser Shahin and Burat Birambakti during the Spa 24-hour race a number of years ago as an award for winning the Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup. And he's since gone over to race in the European Le Mans Series with Porsche, and of course raced in the Le Mans 24-hour race, and certainly learnt an awful lot. Let's take a look back at the move. It's down at turn 9, down the inside, and then the climb up the hill, and he's done that nicely, has Andrew Haryanto. The lead now for Tanart Sathienthirakul out to 3.7 seconds, and this battle for third will no doubt range on a little bit longer. Now, if we have a quick look at just how much ground the leaders have made on the rest of the field, they're now heading car 65 under investigation for pit stop time. That's not what they want to see for the Viper-Niza racing operation. Unfortunately, Douglas Koo had an early spin, a little touch, or maybe there wasn't. I think there certainly was in the second part of that turn, as Afik Yazid just moved across to try and get a better line for the left-hander. Just tagged the front of the Audi, but hopefully not enough damage to either car. Of course, you don't do touching in a modern GT3 car with dive planes on the front corners, the under tray, all the carbon fibre on the cars, and every little bit of it is worth a tenth or half a tenth or a hundredth even, but it's certainly worth time. And on a big international Herman Tilke designed international Formula One circuit like Sepang International Circuit, you just can't be touching corners on cars, because certainly in the mid to high speed corners, it's a Formula One designed circuit, there's plenty of those, that's where you're going to lose time, and you don't want the car to be unsettled. Things like tyre wear become an issue. So they need to be pushing, and as I say, it's quite likely the engineers down there at Absolute Racing were saying, Andrew, we want you on let's have a look at his last lap. The fastest lap so far have been a low 2:08, and that was Afik Yazid. We want you on a 2:08, or we want you on a 2:09. That's the mark we need you to hit. And if he's being held up by traffic, the last thing he can afford to do is stay there if a passing opportunity presents itself. There is the Ferrari of Ray Wu. We've seen a couple of early stops. Junson Chen's team was one of them, but of course he and his teammate are splitting the full 8 hours between them. So they've got 4 hours each. They'll work out what stint they need to do, how they're going to make this work. And Julio Wei has already been in for one stop. Let's check whether Junson Chen has jumped in the car. Let me go down the order to the number 90 BMW. Well, it's showing Shoei Shei's in the car. Now, he initially wasn't going to run, so we'll keep a close eye on that one. That's a little bit of new news, because initially it was just the two drivers, Junson Chen and Xile Wei. So if Shoei Shei has decided to jump in the car, that's going to make life an awful lot easier. The team manager for car 65 has been called to race control, so you'd tend to suggest that that was for the prior notice of there being a pit lane time infringement. So it would be the pit in to pit out time. They have set limits. Haven't got that information in front of us, but quite clearly if there has been a notification, then that's something they're going to have to look at. So Adrian De Silva in the number 16 entry, currently running around in position number 6. And, on track, he is trying to pick up where he is on track. Number 16 entry. This is coming to turn 11. The race leaders just going through the final corner. So Tanat Sathinthirikul, the number 91 AAI Motorsports BMW, just crosses the line. That ticks another lap into the books. That's 17 down. Now across the line is Andrew Haryanto and Afik Yazid. Leads now out to 4.7 seconds. 2:11 last time round. Now that's interesting. We're talking about the best pace being 2:08. Okay, I was looking at fastest laps. I should have compared fastest laps. Perhaps the time that they were looking for as a marking point for Andrew Haryanto was at 2:11. He's just bumped out at 2:11.5. And Afik Yazid's running around in 2:12.1. So that looks like Hank Kicks closing in on the rear of the Ferrari. You heard earlier that Jake was talking about Hank coming back into GT racing. That's not entirely true. Of course, he competes in the what's becoming very popular now, Thailand Super Series. The Be Quick team is an integral part of that championship. In fact, last year it was won by Stanley Stuvik. He's won the championship there 3 times, the Thai driver. He's in this field, although he's not part of the Be Quick operation this weekend. But Hank's done a lot of miles. He's a very, very competitive driver, and he loves his motorsport. Now, showing Douglas Khoo still in the number 65 entry on screen. The local driver has done a lot of miles around his home circuit. Most of those miles have been in a 2-litre TCR car, front-wheel drive hot hatch, Seat Leon. As part of the TCR Asia series back during its formative years. Did a lot of driving in that championship. Dominic Young also drove with him at various stages, as did his brother. So Douglas Khoo has an intimate knowledge of this circuit. Unfortunately, he may have been caught out a little bit on cold tyres. It was the opening lap, the end of the opening lap, turn 14. He had a spin. That put him a little bit further back down the field. He's already been in pit lane, so a couple of cars have come in. But of course, you're working on strategy, and the main thing for most of these teams is to try and maintain a position on the lead lap. As down at turn 9 again, down the inside. Great move for Hank Kicks. He takes over position number 7. Again, all he needs to do is maintain his pace on the lead lap. You have safety car interventions, and let's hope we don't see one of those. We haven't seen any of that sort of thing so far as contact, outside of that little bit of contact we saw with Afik Yazid and Andrew Haryanto down into turn 2. It's been very clean, right through paid practice, through the 2 90-minute practice sessions, into the 3 15-minute qualifying sessions. Everybody's been playing a clean hand, knowing, of course, that they've got to go through 8 hours of racing around an international circuit like this. So there's really no point in getting too carried away and banging doors, as it were. So it's really now going to be a strategy game. When to pit, which driver to put in at what time, what the weather's doing. We were talking earlier in the program, whilst we had that delayed start. Unfortunately, for those of you who had to listen to us rambling on trying to fill an hour and a half, we covered most things, one of those things being that there is some storm clouds around Kuala Lumpur. They're closing in a little bit now, but based on the predicted performance of that weather pattern, we may not see anything until much later in the program. Now, the original scheduled finish time was 10 p.m. It's now midnight, and somewhere around 10 to 12 o'clock, there will be storm clouds over the capital city. Now, it's 45 kilometres north of the circuit. Of course, Sepang International Circuit's built very, very close to Kuala Lumpur International Airport, so anybody that's flown into KL would see the circuit from the aircraft, depending on which direction you come. So it's way out south of the city, but it is prone to some pretty interesting weather. Been there through some very, very exciting and graphic electrical storms. I hope we don't have too many of those, as the EBM Giga Racing entry of Adrian De Silva is now battling with, I think that's with Kevin Chen. Now, Hankook was in the middle of all of that too, so if we missed something there, have we got lapped cars? Whilst I've been conferring, I've actually missed that. It'll right itself shortly. That's the number 15 entry. So that is Kevin Chen, who was very racy off the start, started on the front row alongside the Absolute Racing entry of Andrew Harrianto. Certainly made his presence felt early in the piece, but Adrian De Silva really is doing a great job. Of course, he knows this circuit very well. It's his home circuit as well, so it's no surprise really that the Porsche is running where it is. Earl Bamber, well, assuming he's down there in pit lane directing traffic for the team, he knows an awful lot about this circuit and an awful lot about the Porsche product. Former Le Mans winner for Porsche. And of course, there's been a multiple race winner in Asia over many years. His brother Will too, in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, won a number of races in this part of the world. So the Kiwis have spent a fair bit of time over in Malaysia. There's a number of teams based here. They may well have an operation here too. Certainly Absolute Racing, it's one of their 3 bases of operation. Hankook Motorsport Tyres, also based here at Sepang International Circuit. A number of teams base themselves here and use this circuit for its ability to test. Championships like Porsche Carrera Cup Asia come here too to spend a week dialing their drivers in before the championship starts. GT World Challenge Asia will end at Sepang International Circuit this year. Carrera Cup Asia will be here. Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia will be here. And we'll also see the Thailand Super Series running one of its rounds, one of 2. Of course, the invitational race at Singapore at the Marina Bay Circuit with the Singapore Grand Prix. But they will also run one of their 5 rounds of the Thailand Super Series. So Hankook will get some valuable miles on that front. Here's John Shen down the inside. Ray Wu. And John will be enjoying the miles here, but a little part of him, he'll be missing his brother. Unfortunately, we lost Wayne Shen, who was a great racer. The Cheers and the Shens would often race together all over the world. 24-hour series, certainly did a lot of work amongst themselves with Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. They love the Porsche product, but sadly we lost Wayne a couple of years ago to cancer. John is always carrying his memory. I'm sure somewhere on the car Wayne Shen's name will be mentioned. The Modern Motorsport team, they've been a big part of the Shens and Cheers journey in motorsport in this part of the world. So great to see those guys back. Christian Cheer jumping in alongside his brother and John for this round. And we expect to see a bit of them during the course of the 2023 season in the Asian region. Not sure what they're running just yet. Now there is the sole GTC entry. Now GTC was originally a variant of GT3, so using cup cars. In this part of the world, that was predominantly Lamborghini Super Trofeo entries, outdated Porsche Carrera Cup Asia cars, outdated by previous generation, so over 3 years old. And because we had such a strong championship with the Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup, the previous generation Audis would also compete in GTC. There's a lot of those cars still in this part of the world. GTC gets some pretty big runs in various quarters. Thailand Super Series again runs a lot of GTC competition, so to see this car is great. Personally, I love seeing Sean Tong back in a race car. I'd love to see him in an outright car. He's done a lot of miles in this part of the world. Very accomplished drivers, raced open wheelers like his brother Jasper over in Asia, sorry, in Europe rather. And I'm just looking, there's a couple of cars in pit lane. Now they've shown the 51 is in pit lane, so that's the AMAC entry. We're only 45 minutes into this race, and I'm pretty sure Andrew McPherson was starting that race. So here's a situation where the gentlemen are probably crying, enough, I want out. Let's get one of these younger guys into the car. I need to have a breather, because you're remembering track temperatures about the start of the race were somewhere in the vicinity of 35 and 36 degrees. Earlier, prior to the race, so a couple of hours before when we were scheduled to start, the humidity was around 50%. So relatively comfortable, given you were probably 32 to 36 degrees. But now the humidity's starting to climb. The temperature's dropped off perhaps a couple of degrees. You can see the sun is still out, so there'll be a lot of heat in those cars. But the other issue, of course, is the humidity's building. It's getting closer to 80%. It's probably going to get higher. And if a storm comes, obviously we're getting close to 100%, and then the rain hits, it's going to be very uncomfortable for some of these drivers. So at the moment, I can see the 51 is in pit lane. The 65 is still circulating, coming through turn 6. So that would make the 101 we were just looking at. That is still running, and it's the Harmony Racing entry. So Ray Wu has also decided he's out. He's in for a pit stop. And depending on how this race plays out, we would have, I'd expect, provided we don't have a safety car intervention, 8 to 9 pit stops. And it's how the teams work that out, or 7 to 8 to 9 pit stops. Considering you'd usually do an hour, so I'd expect these top teams like Afik Yazid on screen in the number 4 Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 1. His Hankook tyres, they might be a medium compound, but they're copping a bit of a hammering. He got the tail out coming through that corner then, so he's really pushing on. The R&B Racing entry. One Bo is scheduled as being the man responsible for that team. One Bo is another driver who's got a great pedigree in Asian motorsport. I'm surprised he's not actually in the car. Done a lot with Porsche Carrera Cup Asia over many years. He's been a race winner and a big part of that dynamic. So good to see him here as part of the R&B Racing entry. And piecing Afik Yazid in, the local driver who's won a lot of races in a Lamborghini product, usually a Huracan Super Trofeo. He's been multiple race winner, champion, second in the global championship a number of years back in Monza. So we've got another battle now. Is that, well, who's in the 65 entry? Oh, Jasmine Jafar. So I'm not sure Andrew Harrianto is going to weather this storm, because Jafar is a very, very quick driver. That said, Andrew Harrianto qualified just a second slower than Marcus Winkelhock. So there's every chance that Jasmine Jafar is going to have a little bit of work ahead of him. He was former race winner in LMP2. Bill Jeffrey, one of the drivers who was a part of that with him. Of course, the other man who's been a part of that with him during that journey, that was the Jackie Chan DC Racing entry. That's going back a few years now, but certainly it was a great result. But Wayron Tan is down in pit lane. He is part of the management team of the Aston Martin racing operation in this part of the world. So whilst he hasn't grabbed the helmet and jumped on board, he'll be providing plenty of advice to those teams. And funnily enough, in a role working for Audi Sport prior to taking on the Aston Martin role, he'd often be the man talking to Andrew Harrianto, just advising him to improve his performance in the car and actually get the most out of his experience as a gentleman driver. I won't tell you how old Andrew Harrianto is, but he's in his mid-40s, so you could probably guess. But he's driving very, very well. Look at the performance. This is on merit. He is still turning laps that are comfortably in the 211. Having said that, I just need to go back to the timing screen and confirm that's exactly what he's doing. 2:12.3 last time around, so close enough. Whereas Jasmine Jafar Well, he's just punched out a 2:10 very early in the piece. His quickest so far is a 2:10.001. Now, here's where racing experience comes into play. His quickest lap, a 2:10.001. His last lap, a 2:10.081. 8/100ths difference as he dives down the inside into 14. No, he doesn't. Because, again, he's a smart racer too, who's driven a full aero car, and he's into pit lane. Now, that's not what we're looking for. Currently, the Viper Racing entry is shown 3 laps back from the lead, and they're coming back down pit lane. So let's hope they don't have a drama. Now, what's interesting too is to reflect on this car. Racing the Asian Le Mans Series in the Middle East just a month or so back. This car wound up with some quite severe front end damage in its last race in Abu Dhabi. They put the car, okay, well, that would suggest to me that was a drive-through penalty. Let me just check in my notes. Car 65, insufficient pit stop time. We did talk about that a little bit earlier. So that's why Jasmine Jafar's just come down into pit lane. They've served their penalty, not what they need this early in the piece, but all is not lost. Even with 3 laps down at this stage is where it's coming up to an hour into an 8-hour race. All is not lost. There's still opportunities to recover. I'm sure Douglas Koo will be looking forward to getting back into the car. Now, the reason why they may have pitted around the 40-minute mark is the minimum time for an AM driver. It's the gentleman drivers, putting it a different way, and the lady drivers. We don't have too many of them. Betty Chen is not, in fact, an AM driver. I don't think. I need to actually confirm that. She may, in fact, well be a bronze driver. No, she's a silver class driver. So pace has been pretty good, even in qualifying. It was very impressive. She was over a second faster than the father, Junsun Chen, the team boss of the FIST Team AAI operation, the BMWs. So the amateur drivers, the gentleman drivers, have to run a minimum set 80-minute leg during this race. They can run more, sure, but if they only want to do the minimum, they need to do 80 minutes. Traditionally, for the GT cars, you're looking at a pit stop on a tank of fuel in, say, 65 to 70 minutes. Conditions could be different here because of the heat, and fuel burn might be a little bit different, but you'd say 65 to 70 minutes. Therefore, it's more than one stint, and you're not going to stop 10 minutes into another stint. So maybe if they split it into 2 40-minute stints, it makes it a little bit more comfortable for the driver. That's better for the engineers to run with. And then the 2 more professional drivers, of which a number of teams have 2 extra professional drivers, can run for the remainder of the race. So that gives them, well, 400 minutes effectively to finish off, which is, what, 3 hours, 40 minutes to split between them. Is that maths right? That maths so far wrong, it's not funny. Let's try something a little bit different. Let's try 6 hours and 40 minutes. That might be a little bit better. My father will be disappointed. All that schooling, and this is what I come up with. Anyway, here we are. So he's finally managed to rejoin the circuit. Is Jeffrey Lee still in the 88 entry? The Craft Bamboo entry, shown in position number 4. He certainly is. And Jeffrey's a driver with a lot of experience now. We're looking at the AMAC Porsche. The iMac Porsche as it is sponsored, but AMAC as in Andrew McPherson, car owner, team boss. He has made his first stop. William Porter, I'd say that's a licence thing. We see that often around the case. It's Ben Porter. It's William Ben Porter, quite likely. I'm not 100% sure. I've known Ben a long time, but he often appears in the driver entry list as William Porter. So Ben Porter now is behind the wheel. Very accomplished driver. They've just turned out their fastest lap of the race. He's just improved it again. It was a 2:11.8. He's now down to a 2:11.1. So fastest lap of the race. David Chen now is behind the wheel of the Harmony Racing Ferrari. He's into the 2:08, 2:08.1. But unfortunately, I don't know whether you call this commentator's curse or not. The very second I mentioned that, a notification comes up saying car 488, that is the Harmony Racing Ferrari 488, is under investigation for pit lane speed. Now, if it's under investigation, you could almost guarantee that means he's been pinged for pit lane speed. So David Chen's churned out a stunning lap, which is 3 seconds faster than anybody has been so far. He will now be likely taking a journey down pit lane. Now, I'm not 100% sure on the regulation as to what that penalty might be, but certainly it's not what he was looking for. So frustration after getting themselves on top of things. They've really done a nice job to get themselves back onto the pace. David Chen, another driver who's come through the ranks, did a lot of racing in Zhuhai in China, of course across the Pearl River Delta from Hong Kong. That's where a lot of the Hong Kong drivers do their racing. Of course, there's not much room left on Hong Kong Island to stick a racetrack, so across the ferry to Zhuhai Race Circuit, the original home base of Absolute Racing for Ingo Mader and Fabian Fior. And David progressed into the Audi Sport R at LMS Cup Championship. He was very, very competitive as an AM driver. In fact, so competitive as an AM driver, most people thought he was a pro driver. So it's no real surprise, I have to say, for somebody who's seen David Chen race before to see him setting the pace at a 2:08.1. But their team manager is now marching down to down to Sepang Race HQ to answer questions, no doubt, about why their driver may have exceeded the pit lane speed limit. Now, we don't know whether that was going in or coming out, so whether it was Ray or whether it was David, but likely that if there is a penalty, they'll have to serve that fairly soon. Ben Porter down to a 2:10.1. We did just call that, didn't we? Another notification popped up on screen. So as you can see on screen, the AAI Motorsports entry of Tanart Sathienthirakul, he is leading with, well, we're 57 minutes thereabouts in the books. He's out to 14 seconds now over Andrew Harrianto, who's just eased the pace back a little bit. 2:13.1 last lap to a 2:11.9 for Sathienthirakul. So the Thai driver's keeping his performance going, which is good news. Third place, Afik Yazid is still holding that position for the R&B Racing Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo 1, the 15 entry now in pit lane. So Kevin Chen is out. He'd have loved his time in the car. He's done a lot of GT4 racing for the Team AAI outfit over past years. Certainly in GT World Challenge. Did a little bit in China as well. So to be behind the wheel of a full-blown GT3 monster would more than have suited him. Of course, the 15 entry is the BMW M4 GT3, which is the twin-turbo 4-litre V8, as opposed to the M6, which is the twin-turbo inline straight 6. So obviously similar performance from different engine configurations. You've got a variety of different engine configurations in the field. The 5.2-litre naturally aspirated V10 for the Audi. You've also got different engine positions, front-engined like the BMW, or mid-mounted like the Lamborghini, which shares an engine, of course, with the Audi. And then what else you got? You've got the rear engine, or mid-engine, I suppose. The engine's accessed from the rear with the Porsche. So the drag race down the main straight. John Shen still holding that position, overshot the mark. David Chen down the inside. Of course, one of the issues you see here, and it may have contributed to that little bit of contact between Yazid and Andrew Harrianto at that particular part of the circuit we were just looking at, turn 1-2, is just the lack of visibility. Of course, to maximise your performance out of the car, you sit the driver as low as possible and back a little bit, so back closer to the B pillar, so you're not quite sitting as far forward potentially as you'd like, as in a road car, and your visibility is very much restricted. You've got a Hans device or some sort of head and neck safety device that restricts a little bit of your movement. Of course, you're in a helmet, and some of the apertures of the helmets are quite narrow these days, and your side vision isn't great. If you've got time to be looking at rear vision mirrors and side vision mirrors before you make a move, you're not a racing driver. So let's face it, inevitable contact happens. So that's a big thing with a modern GT3 car, is if you're going to make a move, make sure the move is locked in, that you're sure the other car has seen, especially in an endurance race. Yeah, different in a GT race. You might have 60 minutes to make it up. Sometimes you've got 60 minutes, including a pit stop and a driver change. So contact is a little bit more inevitable. But in an 8-hour endurance race, certainly in the first hour or two, in fact, really, let's be honest, all the way up until the last 15 minutes, you don't want to be making any kind of contact unless absolutely necessary. And some would argue it probably really isn't necessary this early in the race. Again, we've got a long way to go. I'm just waxing lyrical to try and keep you entertained. We can see what the times are on screen. We know the driver histories. They've got a long way ahead of themselves. We'll keep talking. Don't you worry about that. There'll certainly be plenty more information come to you as it arises, and there's more that we can feed you. but it is a long race. And all the drivers, the teams, the crews, they're all settling in for that, making themselves as comfortable as possible and just getting themselves into the last segment of this race, because that's the one that really counts. Now, one driver I'm really looking forward to seeing, we talk about professional drivers being consistent, last lap and best lap. How's that? That's about 5/100ths of a second. So Ben Porter's really doing a consistent job. They're still calling for the team manager for car 488 to come to race control. Don't want to have to ask too many more times. We've got a second warning on track limits at turn 8 this time. A lot of them have been, now where were they? I think turn 14. Track limits at turn 14 has been the big one. Turn 4 had copped a couple, but it's now at turn 8 for Shiwashi in car number 90. Of course, that is one of the 3 Fist Team AAI entries. One run by team boss Junsun Chen. As Andrew Harry team now. A tyre wear is something that you have to consider. We're now, well, we've just gone over an hour in this race. So I would suggest in the next 5 to 10 minutes, we might see a bit of an influx of driver changes, and then it will be interesting to see exactly who jumps into which car and which driver will take over. A spirited battle here. Jasmine Jafar still rounding up drivers. 15 entry. Where is Jafar? Still positioned last, but last time round with consistency of the pro drivers, when they're on to dialing into a number, they're on to dialing into a number. 209.75 is his best lap. 209.78 was his last lap, although he's just dropped a little bit back. No, he's not. That was the 90 entry, of course, and he's just unlapped himself from a car. So he's moved up to position number 12 as Hank Kicks now, having a good look at Adrian De Silva. This is great, and takes him too. So, well, Jake, there wasn't any drama with Hank Kicks at the start. All he was doing was just dialing himself in. Adrian De Silva's decided enough's enough. We're 62 minutes into this race. Thanks very much, chaps. I'm coming in. I want to stick Reid Harker in to do some of the hot work now. Young man from New Zealand. Very, very fast and talented young driver in karts and a little bit of speedway. Interesting to see him actually punch out some laps. It's a New Zealand-based team in all effect. Earl Bamber Motorsport. Yeah, looks like it might be Reid Harker just walking himself to the car. It's got a British flag on the roof, on the lid rather, on his crash helmet. Great job by Adrian De Silva. That's very impressive for a guy who's done a lot of miles around here, but a bit of a journeyman, as in he doesn't make a career out of this. Sometimes he does a lot of racing. Sometimes he, I guess, clearly focuses on family and business and doesn't do a lot of racing. But that was a very, very impressive run to be pitting from P5, just as Hank Kicks decided to go down the inside and take that position away. A very, very solid start for that team. So we're starting to see them. Number 90 entry is also back in pit lane. So I'm not sure what that's about. They might be shortening up their stints. This is their second journey in. As I think there might be a couple more looking to. So there's 3 in pit lane. So Lijar, the GDC entry, which had worked itself up to position number 8, which is pretty impressive, although some of the other drivers have made an early stop. So the sole GTC entry, so another of the Porsches, but a 992 Cup car, as opposed to the car on screen, which is a 992 GT3 car. Rolling around for a replay, highlights of the first hour. We had a delay of 2 hours, unfortunately, for a bit of an issue in the barriers at turn 1. Here's the big dive down the start. So Kevin Chen had a bit of a look down the inside. Ray Wu went around the outside. And Afik Yazid tried to make a 3-wide into turn 2. It's kind of not what you'd predict for the start of an 8-hour race. So Andrew Harrianto had a good start. And down at turn 9, that was the first passing move. Now, Afik Yazid had found that that yellow and silver Audi would repay the favour some laps later. A little bit of movement earlier on, dive down the inside for the number 90 entry, as Kevin Chen had a little bit of a look at the leader, took the lead away on the run into turn 1. Afik Yazid lost that position, but very quickly they were working themselves back in, and Kicks back further behind the Harmony Racing Ferrari, one of the 3 FIS Team AAI BMWs. And a slight niggle for Afik Yazid down at turn 1. Probably didn't really see Andrew Haryanto, and Haryanto is probably getting the hurry up from the engineers to try and move himself forward. He did just that at turn 9 not too long after, and started to stretch that advantage. He's 23 seconds back from Tanart Sathianthirikul. He's doing a brilliant job, the untied driver in the number 91 Singer Motorsports AAI Motorsports entry. EBM Giga Motorsports entry of Adrian De Silva, who has just pitted. In fact, they're still in pit lane. Changed over to Reid Harker. And Hank Kicks, I got to say, Hank, this is a pretty epic effort for a man who's loves his motorsport, doesn't do it professionally. He's out there belting around in the heat, 65 minutes into this race, holding down position 4. But David Chen, large in his mirrors, and he's just doing the job he needs to do. He also needs, well, he also knows he doesn't need to race David Chen. David Chen is further back down the order, trying to get himself unlapped. Probably not the ideal racing line for the Audi there. He's not coming into pit lane. He's just holding his position. The team may or may not have told him that this isn't actually for position. And Kicks in position number 4. David Chen is a lap further back, and he's working his way forward, still punching out some pretty impressive laps. And he's in position number 7, 1 lap behind the yellow Audi. But of course, the Be Quick unit needs to come down pit lane and make its first stop. Team well and truly spread out. It's just the FM Motorsport Silver Rocket entry now that is heading out of pit lane. 101 entry. I think it is out of pit lane, certainly is. It's down at turn 6, and saying out, that's of course not refreshed, which it will do at the end of this lap. Shiwei Shi is in pit lane in the number 90 entry. Now let's hope they're not having dramas, because Junsen Chen, he has a bit of a hit and miss record sometimes. Has raced with some fantastic factory BMW drivers over the years. Of course, he's raced McLarens, he's raced in Porsches, I'm thinking, but certainly in McLarens. The FIS Team AAI operation have run a number of different GT cars over a lot of years in this part of the world. And Junsen Chen doesn't always have the greatest of luck. A brilliant supporter of motor racing in this part of the world. It's the man from Taipei. His daughter Betty Chen is also racing. The GTC car is out. Reid Harker is travelling relatively slowly, but of course, to be fair, they're in a race on their own. They're the only entry in the category. They're running a car that, performance-wise, probably at its absolute peak might be 2 seconds a lap off the outright GT3 cars. Haven't got an awful lot to prove, so he's staying out of trouble, getting some valuable miles, enjoying himself. There goes the quasi-teammate. Of course, Reid Harker has a little bit to do with Earl Bamber, has driven for the EBM Giga operation in the past, most notably in GT World Challenge Asia. He's just getting out of the way and doing what he needs to do. Windscreen wipers on. I'd love to say that means the rain's coming, because boy, wouldn't that spice things up, but I digress. I doubt it is. I'm not even going to look at the weather map. There was some storms in the area, but I don't think they were around Sepang International Circuit, certainly not yet. There's a possibility later in this race that maybe, just maybe, something may happen, but at this stage I think we're pretty clear. It'll be interesting. We're up to nearly 70 minutes just to see how far these modern GT3 cars will go in conditions like this under full speed with a full tank of fuel. We're effectively into the 70th minute of this race. Tanart Sathianthirikul still punching out some pretty good laps, 2:13 last time round. Andrew Haryanto, drive-through penalty, car 488 for speeding in pit lane. I guess that was somewhat predictable. Usually where there's smoke, there's fire. Afik Yazid still running around in position number 3 in the R&B Racing Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo, the evolution version of the original Huracan GT3, which is a very impressive car from Squadra Corsa. man well adverse with both driving this car sideways and straight, has won a number of races in Lamborghini Super Trofeo, certainly in Asia, has been champion a number of times, both outright and in Pro-Am. Finished second in the World Series at Monza a number of years ago. Great to see some fans coming in too, because they'll be a little starved of racing here at Sepang International Circuit. As we say, a number of teams are based here, Absolute Racing being one of them. They've also got a base at Shanghai in China, at Shanghai International Circuit. And originally on their first foray into Asia was set up at Zhuhai International Circuit. In fact, I'm pretty sure Fabian Fior still lives in Zhuhai. Ingo Mata now has moved on to Shanghai. He and Aaron are based there. Aaron Chen, big parts of this Absolute Racing operation, and what a success they have been in Asia over many, many years. Going around again. Number 90 car, sadly, is still in pit lane. Craft Bamboo entry of Jeffrey Lee has come in. Jeffrey Lee was inside the top 6. Jeffrey's done a great job. What a gentleman he's been over many years. He's really made my job very, very entertaining over the many years we called Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup. Two-time, I've got to remember what it was called. He was the AM Cup champion. I guess you'd put it in that vein. Although he was never particularly happy about that. He was much rather thought of himself as a pro driver, and certainly with the efforts he turned in, he was obviously right in the mix with the top drivers over many years, and really did make things terribly entertaining. It's great to see him back behind the wheel in the number 88 J-Fly and Craft Bamboo Racing entry. A lot of work's gone into that team over many years by Daryl O'Young. And of course, I call him the patriarch. We call him Uncle Frank, Frank Yu, who has been a part of this race in the past. Interestingly, in a Ferrari, which I hadn't actually gelled on that one with, I believe it was with Tanart Sathinthirikul, Piti Bhirombhakdi and Carlo Van Dam, who's played a big part in this part of the world. Carlo Van Dam's been mentor certainly to the Bhirombhakdis and the Sathinthirikuls over many years. There is David Chen diving down the inside of Afik Yazid, who's now under pressure. Now, who did jump into that? It was Jesse Crone who's jumped into the number 15 entry, and they are fair motoring. Now, Liang Jiatong is in the Craft Bamboo entry, taking over from Jeffrey Lee. That wasn't what I was looking for. I was trying to work out who now is in the EBM Giga Racing entry. Of course, that's Reid Harker. Why was I saying Reid Harker was in the GDC entry? I'm sorry, that was my complete faux pas. GDC entry at the moment, currently holding down. Disappeared from the screen. No, it hasn't. Simon Chan from Hong Kong is in position number 12 in the 101 GDC entry in the Porsche. He was the one giving room to Reid Harker. And of course, Reid Harker has been part of the EBM Giga operation before, and is currently part of the EBM Giga operation with the Earl Bamber Motorsport team. Very patriotic Kiwis. Done an awful lot of good for motorsport in this part of the world, certainly for Porsche. And great to see Earl Bamber a big part of this team. Head down to, up to, because certainly it's a big climb up to turn 4. If you've ever walked it, between turn 3 and turn 4 is quite an effort. It's uphill to turn 4. Pretty much across the crest of the hill up through 5 and 6. Then you start to drop back a little bit down to 7, 8 and 9, back up to 10 and 11. Down through 12, 13, the right hand of 14 and the 2 long straights. Turn 15 in the middle, and entry obviously to pit lane. So Jesse Crone will be doing everything he can here, a finished driver. A lot of experience in GT cars, certainly with BMW. Seen a fair bit of racing so far this year. As we go further back, as John Shen still in the Modena Motorsport Porsche. He's got Billy Porter. How about across Ben and William? No, that's not fair. We've got Ben Porter ranging up behind him. Ben's going to get an awful lot faster. Same generation of GT3 Porsche. John's making himself very wide. Ben's going to have a look down the inside, but thinks just, oh, these looked like he just lost the tail going in then. Oh, I almost thought we were going to have John Shen stepping around backwards, coming through the apex of the corner, but no, he righted it, and that may just have been a vision thing. He may have had full control of the car, but he was certainly closing the door fairly hard on Ben Porter. Ben Porter's a lap further back, of course. They've made their pit stop. John Shen yet to make his. So far as prediction on just how far they'd go on fuel, this is impressive. Tanart Sathientherical's up to over 75 minutes now on a tank. Can't be too much left in the tank. So the tyres are certainly doing the job, although to look at Afik Yazid in the number 5 Lambo. Sorry, why did I say the number 5 Lambo? It's the number 4 Lambo. You'd think differently. Yeah, Bao Jin Long's jumped into that car, so whilst I've been rabbiting on, there's been a driver change for the R&B Racing entry. Bao Jin Long, another driver with a lot of experience and race wins under his belt in a Porsche, mostly in Carrera Cup Asia, but has run other categories, certainly in China GT. May have done a stint or two in the China Endurance Championship as well. Predominantly 3-hour races in their Endurance Championship. I think this year we're heading into the 4th or 5th season of the China Endurance Championship. That will run again. That's been popular. Certainly for some of the lesser experienced drivers to get plenty of miles. They don't need to be doing 6, 8 or 10 or 12-hour, in fact, races. 3 hours is a good enough race to run 2 or 3 drivers. As we look at the number 91 entry, Tanart Sathienthericul, very talented Thai driver. Done a bit of racing, certainly at this circuit over many years, but has some good European pedigree as well. It's raced for the Craft Bamboo operation. In fact, I think memory serves alongside Darryl O'Young back in the day, and is doing a sterling job. Singer on the side, of course, the Bhirombhakdi family, heavily involved in Singer Corporation. Bhirombhakdi, a former front runner and race winner in Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup, had some cracking races here with Andrew Haryanto over the years. Haryanto defeating him for the title back in 18. Oh, here's a good gaggle of cars. This is what we want to see. John Shen, Ben Porter still can't get past him. John Shen's being very, very wide. David Chen, and who's jumped into the Benz now? The 88 car. Of course, that is Xiao Tong Liang. Got the lights flashing. He's beside David Chen. I'm surprised he's got past David Chen, because David's really been putting in some quick laps. Fastest lap of the race now, Reid Harker with a 2:08.75 last time round. Young Kiwi's really pushing on, and I'm wrong. It lit up green. What that was highlighting was his fastest lap of the race. Fastest lap of the race, Jesse Krohn, 2:08.62. So only about a 10th in it. Not all that much considering, but great to see a group of cars together. I'm not sure what's going on with Ben Porter. Maybe he's just trying to give himself a little bit of room. There's nothing to fight about right now. You don't want to get caught up in contact. Took a wide line there. Very experienced racer and driver trainer, so he knows exactly what he needs to do to finish this race. He's put Andrew McPherson in some pretty interesting positions over recent years, and I don't mean that in any other form than motorsport. They've won titles in Australian GT, or GT World Challenge Australia, I'm sorry, and also in GT World Challenge Asia. There's Liang's looking down the inside of John Chen. Does that open the door? Ben Porter's going to try and sneak through too. He's done the job. Now what can David Chen do? Avoid contact's what David Chen can do. Wait till he finds an opportunity to try and get past John Chen, who incredibly, well, 80 minutes into this race, he's no spring chicken. He's not a young man. He's done a lot of miles. He's certainly done a lot of racing in 24-hour competition. He's holding these guys completely at bay. This is absolutely staggering. Well, he's lost it now, but hey, full points. I reckon you get an award for driver of the day so far, John Chen. Absolutely 100%. That is very, very impressive. Now, he can't be far from stopping. I'm just checking as I'm saying that. They haven't stopped. No, they haven't stopped. So only 3 cars in this race haven't stopped, as now finally the race leader comes in. Position 2, Andrew Haryanto comes in. I would hazard a guess the next one in line will be Hank Kicks and John Shen. No, John's gone around again. No, John isn't there just yet. Now, where is the 216 entry? He's halfway down the back straight. So 1 and 2 are now in pit lane for their compulsory stops. There is a minimum time, and I'm sorry I didn't have the information as to exactly what that was. Car 88 must respect track limits at turn 14. To be fair to car 88, they may have been avoiding a gaggle of cars. Andrew Harrianto comes to a stop, and by the look of that race suit, well, and by the YK on the side of the helmet, I would tend to suggest that Yu Kwai is going to jump into the number 18 entry as Hank Kicks comes in. And I'd suggest by the colours on that helmet, that'd be Peter Cox. Is out, crawls Hank Kicks. He's done an impressive job too. So I'm going to give a couple of medals out for the first hour of the race. I reckon those two guys, John Shen and Hank Kicks, certainly deserve a good punch in the arm. Only so many people across the line, which is why you're not seeing too much activity just yet. I'm sure you'll get a little bit of information as the diminutive figure of Andrew Harrianto wanders in. At least he didn't fall out of the car and crawl across the line. That's a promising start. No doubt we'll see him back in the car before too much longer, but Jake will give you a bit of an update on exactly what the rules are, I'm sure, about how many people can come across the line. The 88 entry of Liang Jiatong thunders around. That beautiful sound, 6.3 litres of Mercedes AMG GT3 engine. In fact, that's wrong, I think. It's now the twin-turbo V8, isn't it? Crikey, I'm going back, showing my age now. That's AMG SLS performance. Maybe the early AMG GT3s. But certainly the 88 entry, Craft Bamboo, more than capable of winning this race. It will be very interesting to see just who manages to present themselves as contenders. 6 hours and 38 minutes from now. That's Christian Shearer or Francis Shearer. I think that's Francis getting ready to jump behind the wheel. I don't think John's finished just yet, Francis. He might just be out there for a little bit longer. Must be running on fumes. This is absolutely staggering. Look at that, 83 minutes into this race. John Shen brings the Modena Motorsport Porsche down pit lane. That is absolutely brilliant. 83 minutes of the stint. Well done, John Shen. And I'm sure your brother Wayne was riding every minute alongside you. That is great. Francis will be enjoying this opportunity to jump in the car and take over from his longtime friend. Funny feeling they work together too, but that's not something I can confirm right now. 2 cars in pit lane. One of those 2 cars, very, very sadly, is the number 90 FIS Team AAI entry as he lifts John out, and I can't blame you for that. John has done a stellar job. Still standing. That'll be a sticker on the door for Wayne Shen. Just talking about his brother who sadly passed away a number of years ago. They're a big team and had a big impact on John, and he's carried the memory of his brother everywhere he's gone ever since, and made no secret of the fact that he misses him. Of course he does. And he's limping a little, but you can't blame you. To be both hot in there, and he's done a brilliant job to get the car 83 minutes into this race. So we're still circulating. We're just watching what's going on in pit lane. This car's staggered all over, well, the second half of the circuit. One in turn 3, another at turn 9. Between those 2 positions, no one's on track as it stands right at the moment. But it shows John Shen leading. You guys need to get a screenshot of that. Modena Motorsports P1 with John Shen, 37 laps into this race. Position number 2 as it stands at the moment is Jesse Crone. And the 91 entry, Lady Betty Chen has taken over. So Johnson Chen, team boss of FIS Team AAI's daughter, is in position number 3. So they've just lost a position. So teammates have taken that away. Reid Harker effectively in position 3 once the 216 Porsche rejoins the Modena Motorsport entry with Francis Chia behind the wheel. Baojin Long, the R&B Racing Lamborghini in position number 4. And Yu Kwai for Absolute Racing, having taken over from Andrew Harrianto, is now shown in position number 6, but effectively position 5 with fresh rubber, a fresh attitude, and, well, as I say that, he's just punched out at 2:08.5, their fastest lap of the race. It's a game on. If you're with us, Jake Sansom, it's been a fairly interesting last hour. I hope you've had some rest, because the vocal cords are going to get a bit of a workout as Francis cheers tyres. His control set of Hankook rubber gets more than a workout as he leaves pit lane.
I was going to say, hasn't he only just got those tyres, and he's going to just wear them out before he's only got back out on circuit again?
Well, you wouldn't have blamed him if it was John Shen's set of tyres that had done 83 minutes, because they're going to be tacky now. They're going to be chewing gum. But yes, I don't know whether he needed to warm the tyres up quite like that, or anyway, who knows? It'll be warm inside the car. He's got a big job ahead of him, but Francis G loves his Porsche, so that'll make it very, very interesting.
It's certainly been a very interesting and dynamic opening 90 minutes of the race, hasn't it? With so many different drivers taking their turn in the top 3. A very good example of the ebb and the to and fro of GT racing as a whole, but certainly proof that this race isn't going to settle down anytime soon.
No, I fear we've got plenty to cover and plenty to talk about. The sad undoing whilst you were on your brief sabbatical was the number 90 entry. Looks like it's done. 26 laps in the books. They're now 12 laps in arrears. Doesn't look, we can't see too much at the moment. In fact, looking down pit lane when the lead teams came in, I didn't see any activity from the FIS team AAI operation, so I fear that may be the end of that car for now. But again, we've seen it before in endurance races all over the world. Teams put the car back in the garage, make some fairly major repairs, and return the car to the track. So fingers crossed we see that a little bit later on. But I'm going to go and have my breather. It's old man stop time for me. I need a pit stop. I'll leave you to it, and I'll see you in the next leg.
Thank you very much indeed, Sean Hazelwood, continuing on the great storytelling procedure of this Sepang 12-hour race. 6.5 hours to go then here in Malaysia, as we've got this great little battle dueling out on the circuit, as Ben Porter is trying to shake off the attention of Chen Wei-an in the Harmony Ferrari. So Ben Porter in the AMEC Porsche just working his craft to continue the charge forward. The Australian trying to shake off the Chinese driver as they duel over 7th position. Just skating their way through on the far side. And still some great performances from McPherson, Porter and Heimgartner. Currently running in 7th place overall, 2nd in the amateur class. It is Betty Chen who currently leads the way in the AM class, and in 3rd place overall as well in the AAI BMW. But as Sean has already pointed out, 3 cars in that operation at the start, and it looks like only 2 of them are still going to be circulating for the near future. And there is Chen, currently running in 8th position in the Ferrari, trying to close up on Porter. Drivers racing for position, not a lot to choose between them at all, but certainly the AMAC Porsche trying to run away and hide at the moment as it tries to stretch out the opportunity. And still they run on the far side of the course then. So the state of play as it is at the moment, Jesse Krohn is the race leader in the AAI BMW number 15, currently out in front of Reid Harker in the EBM Giga Racing machine to the tune of just 4 seconds. After an hour and a half, there is the AAI Motorsport BMW of Jesse Krohn, and in the background you saw Reid Harker in the number 16 EBM Giga car, keeping it nice and exciting at this middle stage of the race. There is Reid Harker. I would say the gap between them is still a good 4 seconds or so. Not much in terms of the grand scheme of things. Jesse Krohn just watching the car drift onto the curb a little bit, but still the drivers battle on. 3rd position behind them is the other AAI Motorsport car, the BMW, hoping to get both class wins, but Betty Chen is the driver in number 91, running in 3rd place. Then Bao Jinlong in the R&B Lamborghini that we saw battling for the lead earlier on in the day. Yu Kuai in the Absolute Audi, currently running in 5th position in front of the Craft Bamboo Mercedes of Yang Jiatong. Then it is the AMAC Porsche of Porter in front of the Harmony Racing Ferrari of Chen Wei-an. The Be Quick Absolute Audi of Peter Cox, lining in 9th position at the moment in front of Francis Tia in the Modena Porsche, and then in 11th is the Viper Niza Aston of Jasmine Jafar, with the FM Motorsport Silver Rocket car of Jan Saiwei, the 12th and final car on the circuit at the moment. The 13th car, which is the number 90 AAI Motorsport of Xinwei Shi, has been an absolute masterpiece to behold, both on and off the circuit. That car is looking very strong indeed. As we now look at the AAI Motorsports car, this is Betty Chen leading the way in the AM category, just 9 seconds off the lead overall. And Jesse Kroon continues to storm away here from Reid Harker. Down the back straight though, and across the line is Jesse Kroon, the Finnish driver in the AAI BMW, number 15, leading the way. There is the sole representative in the GT Cup, but it's Jan Saiwei in the FM Motorsport Silver Rocket car. We've got to give them credit. They've got to put the team together. They've got to run their strategy. They can use this almost as a dummy test session for later rounds, later in the year. And certainly the Porsche going strong for Jan Saiwei at this moment in time. Jasmine Jafar is the car up the road in the Viper Niza Aston Martin. The number 101 just continuing to circulate, and still they duel it out. But Jesse Kroon and Reid Harker, the gap between them 4.7 seconds at the line last time by. Still anybody's race to behold, and when you think there's only there's less than 5 seconds covering the top three, which is the point in a nutshell there. It really is great stuff so far here in the Sepang 12 hours, as we watch Jan Saiwei just continuing to skate on to GT Cup victory. The FM Motorsport Silver Rocket team just wanting to go the distance now. They don't have anybody to fight with in class, but this is good training for them. If they can get to the finish, they'll know that they can take on the endurance of the great opportunities that need to be discussed. But now we've got a great duel coming in. This is the Absolute Audi closing right up on the R&B Lambo. Yu Kuai versus Bao Jinlong, with a sweeper at left, down through the right-hander, up towards the Sunway Lagoon corner. A good run for the right-hander. Here comes the opportunity down the inside. This is the Absolute Audi trying to make the bid on the inside of Bao Jinlong, and through they go. So the Audi cuts through past the Lamborghini in the final bend, and that is Yu Kuai now up in a 4th position ahead of Bao Jinlong in the R&B Lamborghini, and that duel is not quite finished yet between the 5 cars up front, but certainly that change for position really does give the Absolute Audi program a little bit more impetus heading into the next phase of the race. It's a really strong run now for the team as they run in 4th position ahead of Bao Jinlong. So working their way through up towards Langkawi Curve. Jesse Kroon and Reid Harker still having a very solid run of it. As you can see, the 4th and 5th position drivers are the ones that have lost positions since their original starting point. The Absolute Audi started in 1st position and has fallen to 4th. 5th in the grid that day. It should have been your mother. Fantastic job of working this young man into a lather through his teens and spurring him on to a good charge forward. As you can see, Bao Jinlong, 5th position in the Lamborghini. Not quite done yet, and in the background that looks to me like the Craft Bamboo Mercedes of Yang Jiatong, and it is. So Bao Jinlong has got to try and shake off Yang Jingtong, who has brought the Craft Bamboo number 88 into the fray here in 6th position. This isn't over yet. Through they come. This is the number 4. Bao Jinlong still working hard here in 5th position, trying to escape well clear of Yang Jiatong in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. But the Absolute Racing Audi, now that Yu Kuai has got through into fourth position, he really has been able to stretch out a little bit of an advantage. And it isn't going to be too long before Betty Chen is going to have her mirrors full of Audi. Then this is the age-old question between the four German GT manufacturers in racing at this level that I've certainly been witnessing, and you've probably been witnessing as well in various different categories. You have your Mercedes-Benz, your BMW, your Audi, and your Porsche. Obviously, when those three or four drivers meet together off the circuit to discuss the safety aspect of the sport, it's obviously going to bring quite a few things out of the woodwork. But there is Yang Jiatong in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes, trying to eat into the advantage here of Bao Jinlong in the R&B Lamborghini, and it is working quite dramatically. The Mercedes is really starting to make an impact here and go for the get up and go. Fastest car on the circuit, though, is Yu Kuai in the Audi the last time round in the 2-minute 8s. Everybody else is either in 2.9s or 2.10s. So still quite a bit to do, but having been released now, the Absolute Audi has a chance to close up on Betty Chen in third position, who is the current leader, of course, in the GT3 AM category. But would dearly love a podium overall if one is available. And there is the Yang Jiatong. Mercedes from Craft Bamboo, stepping up the attack and going up the climb out of Bejiao Chunmun corner, and then heading up towards Kenye Lake. Sweeping through this fast left-hand section, this is where we saw the one or two mistakes that we saw in qualifying around this section of the course. A little bit further back, this is the Ferrari. Trying to get back into contention. The Harmony Racing Ferrari now right up with the AMAC Motorsport Porsche of Ben Porter. Comes up to the left-hander, flies through. This is going to be a fascinating duel for position now. It's the Porsche versus the Ferrari. It's the age-old contest, isn't it, in sports car racing? The battle, the duel that's been there since the 1960s in various different categories, and these two manufacturers have been at each other's throats. Now, car 15, that's the race leader, Jesse Kroon, must respect track limits at turn 14, and this is his first warning, so he's not going to get any penalties for that. But proof that even the race leader is feeling the tension and feeling the heat of the occasion as he tries to stretch away from the rest of the field and tries to open up the gaggle. Now, behind the Ferrari, that is the Be-Quick Absolute Audi. That is Peter Cox, man who has done so much over his racing career thus far. Peter Cox, who has done pretty much everything. Oh, and that's a slowing Viper Niza. That's a slowing Aston Martin. Yasemin Jafar going slowly. And that is not good news for the Aston Martin. That was already down to 11th position anyway. But Yasemin Jafar, that is not good news. You do not go that slowly in a race unless there is a massive mechanical problem. And looking at the interior workings of the Aston Martin Vantage, this is going to be a very slow recovery back to the pits indeed. They can still travel. They'll obviously have the support of the front knee bags, and Abu Dhabi's scared of working her way around the course. But the Aston Martin's slow, and this is never a good sign. Once you are a good hour and a half into a race, there is nothing, very little he can do that would recommend. But that's really bad news indeed for Aston Martin, isn't it? And Yasemin Jafar, the car just cruising back to the pits. Yasemin Jafar hoping that he can get the car back before it conks out for good, because that will really cause problems for the team. It does appear to be as though it's in sleep mode. And some cars, when they get to that point, they have a sort of defense mechanism on the brakes to stop the car rolling away. Now, hang on, is that Peter Cox having got through past Chen Weian? I think it is. So Peter Cox in the Audi has already got past the Ferrari and is now taking on the Porsche of Ben Porter. So Ben Porter versus Peter Cox is about to get underway. This is where Peter Cox is a real secret weapon to try and make up for some of the time lost early ground. That's why the team have really gone for him, because he's so good at these pictures. And up the inside, there's the move. Peter Cox has been working his magic on the back of Ben Porter in the AMAC Porsche. But Peter Cox now gets his moment. I think Ben Porter's going to try and come back at him once again. But the writing well and truly on the wall as the absolute Audi continues to move forward. And I'm afraid that the Viper Niza Aston has now stopped at turn 10. Jasmine Jafar did his best to bring the car back to the pits, but I'm afraid he was just 5 corners short of home. That's the problem with this circuit having so many different changes in elevation and camber. Jasmine Jafar coped with the relatively downhill section, the first couple of sectors of the lap, quite admirably. But there's the confirmation. Car stopped at turn 10 and it's number 65. It is Jasmine Jafar in the Super Niza Aston Martin. And there is the Aston Martin that is stationary out on track. Now that could be a full course yellow. It could just be an isolated yellow flag. The officials have to be very careful what they do next here, because it could change the outcome of everything. Meanwhile, Peter Cox just doing what he does best, and it's full course yellow. Full course yellow in short notice. We are about to go full course yellow. That car has stopped out on the circuit up at turn number 10. So it looks to me we are going to go full course yellow for the last race of the season in each of the 3 separate disciplines. It's going to be a very interesting week and a half while the drivers get to grips with the situation that's laid before them. But Peter Cox has worked his way forward now to 7th place. Then got past the Harmony Ferrari, past the AMAC Porsche. His next target, the R&B Lamborghini of Bao Jinlong. Now the car 65 that stopped at turn 9 has actually continued now, we're told. So it looks as though there's been a bit of a reset. There is the Aston Martin on the move and scampering back to the pits. So actually we have averted the need for a yellow flag. No full course yellows yet. But obviously the team, having restarted the Aston Martin, and they're signalling to Jasmine Jafar. Now, is this going to be a pit stop, or is this going to be straight into the garage? Let's have a look at what the issue is. But initially, Jasmine Jafar stops in the team's work bay. But as Jasmine Jafar gets out of the car, I just wonder what it was that caused the car to stop. I mean, dare you say anything as mundane and as Bluetooth in that one as a little bit of sugar making the medicine go down to a certain extent. Now, Reid Harker has now been given his first warning for track limits at turn 14. So both Jesse Krohn and Reid Harker, who are dueling for the lead of the race technically for AAI and EBM Giga, those two have both been given their first warnings for temperate positions. So there is the Aston Martin crew for Viper Niza Racing, as Jasmine Jafar will get out of the car and he will hand over. So we're waiting to see if the Aston Martin is going to go out again. They weren't quite prepared for the right rear tyre in the pit stop though, were they? So they're just double checking to see if everything's going to go according to plan. Just a slight touch up of the windshield. And the Viper Niza Aston Martin should be ready to get going again. But this is the problem. You need a well-oiled and slick operation to get the most of these opportunities. And now, having been given the signal, Number 65 has just got to wait for those last few seconds before the Viper Nisa racing car is sent back out onto the circuit on its way. There you go. Number 65 ventures out then onto the course once more. A stoppage out on circuit. But they have managed to get the car back again. Hopefully just an isolated incident then for the Viper Nisa racing car. Now, we saw Jasmine Jafar get out of the car, so I want to know who the driver is behind the wheel now. But we'll figure that out before too long, as of course the drivers are gearing up to first driver change. 3 drivers per car, 8 hours of racing in total for the race itself. Obviously, the definite need for all 3 drivers to have a turn at the wheel. There is the 26. That is the Be Quick Absolute car of Peter Cox. Nobody talked to him. This is when he goes into channel the energy and go for the focus. There you go. There's the confirmation that Reid Harker must respect track limits at turn 14, and that's his first warning for doing so. But he's in exactly the same boat, because he's been warned about that excessively by AAI Motorsport as well over the past year and a half. So there is the Absolute Audi. This is Yu Kuai trying to close down on Betty Chen, who leads the Cup category. Not the Cup category, my apologies, the GT3 AM category, I should say. But still, they battle on. A good run so far from Haryanto, Yu and Winkelhock. Not bad for a team that's got essentially a journeyman racer, an established talent, and the man who led the European Grand Prix in 2007 for about a lap and a half. Up the top of the crest, look at the push that's coming in now from Yu Kuai, closing in on Betty Chen for what is 3rd overall. And once he's through past Betty Chen, there's not actually that much room. There's not a huge amount of left work to do. The Audi's still going strong here to try and close in on Betty Chen. Betty Chen will never have wanted to win a class in GT racing more than she does right now, having had a perfectly satisfactory run. But obviously, being here at the side of the track, it has made the racing very complex, very difficult for more than one crew out there. This hasn't been easy at all. And still, the Russells raise. Still, people have forgotten on taxi rides and whatever as they go around the course, just trying to keep themselves up to date. You've got spotters around the course here as well. There'll be members of the team who are watching the cars at various points around the course, so that they can be of assistance to the team and advise them as to what to do in terms of setup now. Here comes Yu Kuai. He needed to, because I think the car behind them, that is the Cup car actually of, that's the number 101 of Jansai Wei. So here is the opportunity, trying to dive in up the inside, as Betty Chen does not want to give up 3rd overall. It's a class win, but she doesn't want to give up 3rd overall either. So it's an interesting situation and a tough battle. But here comes Yu Kuai. Yu Kuai in the Absolute Audi now trying to make his bid as we watch Jansai Wei in the F Motorsport car just tootling along, currently in the 11th position ahead of the Viper Nisa Aston Martin of Yasmin Jafar, who I think is still behind the wheel according to that graphic. He got out of the car, I just didn't see him get back into it again. So sweeping through the S's at Genting curves, and there is the number 17, I think it is. No, my apologies, the number 16, Reid Harker. Still working hard here in P2, in behind the EBM Giga Racing team. So many drivers have ploughed their furrow in this particular race team and still make good use of things. They're diving into the braking zone now. There is Reid Harker. Kiwi was just 4.2 seconds back at the last split. And even though he may not quite have the pace in Sector 1, he definitely has the pace in Sectors 2 and 3. Starting to close up now. Meanwhile, we still have the Absolute Racing Audi ahead of Betty Chen. A light battle to come between these two, because you do get the sense that there's a couple of drivers there behind the wheel who wanted to finish higher than this anyway. As the EBM GGA man has given us Brixton. So through on the far side, that is the Audi, continuing its charge up front. Still the battle rages. Down at the braking zone comes Yu Kuai, having taken third position away now from Betty Chen overall, but still the class lead for Betty Chen in fourth position. Now there is Peter Cox, who has been told that he's got to respect track limits at turn 8, and there he is running ragged on the loose stuff again there through the curves as well. Now he's doing exactly what he's been booked to do, which is to get in the car and push like crazy to try and close up on the cars in front. The Be Quick Absolute car dropping to 7th in the first stint, with a bit of work to do to catch up to Bao Jinlong. Once you catch Bao Jinlong, you've also got Yang Jiatong not far away, Betty Chen, then Yu Kuai, and then straight into first office. So still this duel continues, with the Absolute Audi having worked its way back into third position. Yu Kuai steadily making progress and continuing to bring that car further forward. Just in front now of Betty Chen, leading the Pro-Am category. And still with such a long way to go in this race, you really do get the sense of expectation and excitement at this next phase. This is where driver changes are going to really start to become prominent. But you can see there that Betty Chen, having settled into the rhythm out in front, there are going to be some drivers that will literally do the hour-and-a-half in pit, or the 2 hours in pit, and then it'll be straightforward after that as to who gets the final stint, with one driver getting almost double the run time of another. But I thought there needed to be a bit more of a symbiotic relationship within a team garage than that. So expect a bit more interesting choices of strategy, let's put it that way. Sort of the dynamic in the battle between cars is definitely going to give us something to discuss. Out of the turn and back down the straight again. Absolute Racing's Yu Kuai, the Chinese driver, trying to hunt down Jesse Krun and Reid Harker. Here in Malaysia, it's definitely now the Absolute Audi that's starting to creep into contention. Just to give you an idea in terms of lap time, Jesse Krun just did a 2:11.1. Reid Harker just did a 2:11.1. And the Absolute Racing car of Yu Kuai crosses the line, having just done a lap in 2 minutes 9.6. The second difference is absolutely huge. It's 1.5 seconds. But it's quite astonishing. Before I'm 36 years of age and still really enjoying these guys similar to my age. Bantering around the circuit gives people like me hope that one day maybe we'll be doing the same thing. But certainly in the case of this particular car, Chen, Klingman and Krun, things couldn't really be going any better than they currently are. Somebody has to lead the race, and certainly their calmness, their consistency, their measured tone of approach has kept them in that top 3, and rightly so. The gap is obviously shrinking little by little, because Reid Harker is actually a faster driver in the second split and the third split on the last lap. In terms of his sector times, still catching big time. So Jesse Krun in the AI Motorsport BMW in the lead of the race has just done a 2 minute 11.1. In the tail end of the race, can we have so climbing up the hill once again, and still putting on an excellent display. The Sepang 12 Hours continuing in earnest. This is the car running in second position with new boy Nazim Azman. Reid Harker doing... Oh, has Reid Harker got an issue there with the right front? That looked like a lot of wobble on the front right of the car there. Well, anyway, into the pits comes the Amac Porsche. As Ben Porter finally gets out of the car, I think, and will hand over to his stablemate. It just looked to me there as if the EBM Giga Racing car in second position is nursing a bit of an issue with the right front wheel. It's almost as if they can't quite get turned in properly enough, or the race identification isn't going well, whatever it might be. Need to go investigate. But certainly Jesse Krohn and Reid Harker, your leading pair, and then Yu Kwai, third position. The gap between all three cars is just 13.5 seconds. There's still everything to play for, and we've seen how cruel the fate can be from one lap to the next. The car is working fine, and in the second, it's in the doldrums with absolutely no monos. So we're just waiting to see when the AMAC Porsche leaves the pits. There it goes. And that's going to put them around the Modena car as they head back out onto the circuit. But Modena was the big difference. Out onto the circuit then comes the AMAC Porsche with Andre Heimgartner now at the wheel. This is what I was pointing out. A lot of the driver changes will be taking place on this occasion. So through comes the Absolute Audi. Running in third place, this is Yu Kwai. The car I really want to focus in on, though, is the EBM Giga Racing car up the road of Reid Harker, because it looks to me as though that car might have some difficulties developing. Down the back straight then comes Yu Kwai in the Absolute Racing Audi, trying to fend back into position. Currently in the podium places, they drop back early doors. Into turn one then goes the AAI Motorsport. This is Betty Chen doing a fine job in the lead of the class. So impressed with her so far in this race. Just continuing to plug away, having yet to hand over to Piti Bhirombhakdi, but having taken over admirably from Tanal Sathan-Thirakul. Really is guiding this car around in fine stead. Fourth position compared to the nearest challenger, the Modena Motorsports crew of Francis Jar, down in ninth position. This is a big, strong statement from Betty Chen, running in fourth position overall, and the team obviously leading in their class. There's so much to talk about, so much to unpick. But a really good effort from Betty Chen nonetheless. Great to see her really putting on a good display here. So there is the bamboo. There's the craft bamboo of Jiatong Li, Liang Jiatong, I should say, who's currently trying to close in on Betty Chen. That's going to be the next opposition for the Lamborghini in captivity, I should say. I keep calling it captivity. We've got a few wild cars out there on the course, and the drivers certainly looking like they need to be tamed in various points. We are about to get to 1/4 distance of the way through this race, a very significant chapter in the race for many, because they're really going to start to figure out where it is in the race they're aiming to be, where it is they can be. All these questions, all these conundrums start to make a little bit more representative sense. And it's a flash of lights from the Mercedes. Is that going to be an entry into the pit lane? No. Not entirely sure what the flash of lights was for then, because there's a car in front. That is the AAI Motorsports BMW, but quite a significant way in front of the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. Now this is a replay of the Ferrari going wheel to wheel with Peter Cox. This is Chen Weian. Did they go all the way around the outside and then get the switcheroo cut back on Peter Cox in the Audi? Certainly tried to. Meanwhile, further round, that's a move and a half, isn't it? Round the outside of the FM Motorsport Silver Rocket Porsche. And that's EBM Giga car of Reid Harker being caught, and up to the inside. It's a big dive on the Absolute Audi. The highlights of the Sepang 12 hours so far. Check this out, wheel-to-wheel stuff between the EBM Giga car and the Absolute Audi. Just a slight nudge on the left, on the right rear quarter. Some great wheel-to-wheel duels. That's the beauty of this race. We've not got many cars in it, but the quality has just been exemplary. And there, just a short while ago, smooth diving up the inside there. Yukwai on the inside of the R&B Lamborghini of Bao Jinlong. These cars now settling into a fine rhythm here at Sepang for this 12-hour classic, which has been resuscitated and reborn for the 2023 season. Jake Sanson and Sean Hesselwood with you all the way through the coverage of this great event, and it is turning into a really great event. Peter Cox battling away with the AMAC Porsche. Once he got behind the wheel, he's just been carving his way through the field fairly rapidly, actually, picking them off one at a time. Meanwhile, that was a little bit too close for comfort as far as the crew at Absolute Audi were concerned. But they've always been trying to push their way further forward. That's third position so far for Yukwai in the Absolute Audi. So with just a little under 6 hours to go, it is the AAI BMW battling away in the lead of the race with Jesse Kroon at the wheel. Reid Harker is only a second back, and that's where I'd really like to be looking, because those two cars having a terrific duel for the lead of the race. There is the R&B Lamborghini, I do believe. This is the number 4 of Bao Jinlong. Going through the first hairpin, it is indeed Bao Jinlong, with Ye Hong Lee and Alec Yazid, also the drivers in that race, in that particular car. Alec Yazid did a fantastic job at the start. Really got himself into a prominent position and has been making steady and consistent moves throughout the race. Never anything too untoward or kamikaze or questionable or whatever you might want to call it. So, Bao Jinlong, car number 4, 6th overall, 5th in class. Still every chance of a podium the way this race has got to continue. So still the duel very much in its infancy around the course here in Malaysia. We got to see a couple of very interesting happenings out there on the course. Some good overtakes. I'm sure we've already seen a couple of them. Good run so far from the number 4 of Bao Jinlong in the R&B Lamborghini, having taken over from Akiz Yazid. And still the jail not far away, only about 2 streets in your rear. So still Bao Jinlong trying to get the Lamborghini of R&B Racing back into consistency. They've always been tried when the invitation has fell flat on deaf ears. Track limits. Second warning for Reid Harker. That is the man in second place trying to close up on Jesse Kroon. So again, that shows you not only how Jesse Kroon is under intense pressure, but also that the future is safe with the young generation. They're going to have a great race of it today. But still, Bao Jinlong, 6th position in the R&B Lamborghini, just chipping away at this minute by minute, trying to close up a little bit now on Liang Jiatong in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. It's actually going to be touch and go as to which crew comes out in front of the other once the musical chairs of motorsport stop ringing out in the ears of everybody. Certainly a fascinating insight into what happens in Chinese culture. They get a little bit of a band out of it. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, that is the Ferrari, about to be shaken off by the resurgent Dominic Ang. who's got behind the wheel of the Viper Niza Aston. They've got time to make up, but the Harmony Ferrari is about to get a rude awakening here. Chen Weian is going to have to accept the fact that Dominic Ang, former double winner of this event, don't forget, trying to charge his way back into contention. No resistance put up in the end by the Ferrari team. Always an absolute pleasure for R&B. On the far side of the course then. And still the battles rage as Betty Chen, I believe, has come into the pits in the AAI Motorsport BMW. Indeed she has, from the lead of the AM category. So she is now in pit road. She's done an admirable job in this stint of keeping the fortunes of the AAI 91 crew favourable. Still a long way to go here in Sepang. The Ferrari looks like it's actually losing a little bit of early initial velocity. It's as though that car is bogging down a little bit in the exit of slower corners. That could be a dump of anywhere between 2 and 3 tenths of a second, but it affects the whole car. It affects the fact that we're in it. The water changes temperature because we're in it. How far in miles is the venue? All these incredible questions start to battle away in the mindset of the race driver as they get distracted by other things. They start talking about the interesting and unique challenge of Ireland. Now it's a battle still raging on. Come through. Now that is the Porsche coming through out of the final turn. That is the Porsche, I believe, at Modena. As into the pits comes the FM Motorsport rocket car, the Silver Rocket, Chansai Wei, going into the pits to join Betty Chen as we watch the Modena car. Now, let's go back down into the pits and you'll see the leading crew in the AM category, the AAI Motorsport number 91. BMW is in pit road, having been guided in there by Betty Chen. She has done a phenomenal job, in my opinion, keeping the car up in the top 5 and keeping it fairly close to the cars in front. It's still a fascinating duel and a great run for positions continuing on here. But Reid Harker has got into the lead. I didn't see where that actually happened, but now the lead has swapped and the EBM Giga Racing team have got through past the AAI BMW of Jesse Kroon. So there is the battle on track, the closest battle on track that we have at the moment. And that is the Absolute Audi closing in on the R&B Lamborghini of Bao Jinlong. Peter Cox has really hammered home the advantage as AAI Motorsport have made their pit stop. And it's now Piti Bidambakti who has got into the car. All 3 drivers then have taken their turn in AAI BMW number 91. Interesting come through. This is a great little duel that's cooking up here. R&B Racing battling away to try and shake off the Be Quick Absolute Audi of Peter Cox. Peter Cox, who has been there and done it all in racing. Worked his way through the junior ladder. Peter Cox, who's had so much success over the years. He's one of the most exciting of the drivers taking part in this particular race, and certainly one of the most recognisable of all of the names of the drivers here. He won the Sepang 12 Hours in class back in 2016. He was the ADAC GT Masters champion in 2010, and he won the Spa 24 Hours all the way back in 1995. Look at him hustling Bao Jinlong, trying to force the Lamborghini driver into making a mistake. He doesn't want to ruffle feathers when he gets through. He just wants it to be the easiest overtaking move in history. So puts Bao Jinlong under some pressure. That was intense, is what that was. Really exciting run. And still Peter Cox is all over the back. He's got a better run of acceleration as Bao Jinlong now has to respect the track limits at turn 6. You can see that car getting as wide as a Buick. Francis Jaya must also respect the track limits to avoid a turn at the Fedung. They're down the straight. This battle doesn't appear to be over yet. Peter Cox still all over the back of Bao Jinlong. Goes deep into the braking zone with the opening hairpin at Bangkok Lout chicane. Still sweeping to try and get through, trying to dive in for the inside line. No chance. Bao Jinlong was ready for that. No cheap overtakes today as far as they're concerned. You're going to make the overtake, you better do it properly, as Chen Weian has come into the pits in the Harmony Ferrari. And look, Bao Jinlong has been instructed he has to respect the track limits at turn 6. That's the first warning. Bit of a run wide there from Bao Jinlong. Has to move across to the middle of the circuit to stop Peter Cox from getting through. And Jesse Krohn now has to respect the track limits at turn 6. That's the second warning for the BMW mishap. Excellent battle continues. Here they go again. You can see, look, once more, Bao Jinlong just moves the car over to the middle of the circuit. He doesn't hug the inside, doesn't hug the outside. Just places the car in the middle of the road so that it doesn't matter where Peter Cox finds the power. He's going to be able to hold on to it, but this time he's done it too much. And that's perfect for Peter Cox. He just drives around the outside of Bao Jinlong and takes the lead in that battle. Beautifully done by Peter Cox. Just read the situation masterfully. 5th position is now where the car resides. Meanwhile, AAI Motorsport have now brought the 3rd car into the pits. And Jesse Krohn is now pit lane bound. So with Jesse Krohn having dropped to 3rd position, temporarily, of course, although that is for your mark. And they made it. The way it continues, the way the battle moves on, we can see just how intense it is further back as well. This is the duel going on between the BMW and the Mercedes. This is Jesse Krohn versus the Yang Jiatong. So Jesse Krohn, and they haven't come into the pits. It just looks as though Jesse Krohn has had a very tricky couple of laps trying to keep the car on the straight and narrow, so the BMW has actually fallen back. So a really exciting run. But Jesse Krohn and the AAI Motorsport BMW team, Jesse Krohn actually struggling. They haven't made a pit stop. I thought they had. We can see, look, Jesse Krohn, I think maybe they're just burning the tyres a little bit too quickly. As Reid Harker has got through into the lead, the Absolute Racing Audi has got through to 2nd place. That battle is not far away from heightening up. This is Piti Bhirombhakti trying to shake off their nearest challenger. Piti Bhirombhakti is now 2nd position in the AAI Motorsports AM category, having allowed Francis Jia to come through. Francis Jia, of course, has not made the requisite pit stop to even up the score. Now, this is the Audi of Peter Cox, having lapped the FM Motorsports Silver Rocket of Shanthong. As they come through on the far side, Peter Cox and the Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi, still with plenty of time to get back into it. It's the Craft Bamboo AMG that's up the road from them in 4th position. So Yang Jiatong, so that's a very good race of it. Go through down the back straight once again. Great battles everywhere you look. Reid Harker currently leads the way for the EBM Giga Racing team. Yu Kuai has moved up into second position. 5.8 seconds is the deficit. But Jesse Krohn and the AAI Motorsport BMW are dropping about 3 seconds a lap at the moment, as Liang Jiatong is going to get that gap down quite quickly. 2:10.8 for the Absolute Racing Audi, 2:11.9 for the EBM Giga Racing car that leads the way, and a 2:14 consistently for Jesse Krohn, as he just pushed the car as far as it can go in these current conditions. Andre Heimgartner must respect the track limits at turn 14, the number 51 car of AMAC Porsche getting its first warning in the hands of Andre Heimgartner. But the Kiwi obviously wanting to go out there and stretch his legs. So what is the situation for the AAI Motorsport team? What is it that Jesse Krohn is not managing to find in the car that's dropping him back in terms of raw pace? Because that car has definitely seen better days as far as the raw one-lap pace of the car is concerned. They haven't really been able to find as strong a balance as they would like. So it's definitely going to be an interesting challenge for them all as they continue to make progress in this one. The Sepang 12 hours continues with 5 hours and 44 remaining in this GT race of attrition and big challenge. There is Sean Dong in the FM Motorsport Silver Rocket, the 12th car in this 13-car race. Unfortunately, the AAI Motorsport car number 90, driven at the last count by Shishi Wei, is not going to go any further, I'm afraid. It certainly doesn't look as though it will at this time. And there is the Yang Jiatong, 4th position for the Craft Bamboo team. The gap was about half a minute, but it is steadily coming down. The gap's now down to 21.5 seconds. Peter Cox is going over 2 seconds a lap faster than the Craft Bamboo. So Peter Cox in the Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi is catching up with everybody in the top 4. But there across the line, that is the 91. This is Pitti Biramakti trying to close up on the Modena Porsche of Francis Jaya. Francis Jaya technically leading the race in the AM category, although he has not made requisite pit stop to even up things a little bit. But Pitti Biramakti, the tyre driver, definitely watching the bonds of a terrific and very talented young American if he wants it. Well, there is the AMAC Porsche. Andre Heimgartner at the wheel, and of course he now must respect the track limits at turn 14. He's already had his first warning of that particular incident. And we've seen a couple of drivers struggling to remain within track limits. It's not easy once you find yourself having to fight the front end of the car on turn-in, having to fight the back end on weight transfer through each corner. The elevation changes and the core air temperature and the humidity are definitely going to be a challenge that a lot of these teams were not able to anticipate quite so easily. They've done a lot of practice going into this weekend, but certainly none of them have done the post-battle with 3 or 4 other drivers where there's a chance to potentially pick up some pace on raw carrots towards the end. There's the Ferrari out in front of the Porsche. So this is the Harmony Racing Ferrari of Wu Ruwa that is obviously now trying to make up for lost time. Andre Heimgartner in the AMAC Porsche is actually behind them, which is very indicative of how tough it's been for the Harmony Ferrari team, because that's the AMAC Motorsport of Andre Heimgartner running in 9th, and the car in front of him is the car running in 10th. So for Andre Heimgartner, the Kiwi can be very satisfied knowing that if he manages to get past that Ferrari pretty quickly, he will be a lap ahead of his nearest opposition. Pretty solid position to be in, and you can see how hungry Andre Heimgartner is to get the job done, so he can just disappear away from Pitti Biramakti. Not just yet. Big late braking into the hairpin for Andre Heimgartner. Trying to close in. Still the duels rage on, but the AMAC Porsche is about to lap the Harmony Ferrari. These cars are 9th and 10th. Now, that looks like a driver change imminent there in the Porsche. It looks to me as though there's going to be an opportunity for young Asman to get his run. This is his first GT race, don't forget. This is a nice situation for him to be in. Right, Reid Harker must respect track limits at turn 8, and that is the 3rd warning. Flirting with disaster, the EBM Giga Racing team, they are. They can't afford to lose any more time because they don't have a massive amount of distance over the absolute Audi of Uquai. It's 3.8 seconds, and they're currently losing about a second per lap to that particular car. So things are about to get spicy at this point of the race by the look of things, as we watch Piti Bhirombhakdi in the AAI BMW running in 2nd place in the AM category, trying to chase down Francis Jar in the Modena Porsche. The BMWs are running fairly close proximity to each other now. Jesse Krohn still looking at 3rd. And Piti Bhirombhakdi likewise. So into the pits now. We have... Now, who is that in pit lane? That is Reid Harker, the race leader. Jesse Krohn looks like he's going to come into the pits as well, and that's fairly overdue as far as Jesse Krohn is concerned. Into the EBM Giga Racing car, replacing Reid Harker, comes Nazim Asman, the Malaysian single-seater star, now hoping to get his first proper taste of the Sepang 12 hours. He's done the qualifying, he's done the practice session, but this is where he really gets to shine. And as the shadows get longer over the Sepang International Circuit, and the dusk is coming in thick and fast, you can see there the AAI Motorsport car as well of Jesse Krohn. So Krohn is going to get into that car, and this all allows the Absolute Racing out to stretch out in front for Uquai. The pit stop crew going to work here on the EBM Giga Racing car. Reid Harker having now given over the car to Nazim Asman. I'll be fascinated to see what the Malaysian can do. Is he going to be able to stay at similar sort of pace to what we saw in Valencia? So the pit stop race going on down there in the Sepang pit lane. I wonder how long it's going to be before Liang Jiatong manages to come through into 2nd position in the Craft Bamboo. There was a sizable gap between the two competitors as they came through. Now, it looks as though there's been some adjustments made to the number 88 down there in the pits. I should say, actually, the number 15. So Jesse Krohn is going to leave the pits after Nazim Asman, who takes over the EBM Giga Racing car that briefly led. But there goes the Absolute Audi past the pits, and they have been lapped. But let's not panic, because Uquai in the Absolute Audi also needs to make a pit stop. Also needs to pit in for tyres. Also. There's still time to turn things around. We're still in the middle of a ridiculous away. So the Absolute Racing Audi of Uquai has now managed to work his way back into the leaders. Out onto the circuit goes Jens Klingmann in the AAI BMW number 15. Well, we should see some really feisty lap times coming in from Jens Klingmann now, as the competitors work their way further forward. But this is probably a good opportunity to look through the order of the field at this point. Uquai, driving the Absolute Racing Audi, is currently a race leader, but the gap between himself and Liang Jiatong is currently at 39 seconds. Craft Bamboo in 2nd position. Only a couple of seconds ahead of the Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi now of Peter Cox, the Dutchman, who is definitely making big strides. Then in 4th position, the R&B Lamborghini of Bao Jinlong, in front of the EBM Giga Racing machine of Nazim Asman, and the AAI Motorsports car of Jens Klingmann is going to need through they come. And still the time ticks on. 5.5 hours to go here in Sepang. Jake Sanson and Sean Hesselwood taking you through the action all the way through this fabulous encounter, the first Sepang 12 hours since 2016. And it has been changing quite a lot. Several teams have had their turn at the lead, and speaking of several turns, this is for second place now, as Peter Cox has caught and closed in on Liang Jiatong in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. He would dearly love to make it a 1-2 for the team. He's just taking his time. He's in video game mood as he tries to get alongside Liang Jiatong to move up past the Mercedes up front. And then there was a black and white flag for Liang Jiatong. Black and white flag for abusing track limits of turns 6 and 14. It's got to be in response to the car behind, trying to get their way through up to the first corner. Now here comes the dive up the inside from Peter Cox. He has to think about it. He wants to intimidate Liang Jiatong into making the mistake. So far it doesn't come, but a black and white flag has already come for Liang Jiatong in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes for abusing track limits at both turns 6 and 14. Now, watch Peter Cox. Is he going to go left? Is he going to go right? He will dive for the inside line. He doesn't commit to the move. In fact, if anything, he bails out of it quite early. Allows Liang Jiatong to get ahead again. But now the chances creep again. Peter Cox cannot get through past Liang Jiatong in the Craft Bamboo AMG car. Still, they battle away for position. Second place is up for grabs between these two cars. The R&B Lamborghini of Bao Jinlong. Fourth position ahead of the Modena Porsche of Francis Jaya. And the EDM Giga Racing car of Nazim Azman ahead of the second place car in the AM category, the AAI BMW of Piti Bhirombhakdi. Ahead of the former GT car, NDSC Motorsport. Still these two cars duel away for position. Watch Peter Cox. He has read every situation there is to read. He knows the book, he knows the score. He knows that just by throwing things into the rearview mirror of Liang Jiatong, a mistake could well come. Here's the chance for Peter Cox to get a better run off the hairpin. Liang Jiatong able to shut that move down before it even gets started, really. So many great comeback drives in this last hour. Many competitors that we thought were actually slowing to retire. There's the move. Took him long enough, Peter Cox. He had to read the situation quite nicely. But Liang Jiatong has been trying every trick in the book to keep him at bay, but now he's got the slipstream for the next hairpin. So Liang Jiatong now going to draw level. And so they switch positions again, but Peter Cox reads it smartly, lets him go, lets him overshoot, cuts back, and then cuts back again. And they're going to be very careful not to hit each other. Goodness me. Now Liang Jiatong's got to run. He's going to go the long way. Peter Cox is going to place the Absolute Audi there on the far side. He's going to go later on the brakes. He'll draw a little bit level. I think Peter Cox may have got the job done once and for all. Oh, and there's a spinner. It's the Harmony Ferrari that has spun at turn 14 and kept going. But as a result of the unsettling of that particular moment, Liang Jiatong in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes is now dropping back behind the FM Motorsport Silver Rocket of Shantung. He'll get back past him fairly quickly. That just shows you how tough it's been in the mix and in the battle. Wowee! Great racing. And now the Absolute Audis are up to first and second places. What a sensational run and a great battle as it continues. And Sean Hesselwood has rejoined me at the perfect moment. Peter Cox is in attack mode.
It's looking good, isn't it? What have I missed in the last hour? This has got very interesting. I'm pleased to see that we've still got the full quota of cars, less one, of course, with the number 90 entry still in pit lane. But it's gotten very interesting over the last hour. What have we seen?
Well, the AAI Motorsport car has come into the pits from its lead. We're still waiting to see when the Absolute Audis come through, but it's been an amazing comeback charge from Peter Cox, who has essentially done the job he was paid to do, charged his way forward, This is a great little battle going on. Shandong doesn't want to be lapped by the Mercedes of Yang Jiatong. Yang Jiatong in the Craft Bamboo is losing time hand over fist as the R&B Lamborghini is only 24 seconds back from this. So this is getting a little bit irritating for Yang Jiatong, and he's going to burn out his tyres in all of this. We did have the AAI Motorsport cars leading the way in both categories, but they've made earlier pit stops than their counterparts. So we're still waiting for the Modena Porsche, driven by Francis Jaya, to come in for their pit stop. And Jens Klingmann actually pitted quite early. And I'm not entirely sure why they've fallen quite so far back to 8th position. I'm not entirely sure what the news is on that one, but the Yang Jiatong certainly comes into the pits from 3rd position, and that was long overdue, I think. So it's going to be interesting to see where they filter back in. They should filter in around the same sort of place as the AAI Motorsport BMW. Jens Klingmann is definitely on the comeback charge, as we've now got 5.5 to go. Sean, all yours.
Thank you, mate. Go and get some well-earned rest. It's going to be interesting to see how this one plays out. It'll be interesting to see what strategy the teams play too, as to which drivers they're going to put in what sequence. I mean, we're only, 5.5 hours to go, so 2.5 hours into this race, is to see whether, I'm sure whether that's Sandy Stuvic's helmet or not. I don't think it is. I think that could be Jeffrey. No, it's likely to be Sandy Stuvic jumping behind the wheel of the 88. So this will start punching out some very, very quick laps. So that'll keep the 88 well and truly in this equation. Yang Jiatong has done his best. Certainly came under fire from Peter Cox, kept the team towards the front of the field. That's great news, keeps them well and truly in the fight. Of course, Craft Bamboo know this level of competition backwards. They've done a lot of great endurance racing over the years. And whether it's the likes of Jeffrey Lee or Daryl O'Young or Frank Yu or any number of drivers who have driven for that stable over more than a decade in Asia, they are well versed in how to make this car maximise its performance, and this team maximise its performance. That's the R&B Racing Lamborghini. No fin on the rear of that, so it is most certainly not a Super Trofeo. It's a Huracan GT3. It's an Evo 1. It's not updated to Evo 2 spec yet. They're not out all over the world just yet. First ones ran at Daytona earlier in the year, but it is turning in some pretty good laps, and Bao Jinlong's a very experienced campaigner. A lot of success, certainly in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia over many years, and he will be doing what he can. Interesting that he's racing alongside Wambo, another driver with a lot of experience and a lot of success in Carrera Cup Asia. He actually runs the team, or owns the team, the R&B Racing Lamborghini operation. It's good to see the mates together. Lights flashing. Nazim Azman. Sorry, it's not Nazim Azman. I'm talking about Dominic Ang, who is in the number 65 Viper Nisa Racing Aston Martin Vantage GT3. I think he's probably taken that position away from the Lambo. Not just yet. As the screen clears up, yes, he has. Esma Jafar doing a great job in the middle stint. Douglas Koo, Viper Nisa Racing team boss, local driver, spent a lot of time circulating Sepang International Circuit's 5.543 kilometre 15-turn circuit. He has really done a great job. Now, Bao Jinlong must respect track limits at turn 8. Second warning. I think the real penalties start once you get to 5 abuses of track limits. So he knows he's got a couple up his sleeve. 5.5 hours to go, though. The team want to be a little bit careful overall. Position 3 in class. So Kwai at the number 18. Absolute Racing Audi must be due for a pit stop very, very soon. Second place, Peter Cox in that now iconic Be Quick yellow and black livery. Certainly a well-recognised brand when it comes to Thailand, but stretching beyond the borders of Thailand now. And Kicks has built a great automotive empire, and he's building a very, very impressive race team with the support of the Absolute Racing operation, Ingo Mater and Fabian Fior. A lot of experience from that team. As we go back to the now 8th placed 88 entry, Sandy Stuvik at the wheel, of course the reigning Thailand Super Series champion, 3-time champion in that category. Jay Fly on the back bumper, of course is reflective of Jeffrey Lee, who used to run Jay Fly on his Audi R8 LMS Cup cars, and certainly once he went across to Mercedes AMG, for which he's spent a few years now. He's been out of Cup cars for a while, and out of the Audi into the Mercedes. Jay Fly, well recognised in this part of the world. Jeffrey Lee, when he gets behind the wheel, can be one of the widest drivers in Asian motorsport, but still one of the quickest. He's no young man anymore. None of us are these days. So he is still out there putting in some very solid laps, and to be working with the Craft Bamboo operation as now the R&B Lamborghini comes down pit lane. So that leaves 3 cars now that are still yet to stop. Francis Chia on screen is one of those cars, shown in position 4, actually putting in a very, very solid run for 3 great mates that, well, 2 of them are brothers, but 3 great mates that have raced together for a very long time. Wayne Shen, the other part of that equation, unfortunately no longer with us. He has certainly laid a foundation for his brother John to be a part of this team. Modern Motorsport, for which they've been a part for a very long time, have provided some solid technical support to their Porsche 992 GT3R, different to the Cup car, of course. Driver aids and aero. Technically, performance-wise, they're very similar, but aero's a big change. So these guys do a lot of driving in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, so they are more than well versed with the performance of the 911. It's very impressive the distance they're actually able to gain. It was 83 minutes, I think, the very first stint for John Shen, which is very, very impressive. Now here's another of the 992 GT3Rs. Reid Harker should still be behind the wheel. Of course, it's Nazim Asman. I've just been talking about Nazim and put Reid back behind the wheel. Reid did the previous stint. He's not long jumped out of the car. Nazim turning his first laps. Another great export from Malaysia. Driver who's done some very solid work overseas in Europe. FIA Formula 3 last season. He's, I would expect, returning there this year. Fifth in 2020 in the British Formula 3 Championship with Carlin. He's won in Euro Formula Open. He was 4th in 2021. Oh, this is tight. Peter Cox and Andre Heimgartner. Andre Heimgartner, though, has plenty of skills, as does Peter Cox, but a much younger man in the New Zealander. Peter Cox must respect track limits at turn 14. There's been a lot of call for turn 14, also a lot of call for turn 8 early in the weekend. People are exploring limits there, but no doubt during drivers' briefing, they were given a bit of a note that the officials would be keeping a very, very tight eye on track limits. There are warnings, there are quotas. You see the numbers pop up. Various drivers have managed to run themselves foul of that rule. Peter Cox, second warning. Bao Long, second warning as I stroll back through it. Third warning for Reid Harker. First warning for Andre Heimgartner. So a number of these drivers are chalking up X's in the wrong box. And they get too many X's in that tally, and there will be penalties. Likely stop-go penalties in pit lane. And that's not what you need with the length of the pit in to pit out here at Sepang International Circuit. So Peter Cox will be enjoying this. The Evo 2, Audi R8 LMS GT3, run by Absolute Racing. Still holding down position number 2, 51 seconds in arrears of Yu Kuai, the race leader. Number 16 entry, Nazim Azman. They are a lap back, but the lap still needs to sort itself out. It's obviously coming down between turns 14 and 15. He will chalk up lap 71, or lap 70 rather, and be on lap 71. And still Francis Chia, number 216 entry for Modena Motorsport, heading on down to turn 1, circulates. We're now well and truly into this race. 8 hours, of course, this time round. It is, of course, known in this part of the world as the Sepang 12-hour. 8 hours for a return to competition after a 7-year sabbatical. Doesn't feel like 7 years, but things pass quickly because the last 3 or 4 years feels like a blur. As Yu Kuai, part of Audi's junior development program. What a great export he's been. Of course, been a past winner, 2021 in Porsche Carrera Cup Asia. That Porsche Carrera Cup comes up an awful lot for these drivers, but it's been one of the very strong one-make series. But importantly, it has been the one-make series in this part of the world that has continued during the pandemic. Most of the racing has been conducted within China. Most of the drivers have been Chinese. There's the 2 AAI entries running line astern, a little bit further back. 91 holds down position number 5 with Piti Berimbakti behind the wheel. And Jens Klingman is immediately behind him. They're fighting over the same piece of turf, so I'd expect that Klingman may be able to make that position change. Piti's no slouch when it comes to competition in this part of the world. Alongside Carlo Van Dam, Ferrari 458 in GT Asia, they were race winners. And certainly he's dabbled in a little bit more of the GT competition over recent years, but not as committed as he was about 5 or 6 years ago. His brother Burrit also competed in GT competition, predominantly within the Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup with Absolute Racing, the one-make series. Battled with Andrew Harrianto, who of course is sharing the driving duties in the number 16 entry. Started so brilliantly off pole position. Yu Kuai and Marcus Winkelhock will share the driving duties with the Indonesian driver. A big part of it is now Francis Chia, the last one. No, he's not. The 2 Audis are still running, so still 2 more cars to complete their second stop. It'll be Christian Chia. Francis's brother has wandered out. Well, it's certainly not John. John will be recovering after that epic opening stint that he put in. 83 minutes for him. And Francis has done a fabulous job to keep the car in the mix. Still on the lead lap. Well, they were up until their pit stop. Position number 3. A brilliant effort by the experienced Modena Motorsport team. John's sported that look on the car for a couple of years now. The fiery, flaming skull as one of the Audis has come down pit lane. That is the race leader, Yu Kuai. Jumps in. I just missed the race suit, but I've got a funny feeling that will be Marcus Winkelhock. Hongsik John from Hankook Motorsport, just in the background. See him walking down pit lane. He's an icon in this part of the world. It was Hankook the control tyre for this weekend. 10 sets of slicks from qualifying through to the end of the race. Running the medium compound F200 C53 compound this weekend as the second of the entries comes in. They've got their own crew. It's not a matter of sharing a rig and having to go through the whole process. That is Christopher Haase. So the 2 factory Audi pilots are going to go out. Oh, car 88 has stopped at turn 6. Oh, and continued. Okay, that's good news, but not good news. It's good news it's continued as Christian Chia heads out of pit lane. More wheel spin. Saw Francis light up the rears on his way out. A bit of tyre temperature in, or it could be just that the way the clutch is set up, they've really got to get off the clutch and onto the loud pedal. Obviously staying within the speed limit. Imagine there'd be a limiter set on the car to ensure that they don't overstep the mark. Christian will wind himself up to speed. Certainly the car's up to speed. It's warm. Tyres probably been straight out of the tyre blanket and onto the car. So he's got a little bit of work to do just to get themselves back up to speed. They've shown to have dropped back to position number 6. It's on their outlap. Quay is out of the car. So the number 18 is likely to see Marcus Winkelhock. Yep, it's just changed as we've spoken. And Peter Cox's name will change to Christopher Haase. He's come off a particularly frustrating run in the Bathurst 12 Hour this year as the 65 Viper Nisa Racing Vantage GT3 comes down pit lane. Andre Heimgartner, oh no, he's just changed position. I was looking at a change in the timing board. So Dominic, I thought, had not long got in the car. Looks like it's Douglas getting ready to jump in. So Douglas has decided to do his run. We were talking strategy a little bit earlier. The gentleman drivers or the AM driver in a team has to do a minimum of 80 minutes. Douglas, I think, has done something like 45 minutes in his first stint before they made their first stop. A little bit of damage to the left front of the car too. That's interesting. He did have a spin very early in the piece. Could also be they've picked up a little bit of excess rubber and it's just blown out the vents above the left front tyre. So it looks like the vent's the thing that's copped the damage, and if the tyres let go, or conversely, they've come in because they have had a tyre issue. Not quite picked that one up. Might see whether or not we get some information, maybe from Wayron Tan, who's running that team. Of course, former LMP teammate to Jasmine Jafar. But looks like a little bit of carbon damage to the left front guard of the car. But it might have been an opportune time to bring the team in, even if Dominic had only not long got in the car, to get the stints over and done with for Douglas. A little bit of damage to the sticker on the front of the car too, so that might just have been aerodynamics that have torn that off. Might not have anything to do with contact. Lights on, car's ready, waiting for the minimum time to pass quite clearly. And Douglas Koo rejoins in the Aston as the shadows are starting to draw very long. There goes the number 18 entry, down in position number 4. So it is the EBM Giga Racing, Nazim Azman, on his debut in GT. The young Malaysian driver holding the race lead by 18 seconds over Jens Klingman in the number 15 AAI Motorsports BMW. There you go. Some long shadows down at turn 15 from that iconic grandstand that signals very, very clearly you're a Sepang. You can see from the national flag, the Malaysian flag in the centre. Not an awful lot of wind right at the moment. Temperatures are getting quite high. Still in the mid-30s. The humidity is starting to climb, getting up towards 80% now, so it's a little stifling in the cars. The cool suit's working overtime, no doubt. Helmet fans and dry ice in some of these cars. Although from memory, there were quite a few of the Asian drivers that opted not to use that in past seasons. Probably quite comfortable with the conditions and used to it. It's not as if Malaysia is too much different. Certainly this part of the world. Thailand, very similar in weather conditions. Very hot, very muggy, very humid. And if you want to go racing in this part of the world, those are the conditions you need to deal with. On screen now, that is the R&B Racing Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Evo. Jae-Hong Lee behind the wheel for his stint. Taking a look on board. Is that one of the drivers, or is that somebody else just getting... Well, I can see Dominic Young there. I don't think that would have been Jasmine Jafar, so maybe it's one of the crew. Looks like he's struggling just a little bit with the heat. These guys got a lot of work to do, and whilst it's hard on the drivers in the car, it's also very, very hard on the teams. Andre Heimgartner now out in front of the Aston. Heimgartner's up to position number 6. This might keep him on the lead lap. Yep, 61 seconds behind. It's a 2-minute lap around Sepang International Circuit. At pace, you're looking at a 2:04. But currently, teams are all running around the top drivers are in the 2:09s. I say that Christopher Haas has just smashed out that team's quickest lap of the race with a 2:08.03. 488 Harmony Racing entry. Ray Wu's jumped back into that, so that's an interesting strategy because Ray's in his second stint. David Chen's done a stint, and we haven't seen Alex Imperatori. So I gather Alex is going to be doing a fair bit of the legwork over the final stages of this race. Not seen him do too much just yet. Yeah, for the crews, it's very much hot work as part of the GMG racing operation. They're not too stressed about positions and issues as things are right now, and that is part of managing a race of this length, is not pushing yourself too hard and too fast too early, because there is a long way to go. We still have just over 3 hours left in this race as the sun starts to set here in KL. Teams are just settling into a comfortable rhythm. No need to do anything dramatic. Watching the monitors with interest. So Reid Harker is waving at the camera. 2:07.4 now, Marcus Winkelhock. So there you have the two factory drivers for Audi punching out the fastest laps of this race. And that just goes to show what these cars are built for. They are built for endurance racing at speed. And if you've seen the last few Nürburgring 24-hour races or the Spa 24-hour races, GT3 competition at the top level, there is very little rest time. These guys are almost on qualifying laps every single lap. The competition is very, very intense. It's part of the FIS Team AAI crew. So the Todd Petty number 12 sign on the wall. So it's the number that Petty Birambakti would regularly use in his competition in GT3. The number 91 entry is on screen. Petty Birambakti at the wheel. Sean Dong still charging around, but on maximum pace, you're looking at qualifying times, potentially 2 seconds difference between the GTC Porsche, which is a Carrera Cup car, and the or Carrera Cup spec car, and the GT3 cars. So I'd say he won't be competing at any level at the moment with Marcus Winkelhock, as Winkelhock fires down the inside at turn 4. Douglas Koo continues to charge through. Those two Audis will be looking to try and regain their form at the front of the field. Looks like Andre Heimgartner is in pit lane. If I just check yes, he certainly is. So the 51 AMAC Porsche, the very, very fast young Kiwi, has hit pit lane. Best lap for Andres at 2:09.6, which is about where he qualified, which is interesting because his teammate Ben Porter was actually quicker. Now we're going to see Ben back behind the wheel. I would imagine so, although that said, we'll wait and see what happens when the timing monitor updates. It might be the opportune time to put team boss and car owner Andrew McPherson back behind the wheel. Probably just topping up the dry ice there to keep the drivers' cool suits cool, because it will be hot work. Hongsik John telling me yesterday that during the practice session in the afternoon, track temperature was at 55 degrees Celsius. And you've got all that heat coming up through the floor of the car to add to the heat of the engine, to the heat of the tyres, to the the conditions inside the car. Now, some of these GT3 cars do have air conditioning to make conditions a little bit better, and I'd say with the stint that John Shen and Francis Cheer had done, their Porsche might be one of those that does. Although, again, they've done a lot of miles around the circuits of Asia, so they may well be acclimatised to that. It was interesting just looking in that shot, you could see the tower of KLIA, or Kuala Lumpur International Airport, in the background. Some of those boys have seen some miles around these circuits in recent years, even with the Clearwater racing operation. So there's a very, very experienced crew here. There you can see it. That is the operations centre for the airport, control tower. That's how close we are. Often if you fly into Sepang, you come in the right way and conditions are right. You can see Sepang International Circuit out the window as the plane comes into land. As Marcus Winkelhock continues to fire around the circuit. Haase, a 2:07.9 last time round. He's shown back in position number 6. Winkelhock already now up to position number 3. 2:08.4 last lap. Fastest so far for him is a 2:07.43. That is the fastest lap so far of the race. Surprising it's come from a factory pro driver. Also in the 2:07s. No, it's only Christopher Haase. 2:08.1 to Jens Klingmann. And a 2:08.3 for, well, it won't be Piti Bhirombhakdi. I'd suggest that in the 91 entry, that time may well have gone to Tanat Sathian Thirikul a little bit earlier in the race. Doesn't tell me what lap the quickest lap was on. Although that said, Pitty's getting around pretty quickly. In fact, his last lap, Piti Bhirombhakdi, was a 2:12. Yeah, it's not really a 2:08 pace, but he's getting probably close to the end of his stint. Vipanese racing crew is biding their time, sitting comfortably as the team boss does more laps. And the one thing that team boss will enjoy whilst he's out there is an opportunity to actually work himself into being a little bit more comfortable with the car. Done a little bit of LMP3 racing, I think maybe even a little bit of LMP2 competition in the not too distant past as Douglas Khoo. Certainly cut his teeth on classic racing here in Malaysia, certainly at Sepang in a Datsun 240Z. This was no stock Datsun 240Z, let me tell you. It was a very, very impressive piece of kit. Cross paths with Hank Kicks too, who often did a lot of that classic car racing in a Porsche 944. So Hank did a lot of early miles in more GTC class or Carrera Cup car class Porsche machinery before moving across to Audi. Of course, a former class winner in GTC in the Be Quick number 26 entry when they were first generation Cup cars alongside Peter Cox and Daniel Bilski, who's been a big part of the Be Quick operation over past years. And Hank Kicks already a multiple winner here, but in the not outright class. This time round, he will be hoping that Marcus Winkelhock will be able to hustle the number 18 entry, but of course he won't be hoping that Marcus Winkelhock gets that across the line because it's Christopher Haase who's driving alongside him, and currently they are in position number 6, immediately behind Sandy Stuvik, who, funnily enough, is the reigning Thailand Super Series champion in one of Hank Kick's Be Quick Racing Audis. They won the championship last year, very tight into the final round, but ultimately Sandy prevailed for what was his 3rd Thailand Super Series supercar title, GT3 title. So very talented young man. This weekend he is in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes alongside Jeffrey Lee and young Jiao Tong. as Francis Cheer gets himself up to speed. Now, Francis has been pretty quick this weekend. In fact, I think he's actually been quicker than his brother Francis. Christian, I'm talking about, rather, has been quicker than his brother Francis. They are now shown in position number 8, 2:11.4 for Christian. Their fastest has been a 2:10.7, so it has to guess that that was actually Christian's lap. So the Canadian-based driver, Ray Woos, incurred the wrath of the stewards, well, wrath of the officials, the race director. First warning for track limits at turn 8. Certainly that was a big one, turn 8, during official practice. A lot of drivers getting the gong for overstepping the mark there. Driver change, Andre Heimgartner to Andrew McPherson. So AMAC's back in the car, and I would suggest this may well be about a 40-minute stint, depending on how the crew down there manage that. Was that the Ferrari just coming into pit lane? It looked like the silhouette of a Ferrari. As we take a look at the highlights, going to be racing Lamborghini. We're doing a fantastic job. Baojin Long ran a pretty long stint. David Chen was turning in some good laps. Jasmine Jafar had taken over the Vibanese Racing Aston Martin from Douglas Koo, who started the car. And it was this great battle too, with Peter Cox and the Lamborghini. Ultimately, Cox managed to work his way past. Baojin Long driving a very wide Lamborghini, just a wiggle down there at turn 4. Ultimately, Cox started to charge his way through, battling there with Sean Tong and the GTC Porsche from FM Motorsport Silver Rocket. The young Hong Kong driver, yep, that's the shark head helmet. Blue around the aperture at the front of the helmet. And there was a change. Reid Harker jumping out of the Bamba Motorsport Giga Porsche, handing that car across to Nazim Azman, who has been doing a sterling job, currently holds the lead of the race, 80 laps in with a 16-second lead. It's the battle with Peter Cox, unwound just ahead of his stop. 88 entry with Liang Jiatong, battling with Sean Tong. Pretty keen to show what he's capable of. Done a lot of miles in a GT3 car, as Sean Tong. But LMP racing, 2s and 3s of late. Very talented young driver. And a great long stint too by Francis Cheer in the Modena Motorsport Porsche. Nazim Azman works his way forward in the Porsche. Andre Heimgartner battling there, came very close with Peter Cox, but ultimately managed to work his way back past. And that car taken over by Christopher Haase. He currently sits behind the wheel, sitting in position number 6, 13 seconds back from the car in front of him, Sandy Stuvik. Stuvic's about 10 seconds back now from Piti Bhirombhakdi. Bhirombhakdi's still doing a very, very good job. Very experienced campaigner. Let's look at the EBM Giga Porsche battling with the Harmony Racing Ferrari, which now has Alex Imperatori behind the wheel. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Things are starting to get interesting. We're seeing the more qualified, should we say, drivers, the more experienced drivers. Great to see people back here in the grandstands at Sepang International Circuit. Fantastic effort by Top Speed to put this event back on. Get Asian motorsport firing again for season 2023. Support, of course, from Hankook and Motul. Motul have been a fantastic supporter of motorsport in this part of the world, certainly in Malaysia. Very fond of supporting their local drivers, of course, a world-renowned brand. Their products support a lot of these teams. Not only are they doing it with product support, they're doing it with financial support of teams and valuable financial support of this event. In 2023, Sepang 12-hour returning after a 7-year sabbatical. Christopher Haase, we were just talking about him. He was winner here last time out, all the way back in 17. Audi are up for a three-peat. Christopher Haase is up for what would be his third win. It's not a three-peat for him, though. No driver will be going 3 straight, but certainly Audi would be looking to do just that. As the lights are now on in earnest. We will be under lights here already, I would assume, as the sun has started to set. Go down behind the western horizon. A bit of a look at where we are on the weather front too, just to see where that is going, because that is still a concern at some level. Local time, we're talking about 7:05. Humidity will be close to 80%, dropping down to about 32 degrees. Yeah, there is rain in the air. I'm saying there's potential for 0.1 millimetres of precipitation. That's not much, is it? In this heat, there's every chance it probably wouldn't even hit the ground. Let's refresh this weather map. Give you a quick update. There was potential for... Ooh, okay. Just had a flash of a storm. It's disappeared from the screen. No, there it is again. So, well, there is potential. Sepang is currently south of what looks like a quite intense pocket of rain that is about to hit the KL city. We're 45 kilometres south. If I just proceed on time, it seems to have all but disappeared by 8 p.m. There's another big pocket further north that is coming south, and that looks like it's actually heading out into the Strait of Malacca by about midnight. So that was the one that initially we were worried might actually travel south to the circuit, so we might actually be able to dodge this one. It might be a clean race all the way through, so it's a fair prediction with 5 hours still to go of an 8-hour race, as we have a good look at Andrew McPherson. Now, AMAC has a fair pedigree in racing, certainly in more recent years. He's another one of those drivers who's getting a bit long in the tooth. I don't think we might be saying that. We might. I guess I'll find out at some point. But he's done a lot of racing of late in GT. Of course, with the global pandemic, haven't been able to turn too many laps in Asia. They do love competing north of Australia, a predominantly Australian team. Andre Heimgartner's a Kiwi, but he competes in the Australian Supercars Championship. And McPherson and Porter have had some pretty reasonable wins in past years. Okay, they spent a lot of time in GT World Challenge in 18 and 19, actually won the AM Class Championship in 2019, battled against a couple of very strong Japanese teams, and then took that success and raced in GT World Challenge Australia and became the AM Class champions in 2021. They've done a lot of miles in Lamborghini Huracan GT3 equipment. That's the car that they won with in those championships. But he does love his Porsches, and a chance to bring the 992 GT3R back up to Asia and compete in the Sepang 12-hour on its return. Wasn't a big ask. He was always keen for that one. Loves coming up here to race. Ben's been racing alongside him for a long time. Driver trainer by trade. Very handy man behind the wheel. And of course, they've got Andre Heimgartner as the third leg of that operation. And that's not a bad third driver to have as part of your team. I expect to see a little bit more action from Heimgartner once he jumps back behind the wheel later in this stint. But at the moment, I think what we're doing is we're seeing a few of the AM drivers, the gentlemen, just tick off that minimum requirement of 80 minutes. No driver can do more than 4 hours. There's only one team that ran 2 drivers, although it turned out that the third driver in that entry may have been unwell during qualifying, because certainly during the qualifying period, we didn't see anything of. Trying to find it's the number 90 entry of. Shiwei, sorry. He sat that out, so it looked as if that team would run only 2 drivers, but ultimately, unfortunately, they've had to sideline the number 90 BMW, and they have not taken any further part in this race. I hope it wasn't a technical issue. We haven't had any information from down in pit lane as to what's going on. Greg Wheeler, an Australian engineer who's had an awful lot of experience over many years, from prototypes at Le Mans through to supercars in Australia, all sorts of GT machinery, part of the Eurasia operation at one stage here in Asia, Philippines-based team. Not heard from them as to what dramas they might be having, but of course they still have 2 cars in this field. Number 15 and number 91 entries are still operating, the 2 BMW M4 GT3s, which are the more current spec entry. I think as I'm saying that, I'm actually wrong. It's the M6 that is the current spec entry. The M4 is the car that has recently been superseded by the M6, which runs the twin-turbo 3-litre straight 6, as opposed to the M4's twin-turbo 4.4-litre V8. Produce similar levels of performance, although the M6 is rated much higher. But that is the car that is sitting in pit lane, and the only retirement so far, now more than 3 hours into this race, 3 hours and 11 minutes. The only retirement in this race so far. 12 runners. Nazim Azman continues to lead in the EBM Giga Racing Porsche, from Marcus Winkelhock now up to position number 2 and just 11 seconds behind the race leader. They will soon be taking that position back, I would imagine, and the number 18 Absolute Racing Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo 2. Looks like it may well be the number 91 entry. Piti Bhirombhakdi ultimately coming down pit lane, hitting from position number 6. It's got Piti. 85 laps in the books. Last driver on the lead lap. This could well drop them down. This is their 3rd stop, so they might be just changing strategy up a little bit, and I would say by the way she ran around the front of the car, it's Betty Chen about to jump behind the wheel. Team Boston Sun Chen's daughter, very accomplished and experienced driver. Plenty of miles in these cars. A lot of great mentors in her time, certainly in the BMWs. Not sure whether she did much mileage in the team's McLarens back in the day. She's probably a little bit too young for that. Certainly Junsun did. That is the diminutive figure of Betty Chen. Big B on the side of the helmet, about to jump behind the wheel. She was qualifying into the 208s. She wasn't too far behind her teammates, and that contributed to them qualifying on, well, ultimately, I'll go back to the qualifying results. They qualified in position number 9. So they're a little bit further forward, but of course the number 15 entry with Kevin Chen, Jens Klingman and Jesse Krohn was on the front row off the start. Kevin Chen fired off the line very strongly and had a good look at the front of the field, led for a short period before Afik Yazid managed to move the R&B Racing Lamborghini to the 4, having gotten around back, but certainly the BMW was right in the mix, as was Ray Wu off the start. Got the Ferrari in front for a matter of metres before he lost that position again to the BMW. But ultimately it was was the Audis that got themselves towards the front of the field. Hankook did a brilliant opening stint. Number 26 entry. Christopher Haase now up to position number 5. Is just a second, 1.6 seconds behind Sandy Stuvik. So Stuvik's been circulating in 2:12s. Haase still circulating in 2:08. So somewhere on screen we should see, if I can have a look at the track map, the 88 entry. So they're between turns 6 and 7. Just coming into turn 8, Craft Bamboo Mercedes is about to be gobbled up by yellow and black Be Quick Audi down to turn 9. Now I'm only watching the numbers on screen. There's no move there just yet. Well, he's still over a second behind. 1.6 it's shown at the second, but that would be from the timing mark at the end of the lap. There's the race leader now, 6.5 seconds. 2:11 last time round for Nazim Azman. He's not hanging around. He's turning in some pretty sharp laps. 2:09.1 for Marcus Winkelhock. There he is, going through the bottom of the screen. In third place, Jens Klinkman. He's not out of this either. They are all very, very close together. So not too long from now, you should see the number 88 Craft Bamboo Mercedes come through the top corner, and right under his rear wing, I fully expect, if he hasn't gotten around him already, I think he has, coming into turn 15, the 26 has gotten in front of Stuvik. So he's used to being the pilot, of course, of the Be Quick Audi. Took that to championship victory in the Thailand Super Series. But now he's going to have to look at the tail of it as it disappears into the distance. So now Christopher Haase up to position number 4. So Germans in 2nd, 3rd and 4th. A tie in Sandy Stuvik in position number 5, and perhaps fittingly leading the Sepang 12-hour at home is Nazim Azman. The car on screen, the EBM Giga Racing Porsche 992 GT3R, and there is the gap back to position number 2. Marcus Winkelhock is closing in. This has certainly become very, very interesting. There was the move, it's gone. Sandy Stuvik still hanging on to the tail of Marcus Winkelhock, and well, hey, this could be very enlightening too for the young Thai driver. He's used to campaigning that very car. Now I don't know which one of the stable, because there's 3 or 4 Audi R8s in the stable of the Be Quick team. Which one this is, I'm not 100% certain. Maybe, well, the one that Sandy Stuvik took to victory in Thailand, winning that last event at Buriram, the penultimate race. Didn't quite win outright the final race of the season, but he'd done enough to be champion. And he might be learning a trick or two just by following Marcus Winkelhock around. Never a bad thing to see what happens, whether you're looking at data or seeing the car, seeing the performance of the car from the best seat in the house. To have a factory driver in your camp, the Be Quick team will certainly be taking an awful lot away from this weekend, as will Absolute. Absolute are a very, very experienced operation. One of the best teams in the world. With a base here at Sepang International Circuit. Another base at Shanghai. I'm not 100% certain that they still have their base in Zhuhai, but I'd be very surprised if Fabien Fior, Ingo Mater's team partner in the business, has actually moved from Zhuhai, so I'd expect that they still have their offices and workshop in Zhuhai, but the bulk of the work now is done out of Shanghai International Circuit and here at their base in Sepang. Very, very experienced crew. The GDC Porsche in position number 12. Sean Dong still shown at the wheel. 2:14 last time round. Best lap for them at 2:11.9. That will be in Sean's favour. Very highly competitive driver. Very, very experienced. No longer a young man. No longer an old man either. He's still got a lot of racing left in his career. Loves a bit of fishing. His father, Casey Tong, does love to go out fishing. Takes the family. Young Jasper has been doing some time over in Europe, has the credit of having taken the Audi RS3 LMS TCR's very first victory anywhere in the world. It was at Zhuhai International Circuit as part of TC Asia a number of years ago now. It'd been 2016 or 17. So young Jasper's got a pretty good racing heritage. Casey Tom, their father, would have done too if he'd found it earlier in his life, but he focused on business and developing an opportunity to get the funds for the boys to go racing, but doesn't mind the odd stoush every now and then. Although these days I think he's a lot happier fishing. I'm sure there's just a little bit of him somewhere along the line that would still love to be out there campaigning one of these GT3 cars and really enjoying himself. 3 hours 20 in the books. 200 minutes down. It'll give us 280 minutes to go. Nazim Azman is hanging on. There he is on screen. The gap's now about 2.5 seconds to one of the most experienced drivers in the world of GT3 racing. Now north of 40. A 3-time winner of the Nürburgring 24-hour race. Sorry, I got that wrong. He's a 4-time winner of the Nürburgring 24-hour race. The driver who has turned laps all over the world. Daytona to Bathurst to the Nürburgring to Spa. I'm sure Le Mans. No doubt Jake will give you more background on the one man who had the pleasure of turning his very first laps in Formula One as a race leader. Number 15 entry in position number 3. Jens Klingmann, young German driver, doing a fantastic job. He's punting around in 212s. Winkelhock's in 209s. Christopher Haas also in 209s. Look at that, 209.396 last time for Winkelhock. 209.424. Mere hundreds separating two of Audi's great drivers from their pool of factory drivers that turn up at events like this to support the region's teams. In this instance, Absolute Racing running 2 of the Evo 2 R8 LMS GT3s. A little bit wide there for Klingmann, so he's still pushing on. There's no drama running wide over the edge of the curb, that back part of the circuit. I'm not sure that constitutes track limits. Certainly turn 14, which Jens Klingmann has just exited and come through. He's now in 15. That is a corner that has brought the wrath of the stewards. Just as I say that, car 15 driver Jens Klingmann must respect track limits. Actually, in this instance, it's at turn 6. The mid-speed right-hander. So through turn 4, fast left-hander into a slightly slower right-hander. That is turn 6. Must be on the exit there that is an issue. This is 4 into 5. Next corner is turn 6. So this right-hander is turn 6. This is where Klingmann found trouble, so it would have been on the exit. So he's just gone a little bit too wide. Winkelhock using all the road. Through the kink to the right, and then a big jump on the brakes into the tight right-hander. Flowing out to get the right line. Fairly tight left-hander, not quite hairpin, but pretty close, uphill to the next medium fast right-hander. That's tight-ish right-hander in turn 11. Not a heavy stop, but it's a stop nonetheless. Left-hander turn 12. Sweep medium fast right-hander turn 13. Into turn 14, where a number of drivers really have, obviously on the exit, overstepped the mark on using track limits. They're probably all right on that one, but I'd say that this position for the race lead is just about to change on the verge of Jake Sanson taking back over down the inside. Will close the door on the exits in such a way that Nazim Azman can't fire back and do the crossover on the exit. Plenty of experience for Winkelhock. And back to the front of this race. So it's Audi 1, Audi 4. Christopher Verhaasa now 26.8 seconds behind against Klingman. He's circulating at about 3 seconds lap faster than his compatriot. Klingman also within reach now of Asman. That said, Asman's last lap was 11.3. Klingman turn 8. He was a little wide. Now, he's clearly used a bit too much to serve on the exit there. Just wonder where the limit is. The great thing about F1 now is to see when that moving the tyres go in pink. So you can say, right, that's outside track limits here. Not so clear. And I'm not actually sure what the ruling is on those parts of the circuit. For that, actually, I might have just had it proven. I must keep a quick look on this. It could be that you have your wheels curve or outside the exit edge of the white line. Right warning. Chia has got his first warning at turn 14. Marcus Winkelhoff, there we go. Must respect track limits at turn 14, which he's in now. No, sorry, this is 15. Final corner over the wall going in. So tail might have closed lap. Entry. So Asman's actually extending his mark. Getting very, very interesting. That would move the Audis back into positions 1 and 3. And certainly with the pace of this car, Azim Asman doing a stellar job in his stint, he may well be able to maintain that position up to his pit stop. So there's a lot of work yet for Christopher Haase to do. Of course, the Audis prior to making their second stop were running 1-2. And now have the factory rock stars behind the wheel. Klingman certainly falls into that category. He's on screen, right on cue, getting around Douglas Q, the Vipanese Racing Aston Martin. How's Douglas going pace-wise? Last lap, 2:18, so he was in the 20s, so he's turning 18s. Checking Douglas's qualifying time. It wasn't too bad. Did 2:12.9. I wish we're not in qualifying mode. He doesn't need to be doing 2:12.9s, but the fact that he's capable of doing a sub 13 is pretty helpful. At the moment, I think what he's trying to do is trying to establish that minimum driver time for the AM driver of 80 minutes. He started off with about a 45-minute stint, so he had another 35 minutes to add to that, but obviously team strategy. I want to keep the pace to a point where they're comfortable. I don't want to see him go too far behind. Unfortunately, the team is now down 5 or 6 laps. Say 5 or 6 because it depends on his position on track as per when the timing monitor updates. So they are certainly, they certainly have a little bit of work to do. That car again having the front end rebuilt after an Asian Le Mans Series crash at Abu Dhabi just a month or so back. Car stuck straight in a container, shipped back to HQ at Sepang International Circuit. The team spent much of the week rebuilding the front of the car. I don't think structurally it was too bad, but certainly there's a lot of ancillaries that need to attach to the front of the car, and certainly in any kind of car, but a modern GT3 car, electronics and piping and all sorts of weird and wonderful things to reattach the front of the car. So the team spent a lot of time with the support of Aston Martin. Their operations run here in Asia, in part by Wei-Ron Tan, former LMP2 teammate to Jasmine Jafar, race winner in the Fuji 6 Hour a few years back for Jackie Chan DC Racing. That was well received in this part of the world. Bill Jeffrey is part of that crew. Really had some great promise from those guys. That whole thing's gone a little bit quiet, but the global pandemic's silenced an awful lot of the motorsport industry over the last 3.5 years. So having this event back signals a good return to competition within Asia. We look forward to seeing an awful lot more of it. We'll get into it a little bit later on, the championships that are coming this year and where some of those events will be. Certainly a number of them will be competing here at Sepang International Circuit as the R&B Racing Lamborghini continues on, shown as 1 lap down, but race leader has just gone across the line. Ye Hong Lee doing a fantastic job. Welcome back to Jake Sanson. It's great to have you back. How are you feeling?
Great to be back. It's a very different order to when I left it, which is exactly what I was hoping for. I wanted it to be a very different order so that we can shake the dice and rattle and roll it and see how things are going for the next hour. And the lights have come on the cars as well, which is exactly my favourite part of a race day, when it's properly getting dark and we can really start to settle in for an exciting evening's racing. Brilliant stuff. What's the crack so far, Sean? What's been happening in the last hour?
It's pretty much as it's played out during your last stint. It really hasn't been anything too dramatic happen. There's been a couple of teams slightly adjust their strategy. I think we'll see Douglas Koo probably back in pit lane before too much longer for what I would expect would be the end of his minimum spell as an AM driver in the number 65 Aston Martin. Andrew McPherson was just on screen then. I'm assuming this bright sequence of lights coming towards us, well, it's a Porsche. It's just a different coloured Porsche. It's not Andrew McPherson. He's back behind the wheel too, so I would expect that before too much longer he will have completed his 80-minute minimum, but he's the car owner. He might decide he wants to do 4 hours. I can't see that happening just quietly because he's not a young man anymore. He's going to kill me for bringing that up, but anyway, he won't worry about this till much later. I can get away by that stage, but I think some of the AM drivers are just trying to adjust that strategy to get them out of the car. It's interesting to see both the factory Audi drivers are behind the wheel and not surprisingly punching in laps in the, well, below they're sub 210, so they've been in the 207s. And Marcus Winkelhock really is screaming around. He's not long taken Nazim Asman, who's done a brilliant job in the EBM entry on screen, the Giga Porsche. And he held him out for a while. And in fact, he's actually quicker on track at the moment than Jens Klinkmann. So that's something that's good for him as a young driver developing in this part of the world, but also for the team, who may have expected, because as you said, he's only new to GT3 racing. He's done a lot of open wheel competition, and he's only a young man, that he's just settling in nicely, but really doing a sterling job, punching out some very, very quick laps. And Christopher Haase may well get to his stop and not be in front of the Porsche. So I'm going to leave that one with you. It's going to be an interesting equation as it plays out. But hey, guess what? We're not even halfway through.
Fantastic. Well, before you dash away, Sean, how recent is the black and white flag for Marcus Winkelhock for abusing track limits at turns 6, 8 and 14? How recent is that message?
Just now. In his bid to rein in the Porsche. We followed him for a couple of laps, and I was just talking about track limits just before you came back, and just what constitutes track limits, and we saw some vision where it was very close to all 4 wheels being outside the white line, and I'm assuming that is the issue. And it's been, well, turn 8's been a big bump, but certainly turn 14, and as we were following Marcus around, it looked a little bit like that's what had happened, and the fact that he's got the black and white flag tends to suggest that the wrath of the stewards and the race director have fallen upon him, and he might just need to rein it in a little bit. But racing drivers are racing drivers. It's a bit hard to tell them to slow down. They're not built that way. You don't slow down. There's a red mist. It's down. I'm going. See you later. Wave the checkered flag. Then I'll pull in. So let's see. Let's see how that one plays out. It's great to see the Ferraris back in the mix too. But I noticed too that Imperator didn't step in until the 4th stint. So Ray Wu had done 2 stints, so I'm wondering too whether or not they may have parked him. So expect a long stint. I don't know whether, wait, what is the limit? It wasn't 200 minutes. I think it was 120 minutes is the limit.
I think it was 120. Yeah, the limit is 120. You're
so
right.
Imperator is going to have to then juggle that one too. So I gather he'll do a stint, throw David Chen back in, and then they'll just alternate till they get towards the end of the race, and maybe they'll have a backup stint for 120 minutes. I mean, it's a 2-hour session for Imperator at the end. So he got an early start. He could sit back and suck in some fluids and stick his feet up and sit in an ice bath and prepare himself, because he's in for a fairly hot close to this race, I think.
You make it sound so straightforward, Sean, but thank you so much. It's great to get your take on it, and your turn to have a breather. We'll bring you back into the mix in about an hour. Marcus Winkelhock then, in the Absolute Racing Audi, leading the way then from Nazim Azman. It's such a fascinating to and from, the pendulum swinging backwards and forwards between these cars. 8.7 seconds now, Nazim Azman's deficit, as we are currently watching the R&B racing car of Ye Hong Lee having a great duel with the AAI Motorsport BMW. Now, this is not the same lap as the car they're dueling with, because obviously Ye Hong Lee, I think, is coming up to lap Betty Chen in the 91. Indeed, he is. So Betty Chen is actually making life very difficult for Ye Hong Lee. I'm not entirely sure that Ye Hong Lee is going to be particularly appreciative of it, but obviously that is the R&B racing machine that is trying to work its way forward and work its way through. Do get your messages and your comments into it. We're now at the stage where we could really use all of the live support that you guys have got to give us. We're really enjoying the battles out there on the course at the moment, so great to have your support to help us go through it. I'm surprised that the R&B Lamborghini has not been able to make its way through past the AAI BMW with quite the rapidity that perhaps it should have done. So it's quite interesting, the fact that that hasn't actually worked out in their favour. So fascinating situation, but definitely an interesting and intriguing situation that the car now finds itself in. Not quite able to make the cars get through, but if you are still joining us here in Sepang, it is great to have your company and great to have your support. Everybody's cheering for their own particular individual teams to make the steady progress. So obviously everybody keeping the focus firmly fixed on their car and team of choice. But look at this, the R&B Lamborghini still can't quite find its way past the AAI BMW of Betty Chen. And this is to lap them, of course. But this is my favourite part of a GT race, when it gets dark, when things get much trickier to see, when drivers start to crack under the pressure, when things really start to fall away. And my prediction pre-race of there being about 220 laps or so to the race is starting to look relatively close to the mark, because we're on that 98 at the moment for Marcus Winkelhock, and we're approaching the half-distance point in the race. So we're watching the car of Betty Chen, Piri Benabakti and Tanad Satantiakul. But still, the R&B racing car, Ye Hong Lee, trying to get through here. This is not an easy situation. Sepang by night is a fabulous circuit to behold. The last time I commentated on racing at night in Sepang was in the World Touring Car World Cup a couple of seasons ago, when the championship came down to the wire and the three races were all held under the floodlights. And boy, oh boy, was that great racing. I always felt that the Grand Prix should have been held under the floodlights of Malaysia as well. And I kind of hope that if it returns, and I really want it to, that it would become a night race moving forward as well. This place takes on a very different persona, a different personality at night. And it becomes an even tougher race challenge than usual. Now, Betty Chen, the driver who is in second place, she is currently Christian Kia's nemesis, 46 seconds behind the leader in the AM category, the Modena Porsche, still trying to stay well clear. There is a lap roughly now between Marcus Winkelhock and Nazim Azman, and then plus an alternative 14.6 seconds or so. 22 seconds back from Azman is Christopher Haase, and another 10 seconds back from him is Jens Klingman in the second of the AAI BMWs. So there's still a fair bit of racing to cover, but we're approaching the century lap as into the pits comes Jens Klingman. So Jens Klingman has brought the AAI Motorsports BMW into the pit lane. Now, that's interesting. Lee Jaya, the FM Motorsport Silver Rocket, gets out of the way, and as a result of that, that's the catalyst for the R&B Lamborghini, Ye Hong Lee, to storm past Betty Chen. So they have been able to make the move. So it does work out in the favour of R&B Lamborghini in the end. Now, interestingly, the AAI Motorsport car They've handed over to Chen Hua. So Jens Klingman has got back into the car again. Sorry, has got out of the car again. And Reid Harker has got back into the EBM Giga Racing car. So it's Absolute 1 and 2, Winkelhock and Haase, the two German drivers, and the Craft Bamboo of Sandy Stuvik now third. But Reid Harker is back in the EBM Giga car, so expect some fast laps from the Kiwi. And then Chen Hua is a fresh pair of hands in the AAI Motorsport BMW. Now, Ye Hong Lee has gone past the pits, so he now moves up into fourth position. And it means that the Absolute Racing car is only 35 seconds clear of the race leader now. As the EBM Giga Racing car of Reid Harker has come into the pits. There is the Craft Bamboo. This is the car in third position now, and it's Sandy Stuvik who is behind the wheel at this present moment in time. The young Thai driver who worked his way up the ladder of junior single-seaters for so long. I remember commentating on him at the Red Bull Ring years ago and at the Hungaroring as well in GP3 when that was the third tier on the Formula 1 weekend. Of course, now it is known as FIA Formula 3. But Sandy Stuvik is now converted to the world of GT racing and himself a living and doing a very good job. Now, interestingly, Christian Kia must respect track limits at turn 6, and this is the second warning now for car number 216, the Canadian for the Modena Motorsports team in the Porsche. Really up against it now in terms of track limits. As meanwhile, round the outside, that is brave from the Bamboo of Sandy Stuvik to go the long way round the outside of the AAI BMW. And I think that is Chen Hua, who is a lap adrift now, having just come out of the pits. We'll double check as to which of the three BMWs that is. Is it the 91? Or is that the 15? I think that is the 15 of Chen Hua Chen. So as they come down the straight, I want to double check. It is the 15. It is Chen Hua. So having come fresh out of the pits, and now Chen Hua is now down to 7th position, just in front of Betty Chen. So the field works its way through the hairpin once again, or at least these two cars certainly do. But the Craft Bamboo Mercedes now finds itself in 3rd position. It isn't going to be long until the R&B Lamborghini crosses the line in 4th position. Ye Hong Lee, having done a 1:30, having done a what was the time on the last lap for Ye Hong Lee? Done a 2:11 8:45 on the last lap. Nearly 2 seconds to lap quicker than the Craft Bamboo of Sandy Stuvik. I don't know how much of that is that Sandy is due a pit stop and how much of that is a sudden need to change things up a little bit. Because obviously we're now starting to think about the next phase of the pit stop regime. But we're on lap 100 for Markus Winkelhock in the Absolute Racing Audi. And the sister car of Christopher Haase now finds itself in 2nd place. And for the record, we are definitely now flirting with the half distance in the race. Markus Winkelhock crosses the line. And that is lap 100 completed. We are at the 1st century. So we're definitely going to get in just over 200 laps around the Sepang circuit. And Christopher Haase now crosses the line, 31 seconds back from his teammate. So there's still great battles everywhere you look. And even though we've only got 12 cars still running the race, of the 13 that started, there is still so much going on. This is the lead car in the AM category. Christian Kia, the Canadian, along with Francis Jaya and John Shen for the Modena Motorsports Porsche team, running in 6th place overall, leading the AM category, and in front of Chen Hua that we just saw battling away on the road with Sandy Stuvik in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. But the actual gap between them in the reality of it is only 12 seconds. Christian Kia 12 seconds in front of Chen Hua, and crucially 46 seconds ahead of the car it's actually battling with for the victory in the AM category, which is Betty Chen's AAI Motorsport BMW. And then in 3rd place is the AMAC Motorsport, driven by Ben Porter, the Australian. So looking in the background, we're going to see which cars emerge, and that is the absolute battle behind them. 12 seconds back is Chen Hua, who is now trying to use the Craft Bamboo Mercedes has a slipstream effect to try and close up and get into 6th position. So Chen Chenhua absolutely using Sandy Stuvik's Craft Bamboo to tow him along around the Sepang circuit, which is definitely going to help his position if he can continue the way he's going now. Doesn't actually look like he's going for a proper overtaking move. He's literally just popping out behind the Craft Bamboo Mercedes and keeping him honest around the course, which essentially keeps him box fresh. Now he is going to go for the overtaking move, though. Down into the hairpin. Fascinating situation. They're going to go side by side, and through goes Chen Chenhua to unlap himself from Sandy Stuvik. Well, that's different. Clearly feeling that the BMW is better on its own rather than in the draft of the Mercedes. So Chen Chenhua, who is lapping very quickly, it has to be said. 12 seconds back from Christian Chia and 38 seconds ahead of the stablemate of Betty Chen, or Chen Yin-yu if you prefer. Ben Porter is currently running 9th position in the AMAC Motorsport Porsche. Alexandra Imperatori trying to make up for lost time in the Harmony Ferrari. They've got a lot of ground to make up, though. And then Yazaman Jafar, after the problems that the Aston Martin had earlier on, they are still running. They're in 11th position, but they're lapping consistently about a second off the pace of the leader. And then 12th position is the Seoul GT Cup car that we assumed was going to be down at the back. The FM Motorsport by Silver Rocket of Lee Jia at the wheel. The AAI Motorsport car number 90 is the only one that has actually retired from the race. They retired on lap 27, and that was game over for the Chinese Taipei entry of Jilei Wu, Shi Wei-shi and Chen Junsan. So all 3 of those drivers out of the race, unfortunately, which, considering that for some of them this was their first event since the COVID-19 outbreak, it shows you just how much strain the team were actually under in the first place. So there is the AAI BMW continuing its march around the course, having not just got past Sandy Stuvik, but literally dropping the Craft Bamboo Mercedes and just storming away. This is a fantastic performance on this stint from Chen Chenhua to just stretch it out. A really good run to try and get them back into contention. Because at one point the AAI BMW was leading overall, don't forget, and now they are down in 7th. So getting away from the Craft Bamboo Mercedes and getting back into a lead position on the road can definitely help them ascertain a strong position once again. But here in the Sepang 12 hours, we have 4 hours and 12 minutes roughly left. So still quite a long way to go. Christopher Haase is now just 27 seconds behind Markus Winkelhock. They are closing to the tune of about 2.5 seconds per lap at the moment. Christopher Haase closing in on Markus Winkelhock, the man who led the 2007 European Grand Prix for Spiker for all of about a lap and a half in the grand scheme of things, by just staying out on wet tyres when everybody else had put on slicks. The man who holds the record for leading the only Formula 1 Grand Prix he ever started is now leading the Sepang 12 hours. It's a really good run on lap 103. Christopher Haase is 27 seconds back from him. Sandy Stuvik is still there or thereabouts, over half a minute behind Christopher Haase's absolute Audi. 45 seconds is the actual gap. And then Ye Hong Lee for the R&B racing team. Into the pits has come Sandy Stuvik. So Sandy Stuvik's brought the Mercedes into the pits. Now, I did wonder how long that was going to take them, because obviously losing as much ground as they have been to the AAI BMW, that was quite indicative of a car that probably needed a visit to the pits. So the R&B Racing Lamborghini is going to move into 3rd position as it passes the pits. So Ye Hong Lee is now effectively in 3rd position, and side by side, that's the absolute Audi of Markus Winkelhock getting out of the way and letting Ben Porter, the Aussie, come through and take the position. So the AMAC Motorsport Porsche, Ben Porter behind the wheel, is duking this out with the absolute racing Audi of Markus Winkelhock. Do you know who you're messing with, Sunshine? Yes, he does. He's going toe-to-toe with the race leader and unlapping himself. Fair play, Ben Porter. So off the turn he goes, and the AMAC Porsche going very well. Charging down the straight again. and up towards the first corner. But there is Marcus Winkelhock, who is now on lap 104, and he is consistently lapping in the 2:12 mark. But the car behind, Christopher Haase in the Be Quick Absolute car, they're lapping in the 2:09s consistently, anywhere between 2.5 to 3 seconds a lap faster than the sister car, and the gap comes down to 24 seconds as the Be Quick Absolute car comes across the pit lane. I did think it was going to be about that, because the lap time was looking like another 2:09 for Christopher Haase, a 2:09.7 to be precise, compared to Marcus Winkelhock on a 2:12.9. So the Be Quick Absolute Audi going faster than its counterpart by anywhere between 4 and 7/10 of a second per sector, which just shows you how much fitter at the moment Christopher Haase's car is feeling. Whether that's to do with the driver, whether that's to do with the way the car is currently handling, whether that's to do with tyres or not, we can't keep up with that one at the moment, but we will eventually. Now there is the Ferrari coming through. That is Alexandra Imperatori, who was running in P10, still is, but is desperately trying to close up on its opponents and try and get back into the game a little bit. The Craft Bamboo team that was in third position, now waiting for Ye Hong Lee to come through and take away that third position as they come through this time. And there is Ye Hong Lee in the R&B car going into third place as they go past the pits this time. So the R&B Lamborghini now in third position in front of the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. I think Reid Harker is going to put the EBM Giga Racing car into fourth position as well. So good work from the Kiwi, Reid Harker, who is really captaining his troops out there for the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. I'm not sure that's Sandy Stuvik behind the wheel anymore. I think they've just had a driver change, but we'll update you on to who that is very soon indeed. And here is Alex Imperatori. His lap times currently doing a 2:09.4, so he is actually, the Ferrari is actually the fastest car on track at the moment. The problem is they're all the way down in 10th position, and they've got 5 laps of time to make up. Make that 4 laps as Alexandra Imperatori crosses the line to start his 101st lap, while the leader, Marcus Winkelhock, is on lap 105. So the Ferrari's got 4 laps to make up, but it is the fastest car on track at the moment in the hands of Alexandra Imperatori. It's going to take some time, but they might still get back into this, and what we definitely have is time. We've got 4 hours and 7 minutes. So if the Ferrari team just keep on plugging on, then hopefully they have a chance to bring this race back into their own control. But there is the FM Motorsport Silver Rocket, Lee Jaya leading the way. They are 2 laps adrift of Jasmine Jafar and the Aston Martin. They're in a cup car, so they're not going to be at the same sort of pace as their counterparts. They're lapping a good 7 seconds a lap slower than the leading car. But the main thing is that they are still going strong. Now, the Craft Bamboo Mercedes is going to fall to 7th position now, I do believe, because Chen Chenhua in the AAI BMW has also got past the Craft Bamboo. It looks to me as though Sandy Stuvik is still in the car. I don't think they changed drivers at that pit stop. They've just had a long pit stop. We'll double check, because they may well have changed drivers after all, as hopping over the curbs is the 16 of Reid Harker, the New Zealander, in the EBM Giga Racing Porsche. Still trying to get themselves back into the podium paying slot. They were about 49 seconds back from Ye Hong Lee in the R&B Lamborghini. 4th overall, 4th in class. The last lap was a 2:09.5. Their best is a 2:08.7. So Reid Harker still maximising what the car can do wherever possible. And there is Alex Imperatori, still in 10th position, the Swiss driver, with a lot of time to make up on the cars up in front, but certainly seeking to find that time wherever he can. Really interesting situation continuing here at Sepang as we get the lights flashing from the Porsche just behind. That is Li Jia hoping to... Oh no, that's the Aston Martin. I do apologise. That's the Viper Naser car. But the gap between these 3 cars, they are 10th and 11th, but the actual gap between them is 3 laps. So Jasmine Jafar, the Malaysian, running in behind the Swiss driver Alex Imperatori, but using Imperatori as a very good reference point, because obviously they lost a lot of time earlier on when the Aston Martin stopped out on the circuit and then recovered back to the pits and reset. They lost 3 laps in all of that, and a couple of other incidents as well, but Alex Imperatori currently the fastest car on track. Look at that, a 2:09.8 from Alex Imperatori, when most of the cars out there are currently in the 2:10s, 2:11s, 2:12s. And the Aston Martin actually ran with them on the last lap. Jasmine Jaspar just set the fastest lap of the race for the Aston Martin, which is a 2:09.405, which was a good 3 seconds faster than Marcus Winkelhock out in the lead, and 2 seconds faster than Christopher Haase in second. So that's what following Alex Imperatori does for your speed. Trying to keep up with him is really helping the cause. So the Ferrari and the Aston Martin echoing the battles that are currently going for those two teams in Formula One here at the Sepang 12 Hours, on a circuit that used to hold Formula One events, of course. The last race at Sepang 2017, if memory serves me correctly, although I'm sure one of the viewers is going to correct me and say, Jake, I think you'll find it was actually 2016. So we'll, I'm sure that correction will come. If you're watching along and you are glued to the Nitro YouTube feed, then you are very welcome. Do please continue to watch with us and support your favourite team. It's going to be a very exciting run. Chapong Lekchom is currently rooting for the number 26 crew, the Be Quick Absolute Squad, the team that is registered in Thailand. And they are currently in second place, gaining about 2.5 seconds per lap on the leaders. Everything else is all about supporting the favourite team. Your company is very appreciated. We are delighted to bring you coverage of the Sepang 12 Hours, the first race of its kind since 2016. Thank goodness the Top Speed crew have been able to put together such a fantastic race and a great event. And the race is still going strong. 16.9 seconds is now the gap between the two absolute Audis. So Christopher Haase is absolutely chopping the gap to Marcus Winkelhock. Absolutely savaging that distance between the two of them. That was double that about 20 minutes ago. So Christopher Haase just chipping away, closing in on Marcus Winkelhock. But Ye Hongli, the R&B Racing Lamborghini from China, is currently in third position. Reid Harker, the New Zealander, fourth place at the moment in the EBM Giga car. And fifth overall is the leading AM driver, that is Christian Kia for Canada, in the Modena Porsche. But they've still got a few drivers around them. As into the pits comes Betty Chen. She's done a great job in the AAI BMW. They're currently running second in the AM category. Still about a minute back from the Modena Porsche of Christian Kia. But there's still every chance that the AAI Motorsport BMW has got what it takes to win the AM category here, as we watch Reid Harker in the very distinguishing Nay Hark livery. See what we did there? But the Kiwi doing a fine job. As we now watch the race leaders, this is the absolute car, and this is the car of Andrew Haryanto, Yu Kwai and Marcus Winkelhock. Winkelhock is behind the wheel on lap 107. But the lap time is decreasing as Ye Hong Lee has brought the R&B Lamborghini into the pits now, as we approach the half-distance mark. So Ye Hong Lee, the Chinese driver, has now come into the pits in the number 3 car, and I can tell you that the AAI Motorsport car is now driven by Tanat Sathantherakul. So Tanat Sathantherakul has taken over from Betty Chen. And as I predicted, Sandy Stuvik is still behind the wheel of the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. They've got out again in 7th place, 3.5 seconds adrift of Chen Chunhua in the AAI BMW number 15. So there's still a really nice little battle cooking up as the R&B Lamborghini of Ye Hong Lee finds itself in 3rd place. But the gap comes down again between Winkelhock and Haase in the two absolute Audis. 13.4 is now the gap. So into the pits, you can see the R&B Lamborghini of Ye Hong Lee. Still running a very solid race there in 3rd position. But obviously they're going to lose that position next time by, because Reid Harker in the EBM Giga car is going to go through. So too is Christian Kia in the Modena Porsche. So still some good battles and some very exciting runs to come. As we watch the cars coming through, we now have exactly 4 hours to go. Ladies and gentlemen, we are halfway home in the Sepang 12 Hours. Don't ask. 8 hours was the given distance instead of 12, partially for logistical reasons, partially because It's the first race back at Sepang for 7 years. The name carries, and the hope is, of course, that next year it will be the full 12 hours again, as we have a full grid of cars. But considering the quality of the teams that are racing, we've had several lead changes here in the Sepang 12 hours. It's been great to watch. But we are now heading into the second half of this encounter as Markus Winkelhock and Christopher Haase, the two German drivers for the Absolute Racing crew, one for the number 18 car and one for the Be Quick number 26, are just chipping away at each other all the way through, as there goes Reid Harker unlapping himself from Markus Winkelhock. Now, what is the strategy? What are the tactics for Markus Winkelhock and the Absolute Audi team here? Because clearly they're quite happy for Winkelhock to be losing about 3 seconds a lap to the sister car. They're not bringing him in anytime soon. They're clearly waiting for the right lap to bring the car in, as Reid Harker now unlaps himself. And I can tell you that Afik Ikhwan, or Afik Yazid, as he's also known, has now got into the R&B Lamborghini. So Reid Harker goes through, now in third position, and interestingly, back on the lead lap as well. So they are about 2 minutes roughly behind Christopher Haase in the Be Quick Absolute Audi. So they're on the lead lap only just, because they've managed to unlap themselves from Markus Winkelhock. And there is the Modena Porsche, the car that leads the AM category. That's Christian Kia behind the wheel, the Canadian. And they're currently running in P5. Now, this is fascinating. Team manager, car 18, must go immediately to race control. That's the leader. But the Absolute Audi must be in trouble for some form of transgression. We don't know what it is yet. But the team manager for Absolute Racing number 18, the leading car, has to immediately report to race control. What is going on? Something is cooking up with the race leader here. So this is going to be a fascinating situation. And we are about to see some interesting duels going on here, I feel. Then we're going to see quite an interesting little battle cook up. But I have a feeling that there could be some controversy on the way. So the battle's going strong, and we are raging towards a really exciting challenge now here at the Sepang 12 Hours 2023. Saturday night's all right for fighting as far as the two Absolute Racing cars are concerned, and apparently car 18 has been reported to stewards for repeatedly abusing track limits. So Markus Winkelhock, who, as Sean alluded to earlier, has just been pushing and not really focusing on track limits, just getting it done. He's not only being caught by Christopher Haase, but has now abused track limits one time too many, and as a result is now reporting to the stewards. So this is not good news, as the team manager for Absolute Racing is now immediately having to report to race control. Meanwhile, we've got Ferrari versus Aston Martin, which has been cooking up nicely for the last 20 minutes. And still, Jazeman Jaffar is using Alexandre Imperatori to get his race back on track. He's 3 laps behind him, but he's going with him at the moment because they're both lapping in the 210s. Interestingly, the last lap, Markus Winkelhock finally bailed, so Winkelhock, the race leader, has come into the pits, but the team manager has still got to report to race control regardless, and that means that Christopher Haase in the Be Quick car has now taken the lead. So the Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi is now into the lead of the race with the Absolute car number 18 and Markus Winkelhock in the pits. So that little story is playing out, but they still have to report. The team manager still has to report to race control, whether they want to or not. Sandy Stuvik, by the way, has managed to overtake the Modena Porsche of Chen Chenhua. The Modena Motorsport Porsche has not come through yet. Something's happened to the Modena Porsche. Have they come into the pits? Yes, they have. So that'll be why they drop back. Sandy Stuvik in the Craft Bamboo and Chen Chenhua in the AAI BMW both managed to get through before the Modena even made the pit stop. Now this is going to be an interesting one for Talat Satantirokul, the Thai driver for the AAI BMW, running in 8th position overall and 2nd in the AM class. How much time have they been able to make up on Christian Kia, the Canadian, in the Modena Porsche? There is the leading AM car. And out of the car gets Christian Kia. Now who's that getting in? Is that John Shen or is that Francis Jaya? Well, we will find out very soon indeed. But Christian Kia has done a very, very fine job indeed in the Modena Porsche, handing over to his colleague. And Porter is not that far away behind Tanad Satandiraku either. 9.4 seconds is the deficit. This is fabulous. Alex Imperatori and Jasmine Jafar, two drivers who know the GT craft very well indeed now. Just battling with each other out there on the course. Ferrari versus Aston. This is what these cars were built for. And Alex Imperatori in the Harmony Racing Ferrari versus Jasmine Jafar in the Viper Niza Racing Aston Martin Vantage. Having a great duel at the Sepang 12 hours into the second half of the race. And also into the pits now has come Christopher Haase. Now, Andrew Haryanto has got into the absolute Audi number 18. Christopher Haase is coming to the pits practically on the same lap. Well, just a lap after, actually. So how close to each other are they going to be when they get out, and who's going to have the faster car underneath them? So there is the Modena Porsche. Just finishing off the tyre choice. And they'll send the Porsche back out onto the circuit again. The leader in the AM category. Away you go, buddy. A good run so far. Now, is this these two still dueling away, Ferrari versus Aston? Of course it is. Alexandra Imperatori and Jasmine Jafar having a great duel out on the course. This is the stuff that boyhood dreams are made of, isn't it? Ferrari versus Aston Martin at the dead of night, forcing each other to try and make mistakes. This is why we love GT racing. This is why the sport is so poetic, so romantic. These are the kind of duels you live to see. Aston Martin versus Ferrari. A duel that's been going on for almost a century. Still the battle rages. Imperatori versus Jafar. 3 laps between them, but Jafar just following Imperatori's every wheel tracks, hoping that they have an issue. Gaining massive speed, pace and time just by following in pursuit, just by hunting their every move. Christopher Haase into the pits. Now, has he been replaced in the car? As Andrew Haryanto has got back out onto the circuit behind Reid Harker. The Kiwi now moving into second place. Now, Jasmine Jafar has absolutely no intention really of making the overtake and making the big bomb dive to get through on the inside line of Alexandra Imperatori. He just wants to follow him around the whole circuit, improving the Aston Martin speed, improving the data, giving the team more to work with so that they can make improvements for the next race they do. Right, this is an interesting one. Car 18 has had 10 seconds added on their next pit stop for constant abuse of track limits. That is going to hand the lead of the race outright to the Be Quick Absolute Racing car once the musical chairs have stopped. And Henk Kiks is the one who is now behind the wheel of the Be Quick Absolute, by the way. So Henk Kiks has taken over on lap 111. And I do wonder, is Reid Harker the race leader now in the EBM Giga Racing car? Well, that's definitely good news for Andrew Haryanto, for Henk Kiks and co, because Andrew Haryanto on his next pit stop is going to have 10 seconds added on for constant abuse of track limits. This is not good for the number 18 crew, and this is really going to hamper their chances of going for the victory later on in the battle. So still the battle's raged. It's been a scintillating race battle so far, and a really strong race continues. It has been phenomenal. Absolute Racing, Modena Motorsport and FM Motorsport X-Silver Rocket, your team leaders. Been a really exciting run all the way through though. And still the race continues to play out. But here is the Viper Niza Racing Aston Martin, having now overtaken the Ferrari. So Alexandra Imperatori struggling. Ferrari does not look as fast as it once was. So something has befallen the Ferrari. Not sure whether it's just the ebb and flow, the natural ebb and flow between the two cars. And then they've obviously ended up forcing each other into an error somewhere along the line. It's the Ferrari that's come off worse. So whether this is an actual shift in the transfer of the race battle. So I'll have to keep an eye on this one. But certainly out in front at the moment, it's all going well for the EBM Giga Racing Team car. They are now the team that's out front, with the New Zealander Reid Harker out in the lead, based on the fact that the two Absolute cars have pitted, and the number 18 car has got to take a 10-second penalty at their next pit stop. So it's looking very difficult indeed for Andrew Haryanto. Now, the gap between Haryanto and Kicks in the two cars is only going to be about 10 seconds or so by my mathematics, unless there's been a real problem at the Be Quick Absolute Racing pit stop. Gonna have to double check when they come through. 16.8 seconds. So a little bit of a sluggish stop for the Be Quick Absolute car. And they're only 3.7 seconds now ahead of Sandy Stuvik in the Craft Bamboo. Reid Harker, I think, in the EBM Giga car still needs to make a pit stop. So for my money, there are still 3 cars in this race. Oh no, sorry, 3 pit stops have now been made by the EBM Giga Racing car. So this is the outright positions. So Reid Harker in the EBM Giga Racing Porsche is the actual leader of the race now. They've had 3 pit stops rotation. A couple of teams have had 4 for various different reasons, but the leading cars, every car in the top 7 overall, have all made 3 pit stops and 3 pit stops alone. So this is ultimately the actual race order, and the EBM Giga Racing team, with Reid Harker at the wheel, is 40 seconds nearly ahead of the Absolute Racing Audi of Andrew Haryanto, which has got to serve a 10-second penalty next time after Marcus Winkelhock repeatedly abused track limits in the eyes of the officials. Henk Kicks has now moved up into 3rd position again in the Be Quick Absolute Racing car, although I think actually Sandy Stuvik in the Craft Bamboo may have managed to move up into 3rd position, depending on when the car crossed the line. But the EBM Giga Racing Porsche of Reid Harker, that is the actual race leader. That's not waiting for another pit stop or 2 to happen. That's on pace and on merit. So the New Zealander, Reid Harker, captaining his troops beautifully. Here's that coming towards us. That is the Aston Martin. That is the Viper Niza Racing car of Jasmine Jafar. So it's another fast lap, a 2:09.4. The only car that was faster than that on the previous lap, well, the only 2 cars, were the AAI BMW of Tanat Satanthirakul, and also the race leader, Reid Harker. So we're in the midst of a fabulous battle here, as the pit stop procedures have all gone through. Everybody in the top end has had 3 pit stops apiece. So now it comes down to who is at the sharp end. The Craft Bamboo has got through into 3rd position, but Henk Kicks is only 3.6 seconds back from Sandy Stuvik in the Craft Bamboo. So there's only 1 minute and 3 seconds between the top 4 cars in this race. And there's only another 25 seconds or so back to Chen Chunhua in the AAI BMW. This is still a very open race, still a very open competition, and we've still got a fair way left of it. 3 hours and 46 minutes still to go. There's a lot that can still happen here, but this is such a giant killing effort from the EBM Giga Racing team. Reid Harker running the lead. There he is, leading this race. The Sepang 12 Hours is looking good for a Porsche to win again. They've already won the event 4 times over the years. They are the most successful manufacturer in the Sepang 12 Hours, and Porsche would dearly love to make it 5. And Reid Harker is definitely going about that the right way out there in the car. His teammates on the sidelines just enjoying the moment, Adrian De Silva and Nazim Asman. I'm not sure they would have expected to be leading at this stage of the race, but at the halfway point, that is exactly where the EBM Giga Racing team find themselves. Leading the way with several more battles to come. But it's certainly looking really strong for the Kiwi up front. Reid Harker is taking it 1 lap at a time. You don't need to push yourself too hard here. Just look after the car. Just look after yourself. Keep yourself in the zone. Keep focused. 1 step at a time. And Reid Harker giving EBM Giga exactly what they deserve here. A very impressive and very strong run. Andrew Haryanto running in the Absolute Audi in 2nd place from Sandy Stuvik in the Craft Bamboo. And then the Be Quick Absolute of Henk Kicks, 4th position. All of these cars covered by a little over a minute, with 4 hours still to go. Well, less than that now, 3 hours 45 still to go. It's going to be a really entertaining second half to the race. I would estimate now that we're looking at about 208, 209 laps total for the Sepang 12 Hours. We'll just reach the second century, but we won't do many more laps after that point. I'm absolutely astonished that in this time, we haven't really had yellow flags or anything, or certainly not a yellow flag period anyway. So Afig Yasid must respect track limits at turn 6. That's the first warning for car number 4, the R&B Lamborghini. He's done a fantastic job considering he's come into the team cold and without any decent testing time behind him. It's been fascinating to watch these guys battle out. The total laps covered by all participants at this point, 1,359. 45 pit stops so far. We're on lap 114. We have had no time under safety car, no time under full course yellow, no time under code 60. It has been one of the cleanest GT races I think I've ever seen in my life. And it's been a brilliant indicator that Sepang is ready to host these big events again, as is Malaysia as a country. I really hope, I'm touching wood as I say that, there's been absolutely no major incidents in this race. And the drivers are just getting on with it, they're just ticking laps down. Reid Harker in the EBM Giga racing car, having a great run. Now into the pits comes Chen Chunhua in the AAI BMW number 15. Still going strong. Oh, bit of a run out wide there for the AMAC Motorsport car. That is Ben Porter at the wheel. Andrew McPherson and Andre Hemgartner, his teammates. They get back on the power once again as they storm round out into the pits. There is the AAI BMW that we talked about. So Chen Chunhua getting into... Is there a driver change? I didn't see if there was a driver change. But certainly they've got two great drivers to choose from in Jesse Kroon and Jens Klingman, who can both take over very admirably indeed. Looks like they have made a driver change because there is an adjustment of seatbelts going on. But I couldn't tell you at this exact moment which driver it is that's got in. I can't tell from that distance whether that's Jesse or whether that's Jens. But there is the leading car, Reid Harker in the EBM Giga racing car. He's sharing that with Nazim Azman, making his GT debut. And they also have the very skillful and very talented youngster Adrian De Silva in the car. He's been GT racing since 2008. I'm happy to call him a youngster because he'll be very happy about it. Third in the Malaysian Super Series 11 years ago, third in the Asian Touring Car Series in 2009. He's been there and done it all, but what he hasn't done is won the Sepang 12 Hours, and this is his best shot. As out onto the circuit again goes Jesse Kroon in the AAI Motorsport BMW. So they put Jesse Kroon into the car for this next phase of the race, getting out onto the circuit behind the race leaders in the AM category. That is the Modena Porsche of John Shen. Now Reid Harker has been told he has to respect track limits at turn 4. That's his first warning. So he's got to be very careful about abusing track limits himself. There is the Aston Martin, that is Yasemin Jafar, down in 11th position, having had a mechanical stoppage earlier on in the day. And so they've got to recover about 3 laps on the rest of their competitors out there. Although David Chen is now in the Harmony Racing Ferrari instead of Alex Imperatori, so they've had a pit stop. And that's going to bring Yasemin Jafar and the Aston Martin team back into it a little bit. Here's the Graf Bamboo, third position for the Thai driver Sandy Stuvik, staying out long in the car with his teammates Jeffrey Lee and Liang Jiatong, still watching from the sidelines, hoping for this podium to stay nailed to the mast. The battle for the AM category is really heating up. John Shen in the Modena Porsche is just 10.4 seconds now ahead of Tanat Sathantarokul in the number 91 AAI BMW. And Ben Porter in the AMAC Porsche is only 20 seconds back from that. And these are the 3 remaining cars in the AM category, because the 4th, the AAI BMW of the number 90 crew, the Chinese Taipei row, they continued on in fine style until lap 27, when the car finally decided it had had enough. Chinese Taipei, of course, represented by the man in 2nd position in the AM category, Tanat Sathantarakul, the team from AAI Motorsports obviously representing Chinese Taipei. The band Transition, the official Olympic soundtrack to Chinese Taipei for the London Olympics back in 2012. Good mates of mine, the band Transition. I opened for them once many years ago. Good old Sean Henselwood was arguing about them, was telling me we don't know how early it is to get the singing voice out, but I certainly did for the official Olympic band of Chinese Taipei many years ago. So if the guitar is needed in a red flag period later, you know where to find me. But the EBM Giga Racing team out in front has no need for a decent tune to keep people interested in their progress. Reid Harker leads the way by 41 seconds to Andrew Haryanto in the Absolute Racing car, although at their next pit stop they need to add an additional 10 seconds penalty to their pit stop. Sandy Stuvik running third in the Craft Bamboo, and Henk Kicks running fourth in the Be Quick Absolute Audi, 14 seconds back from Sandy Stuvik in the Craft Bamboo squad. Fifth position for the R&B Lamborghini of Afik Yasid. And then the AAI BMW, the leading car from the Chinese Taipei-based outfit, Jesse Kroon, is behind the wheel. They were leading at one stage, but then who hasn't been at various points of the race? The R&B Lamborghini's been a race leader, the Craft Bamboo has led, the Absolute Racing cars have both led at certain stages, as has the AAI Motorsport car of Jesse Kroon, Jens Klingman and Chin Chen-Hua. But at the moment, it is Reid Harker of the EBM Giga Racing team, beyond half distance, that leads the way. There is the Harmony Ferrari, currently being driven by Chen Weian, partnered, of course, by Hua Ruhua and Alexandra Imperatori, who did so much work to get their speed back up to whack again. It is now Chen Weian, who is in the car number 488. The number so chosen because that is the model of the Ferrari that is being raced. Of course, in just a few weeks' time, the brand new Ferrari GT3 car, which is the Ferrari 296, is going to be making its international competition debut. It won't be too long before the Asian GT world manages to get its hands on that new 296. Every sort of 4 or 5 years of rotation for Ferrari GT cars before they bring the latest model. There is the Absolute Audi, Andrew Haryanto, the Indonesian, running in second position at the moment, but that car needs to have an additional 10 seconds penalty the next time it comes into the pits. There is Reid Harker, our race leader in the EBM Giga Racing car. Oh no, wait, that is the Lamborghini emerging out of the shadows. That is Afik Yazid sharing the car with Ye Hong Lee and Bao Jinlong. With the R&B Lamborghini continuing on. The R&B Racing team have already had a very busy 2023. They sent a few cars over to the United Arab Emirates and Kuwait to compete in the Formula Regional Middle East Championship, also organised by Top Speed. They had some fairly decent competitors there. They also gave the Formula Regional debut to the young Bulgarian talent Nikola Tsolov, who was a protege of Fernando Alonso. So R&B Racing have had a very busy winter, masterminding young talents and trying to work their craft further forward. Been a really interesting battle for the team so far. They've had a really exciting run. And still the drivers battle on. They certainly had some good fun when they were out in the Middle East. It was exciting racing that we saw from them. They managed to run Giovanni Mascio, Han Chen-yu and Wang Zhongwei, as well as Tang Robin and Nikola Tsolov through the course of the season. Good to see them all putting on a good display out in the Middle East. But still, the battles rage on here at Sepang, and the teams are just keeping it together. No chaos, no disasters, no dramas. Just bring the car home at the end of your stint, keep it nice and tidy. But now we have a real battle for the race victory emerging. There is your race leader, the EBM Giga Racing Porsche of Reid Harker. The Kiwi doing a great job, 44 seconds ahead of the Absolute Audi of Andrew Haryanto, which needs to take a 10-second penalty at its next pit stop, don't forget, for repeatedly abusing track limits under the capable hands of Marcus Winkelhock. So definitely an interesting situation for the contenders as they continue and put on a great display. So still the drivers battle on. These are the highlights of the race that we're looking back on. Spot the moments where your drivers did what they were supposed to do. still they rage on. This circuit really does lend itself to some great images under the lights. As you can see, we've had several teams taking their turn at the front. Over the course of the last hour or so, it has been a great duel watching these guys battle for position. These two cars are still battling. At the time they were battling for fourth, now they're battling for third position. Chenchenois, the crew have run as high as third at one stage. They're currently running in P6, by the way, behind the R&B Lamborghini of Abid Yassid. These two cars have been battling for the lead for quite a long time, and they're still battling. The gap between them now is 45 seconds. There's Reid Harker making his bid up the inside and making a good run of things. Just looking back over the highlights, which is why it says that there's 4.5 hours to go. It's actually 3 hours and 34 minutes to go. But the teams have definitely been batting away. It's been good to see Jasmine Jafar get the Aston Martin back up to speed after their earlier technical difficulties. But the race is well and truly joined here at Sepang 12 hours under the floodlights. It's been pretty exciting. There is the AMAC Motorsport team. Ben Porter, Andrew McPherson and Andre Heimgartner. The team currently running in third position in the AM category. Second in the AM category is the number 91 BMW, the AAI Motorsports team based in Chinese Taipei. Driving behind the wheel at the moment is Tanat Satatirakul. They've been working very hard since the start. There is the car that's running in second place in the category. The leading AM car, however, is the Modena Motorsport Porsche, currently being driven by the Hong Kong driver John Shen. Leads the way. Good battles everywhere you look. This was a nice moment when catching out the BMW completely unawares. We saw the R&B Racing Lamborghini make the move, and then round the outside we then saw the same thing from the Craft Bamboo Mercedes AMG car. I was making some good moves, but this is the controversial one. Marcus Winkelhock in the Absolute Audi, repeatedly abusing track limits. They've now had 10-second penalty added to their time. Check this guy out. Reid Harker made it look absolute child's play out there as the EBM Giga Racing car continues to step it up. We had some great duels between these two, Alexandra Imperatori and Jasmine Jafar. It almost ended with Jafar going into the side of the Ferrari. Unfortunately, they kept it without contact. It's been the perfect GT race from the organisers' point of view once we actually got started, because there's been no yellow flags, there's been no safety cars, there's been no code 60s. Everybody's just got on with it. It's been a pure motor race, which is exactly what we were hoping for. And now the top four cars are separated by, I'd say, about a minute and a half, because the Be Quick Absolute car has really fallen off in pace in the last 20 laps or so. And that gap is now up to 27 seconds between them and the Craft Bamboo in third position. So an interesting situation, but a very tough race still in the offing. Sean Hensherwood is back in the room, and it is perfect timing. It's a four-way fight for the victory now.
One thing I was going to add is there's no rain yet. There is a little bit just floating around off the coast out to the Strait of Malacca, and maybe it'll come in, maybe it won't. Anyway, whatever. How's it been? What have I missed?
Well, there's been a penalty handed to the Absolute Racing Audi. Marcus Winkelhock was abusing track limits far too much. The team manager had to report to the stewards, and they've now got 10 seconds added penalty to their next pit stop, which is really going to hamper their chances of closing in on the EBM Giga Racing team. All of the top four teams have now had 3 pit stops, so this is the true order, and it's actually Reid Harker, the Kiwi, doing a sensational job out front, keeping good pace. Their pace has been pretty metronomic. They're keeping it in the 209s, but so too is the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. They're starting to chip away. The Absolute Audi is really starting to falter at this point of the race. They're kind of costing themselves time here. They need to get themselves back into it. What's even more exciting is that we've had a lead change in the last 10 minutes in the AM category. The AAI Motorsport BMW, driven by Tanat Satatirakul, has finally managed to get past the Modena Porsche that's been leading since the late Middle Ages. John Shen's still there in second position, only 2.5 seconds back. But even Ben Porter in the AMAC Porsche, they're only 27 seconds back, so that could still go anybody's way too.
How good's this in the middle of the Royal? I think we've probably gone past the middle point of the race now, finally, to be in this situation where you've got such a close fight, both for outright and for the AM honours. So It's going to be an interesting close to this race. You go and have a bit of a lie down, because I reckon you've done some pretty hard yards so far today.
I shall indeed, sir. Thank you. And you're going to really enjoy the next hour. Both categories so close to the victory.
Andrew Haryanto on screen. The Indonesian driver charges around again. The former Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup champion. Loves this circuit. In fact, from memory, and I use that word a little, he may well have won his championship here under lights against Burat Birambakti. So this is a circuit that he remembers only too fondly. He's got a Ferrari ranging up behind him by the look of things. But currently the Harmony Racing entry, he's got David Chen behind the wheel. They are a little bit further back down in the order in position number 10. Haryanto 43 seconds, 46 seconds now behind Reid Harker. And these combinations are going to be very interesting to watch. I wonder whether or not we will have seen the end of Andrew Haryanto's stints at the close of this one. And we'll see the remainder of this race played out between Yu Kuai and Marcus Winkelhock. Yu Kuai did a brilliant job during his stint in the car. David Chen really has managed to hunt down Andrew Haryanto. It looks like there will be a change of track position, not outright position, because there are a couple of laps between the two cars. In fact, Haryanto is on lap 121. David Chen, unfortunately, on lap 117. So there's a 4-lap difference, but the Ferrari is really starting to find some pace. Last time around, David Chen in the 210s. Haryanto also in the 210s. But I think the Ferrari driver is a little hungrier at this point. There is John Shen, still getting around in that Modena Motorsport Porsche. This could well be the end of his stints. Leave it to the Char brothers to finish this off. Francis and certainly Christian's pace was very good during his first stint in the car. Just as we got on to dusk, we're now well and truly under lights. And Reid Harker is, as Jake was saying, doing an absolutely stellar job. 209.7 last time round. 208.7 is the fastest lap from that car. Now, if Adrian De Silva can manage to find the pace that he was showing during the early leg of the race, he started the number 16 EBM Giga Racing entry. If he can find that pace during his next stint, and he might well be next in after Reid Harker, which would leave Nazim Azman, who did a brilliant job during his stint, the young Malaysian driver. Not well versed with GT driving, but boy, he's fast-tracking his experience with an 8-hour race. He's learned an awful lot about how to make one of these cars work over the course of the last couple of days. And during his first stint, he really found some impressive pace and went beyond the pace we saw during qualifying. He didn't improve his time, but it was just more consistent. The qualifying time was one out of the box because he needed it in order to make up important track position, but he's just been consistently quick. Now, who's in the 26 entry at the moment? That is team boss, car owner, Hank Kicks. Be Quick by Absolute Racing entry. Both these Audis are Evo 2s. Lamborghini's an Evo 1. It's the new Evo 2 made its debut at the Daytona 24-hour race. We haven't seen the new generation car in this part of the world. 992 Porsche GT3Rs with the AMAC car and the EBM Giga Racing entry. As Hank Kicks fires in another solid lap. Now Hank's pace at the moment, last time around 2:11. That's pretty impressive for the team boss. It's just what they need him to be doing. All the engineers will be calling numbers. There will be a window that they would like their driver to compete in, knowing full well that with a little bit of thunderstorm activity in the area, not immediately at the circuit, but it can, as those of you who have been to the circuit before know only too well, appear out of nowhere and appear very quickly. Doesn't really look like on the radar there's enough activity for that to be an issue, but it's unpredictable. We're in the tropics. This far we have managed to avoid inclement weather. Let's hope it stays that way through the remainder of this race. Although those of you who are purists do like to see a little bit of action as the number 15 entry hits pit lane from position number 6, Jesse Crone. Finish driver is in pit lane. Now, who will he hand over? Back to who started the race, Kevin Chen, or is it Jens Klingmann going to jump back behind the wheel? Kevin may have done enough. I think he's run 2 stints now in the car. We'll soon see. It's the FIST Team AAI BMW M4. Comes in very slowly. In fact, I wonder whether it's run out of fuel it's running so slowly. I mean, there is a speed limit and there is a lack of fumes and vapor in the tank to actually get the car down to its pit lane. So that's not what that team wanted to see. They were in fairly strong contention. A couple of laps back, this is even worse news. This isn't a refueling issue. This is back into the pit bay. That'll be 2 BMWs for the team from Chinese Taipei out of the race at this point. We saw the team boss, Junsun Chen, in pit lane after just 26 laps. Viper Niza Racing Aston Martin Vantage GT3. I was going to say GT4, then I've just been doing a bit more research to update my spec. It's been a few years since I've called a GT race, and I think, admit earlier that the AMG GT3 might have been a 4-litre twin turbo. That, of course, is the GT4 car. Still that thundering great 6.3-litre naturally aspirated Mercedes AMG V8. It's an unmistakable sound. I was a bit surprised you could get that kind of sound out of a twin turbo 4-litre, but hey, they do work miracles, HWA. But no, it is still the engine we know and love. That great big thundering 6.3-litre V8, and what a sound it makes. I think at some point there was plans that there may be a specification change, as BMW have recently made, from their twin-turbo V8 through to the twin-turbo inline 6 for the new M6. Unfortunately, it was sidelined early with a number 90 entry. And the car that's just pulled into pit lane is also the car that is shared between Kevin Chen, Jens Klingmann and Jesse Crone. There is the one surviving FIST Team AAI BMW. Eddie Chen was behind the wheel a little bit earlier. Tanat Sathianthirikul is back behind the wheel. And he's been the faster of the trio. Piti Bhirombhakdi did a fantastic job. Of course, a lot of experience around here. Run in the past in various categories, from GT World Challenge Asia to GT Asia, the forerunner to the SRO International platform. Back in those days, in the 458 Ferrari. Of course, the Bhirombhakdis have a great association through Singer with Ferrari. Go back a few years to Kimi Raikkonen racing the Ferrari with Singer logos emblazoned on the car. These days, it's quite likely Singer's still involved with Ferrari at some level. I haven't picked that up with the current car, but certainly they are associated with the Alfa Romeo team. And another Finn. Oh, okay. So that is the GDC entry. The FM Motorsport by Silver Rocket entry. Now, this might just be maintenance with what they need to update in the front of the car, because there isn't any engine in there. So that might just be heat from brakes. There has been a driver change there. That isn't Sean Tong. So that's either Simon Chan or Li Jia, who's jumped out of the car. Get an update on that one. In fact, Li Jia is listed, so it may be Li Jia that's got out of the car. So you'd expect Simon Chan has jumped in. Sean Tong's helmet's quite obvious. It's blue and yellow, predominantly blue at the front. Can't actually see anything at the moment with the bonnet up. If you call it a bonnet, if it's not the bonnet might be at the back. Maybe that's the hood. And again, that's American. You know, I'm sure somebody will pick that one up. But the lid's up, and the team aren't in any particular hurry. They're still refueling. Control fuel for all of these cars. As per the control Hankook tyres. Consistent performance, and there is that fantastic view across at those iconic grandstands for Sepang International Circuit. There's this coming through the glare. That is the number 88 Craft Bamboo J-Fly Mercedes AMG GT3 with the 6.3 litre naturally aspirated V8. Sandy Stuvik at the wheel, position number 3. 59 seconds behind the race leader, but interestingly, just 9.8 seconds behind Andrew Haryanto, who currently holds second position. What I was trying to allude to was with a 10-second penalty, this actually puts the number 88 Mercedes into position number 2. We still have 3 hours, 20 minutes left in this race, so a lot of things can change in that time. But as things stand, we're talking early in the race, and as Jake called it, one of the favourites is quite likely the double 8 Craft Bamboo Mercedes. The Audis, of course, are in there, and most certainly the number 16 EBM Giga Racing Porsche, stablemate in generation, of course, to the car on screen. The iMac Andrew McPherson owned Porsche GT3R Type 992. Looks great with the yellow lights too. The car actually looks pretty impressive under lights. At the moment, being steered very nicely by Ben Porter, Australian driver, regular in the stablemate of the AMAC team. Seen some great results with Andrew McPherson over recent years. 2021 Australian GT. Well, I'll take a step back. GT World Challenge Australia AM Class Champion. 2019 GT World Challenge Asia AM Class Champions in a Huracan GT3. So have shared a lot of success together. And there is Haryanto in the slipstream of Dominic Young in the Viper Nisa Racing Aston Martin. Heading up to turn 4. Through goes the GDC Porsche, so that leaves just the 2 AAI Motorsports BMWs in pit lane. We can effectively rule the 90 entry out. It hasn't moved anywhere now for 100 laps, so it is effectively retired, even though it doesn't say that officially. The Jesse Krohn entry has just come into pit lanes, now back in position 10. They're now 5 laps in arrears from the leaders, so that would effectively rule them out at this stage of the race to be an outright contender. It's getting a little bit too far back in the race order. David Chen continues to charge around. Last lap at 2:10. That's not too bad. At 2:08.1, quickest lap. The Alex Imperatore's first stint. David Chen, of course, has done a lot of miles around Asia. Came into motorsport late in the piece. Was studying and very focused on business. Was included in the regular racing that was done at Zhuhai, introduced to that, and very quickly joined the Audi Sport R8 LMS Club as an AM driver. And I have to say, having called that for a number of years, when we first saw him compete, we looked at each other a lot and said, how's this guy an AM driver? He'd often be competing just outside the leading drivers, and you had drivers like Alessio Picariello and Martin Rump. Sean Dong, another one. Very experienced drivers with a great pedigree and a lot of experience racing with this young driver from China. So David Chen, I mean, he might be the team boss, and he might be considered an AM entry in that team, but he's a very accomplished driver. It's interesting to see that Ben Porter has come back into pit lane. Does it look like they're doing a driver change down there? Yeah, well, somebody looks like they might have popped out. Yeah. So Porter's out. There's a white helmet going in. That could be AMAC, but also Andre Heimgartner, the New Zealander, sports a white helmet. So it could be the Kiwi jumping behind the wheel. And you'll soon see by the race pace. Very impressive performance just a week ago on the streets of Newcastle for the opening round of the Australian Supercars Series. Brad Jones Racing driver was consistently, during practice sessions, the fastest driver on track in his brand new Gen 3 Chevy Camaro. Didn't quite get the end results the team were looking for during the races. They were fairly torrid affairs. Ben Porter wanders back with his seat insert. A little bit different height-wise to Andre Heimgartner as David Chen fires down the inside of Andrew Harrianto. Battle's been going on for a little while. In fact, I think they're all very close to making contact. Just as he turned in, we were talking earlier about visibility in a modern GT3 car. There's an awful lot that you have to battle. It's not the least being seat position, being low and further back than the road car, but helmets on and helmet apertures, and not to mention fatigue and heat and everything else going on. If you make a dive, you want to make very certain that the car in front of you has seen you. Otherwise, you're going to be in all sorts of trouble, both for you and for them potentially. And that's the last thing you need on a very wide open, fast flowing international circuit like Sepang. Tilke designed and built circuit specifically for F1. So F1 spent a lot of time on this circuit. In fact, lap record, I think, was a 1:34. We go back to Sebastian Vettel. Just going to find my notes to recover exactly what that lap time was. But he certainly held the lap record outright for Sepang International Circuit with 1:34.08. The lap record outright for a GT3 car was held by James Collado. I say is held by James Collado in a Ferrari 488 GT3. It was set in 2019 at a 2:03.8. And interestingly, we saw in qualifying this morning, the fastest time was set by Marcus Winkelhock with a 2:04.32, so just half a second from the pace back in 2019, and that would have been a well-rubbered circuit at that particular time. A racetrack that had seen plenty of action. We've been in and through it a number of times today about the lack of motorsport activity in this part of the world over the last 3.5 years. So the Sepang circuit wasn't particularly race ready. There's been a bit of testing going on, but certainly not the miles it's used to seeing. So the track may not have been in prime condition. So for these guys to be turning laps just half a second off the outright lap record, pretty impressive performance. Obviously a factory Audi driver, you would expect that it'd be a fairly impressive performance as Reid Harker continues to lead this race. The lead out to 56.1 seconds now. Sandy Stuvik should just about be in frame now. That was him, I would hazard a guess. 5.7 seconds behind Andrew Harrianto. So the Craft Bamboo Racing by J-Fly Mercedes is closing in every single lap. In fact, last time round, Stuvik turned in second fastest lap of the race. Third fastest, as it turns out, at 2:10.8. 2:09.5 to Reid Harker. So the race leader's continuing to increase that lead. So the young Kiwi is doing absolutely everything that's asked of him. And will be interesting to see who jumps in the next stint. I'd suggest that perhaps Adrian De Silva would be well placed to jump in now, and that would allow the two younger drivers, Nazim Asman and Reid Harker, to close out this race and put them well and truly, I would expect, in the box seat. And Kicks would be completing his last stint in the car, as will Andrew Harrianto. 3 hours, 9 minutes still to go in this race. So depending on when they last hit pit lane, we're seeing some teams make their fourth stop. Be interesting to have data to see exactly when and where those teams did make that stop. Of course, with the commentary changeover, notes aren't much good. We're not actually sharing them at the moment, so we just have to run on when the teams next come back into pit lane, and that will be our gauge. It's the 101 entry, GTC entry with Simon Chan behind the wheel. The FM Motorsport by Silver Rocket entry. Green really punches. 992 Cup car. The race leader. No, it's John Shen. It's a bit hard to see in this light exactly which, but those flames really do light up the night. So John Shen's continuing to circulate. 26 seconds back now from the race lead, held by Tanat Sathian Thirukul in GT3 AM, position number 7 for Modern Motorsport. A quick look at updates. John Shen must respect track limits. Turn 6. In fact, Afik Yazid's done the same thing at turn 6. He's had a second warning, so now turn 6 is starting to slip into the equation. Just wonder whether the track conditions just changing slightly. It'll be starting to cool off. Obviously the sun's gone, so that level of heat will be gone. Ambient temperatures still likely to be around the low 30s. Current updates in a window of about 2 to 3 hours. So it's talking anywhere from 32 down to 30 degrees. So just refresh the radar. And it's telling me that that big storm is still well north of KL, so I don't think that's going to impact. But that it's Shah Alam, for anybody who has any experience in motorsport in this part of the world. Shah Alam was where the original race circuit was in Malaysia, and that bred the likes of Alex Young, whose father worked at Shah Alam, and of course Alex became Malaysia's first and to this point only Formula One driver. I think that's right. I'm sure somebody will point out if I'm not, but certainly Alex Young is a driver with a great pedigree too in GT racing. He went on to become a 3-time Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup champion before mentoring drivers. These days he's running his Axel Motorsport operation, which is very much an online thing, but training the next generation of drivers, one of which is Alistair Young, his son. He's about 17 feet tall. Very talented young driver. The only challenge he'll find is just getting into cockpits and fitting in. Certainly height isn't one thing that, something that racing drivers have as an advantage. Sandy Stuvik in pit lane. Now we're assuming there may have been a driver change. I wonder whether or not we will see Jeffrey Lee, driver from Chinese Taipei, take over the wheel, or whether in fact it will be Liang Xiaotong, and that's exactly who it is. So Liang's taken over. Not sure whether Jeffrey, whilst I've been having a breather, may have completed his second stint, so will have been through and concluded that. Two younger drivers in the car will take over the final stints. Certainly Sandy Stuvik, the reigning Thailand Super Series champion, 3-time Thailand Super Series champion, will be capable of running a couple of strong stints later into the night. Of course, we had a 2-hour delay at the start of the race, which was a little unforeseen. Bit of damage at turn 1 to the Armco railing, which needed to be repaired. That led us into a much later start. Instead of the scheduled 4 o'clock, it became 6 o'clock. Just checking that's right. Yeah, 2 o'clock became 4 o'clock. Different time zones. Scheduled finishing time now becoming midnight as opposed to 10 p.m. So that's 3 hours local time. We're heading up towards 9 o'clock Malaysian time. Liang gets out and gets himself comfortable in the car again. Reid Harker out to over a minute now. So this is arguably the biggest lead we've seen in this race so far. Doing a stellar job, the young Kiwi, as is John Shen. Not so young, but not so shabby. His pace last time around, 2:12. That is impressive, considering the best lap for that car is at 2:10. That is super consistent. The Chow brothers and John Shen are doing absolutely everything the Modena Motorsport team want. Of course, they've had plenty of experience. They've done a lot of driving in the 24-hour series, the Creventic series. Been over to the Middle East and around various different parts of the world racing in that series. In those days, it was with Wayne Shen, who sadly is no longer with us. His brother John is carrying the torch and continuing on, and his pace just seems to have improved as he's gotten older. And that won't go on forever, but very well versed to how to get the most out of these cars. Could you see the glowing exhaust under the rear of the GT3R Porsche? Just have a look at the back of it as we go through turn 9, all glowing red. It's one of the impressive sights of this kind of racing at night time, between the glowing discs under hard braking to the exhaust glowing red hot. Imagine the challenges the engines in all these cars are going through, running at absolutely maximum over 8 hours of competition. I'm sure they're more than happy to be pulling stumps at 8 hours and not going the full quota of 12 hours. But as Nicky Kemp, who's famous with PR Plus for supporting the media for motorsport all over the Asian region, made comment just earlier that she thinks the racing so far has been absolutely fantastic, and this really is the birth of a new era of motorsport in this part of the world, and this will strongly kick things on. And certainly Davide De Gobbi and his team at Top Speed have been at the forefront of pushing motorsport forward in this part of the world, and a very experienced campaigner that goes back to experience in his home country of Italy with the Prema Power team, as it was in those days, or Prema Racing as it is now, who dominate open wheel racing all over the world these days. Certainly a big part of the Formula Regional Asian Championships, and into F2 now and into LMP. They've been involved in many forms of motorsport, and that's certainly where Davide cut his teeth. And through those experiences on the coalface of some of the toughest racing anywhere in the world, he's impressed upon the Asian region for more than a decade now, just the benefits of that experience, and it has brought motorsport forward in leaps and bounds. Like anybody, he could do nothing about the last 3.5 years. That goes into the history books as something that we hope never to see again, but that alone certainly brought motorsport to its knees in the Asian region, and events like this, getting back up to speed, are what we've all been looking forward. So only 13 entries, sadly, but there is a lot involved in running a major endurance race, and arguably the Sepang 12 Hours for many, many years has been one of the preeminent GT races anywhere in the world. And we'll get back to that. We will have very strong fields in years to come. This is showing the world that we're open for business. Motorsport is underway again in Asia, and come and join us, because it's only going to get bigger. Driver change updates. Liang Jiatong has left pit lane. That's the most recent updates. We've seen all of that unfold. What we'll see unfold before too much longer, I should imagine, is Andrew Haryanto hitting pit lane for a driver change. That is Audi Sport Asia Junior driver you Kwai, or the experienced veteran. I suppose I can use it once you get over 40. Surely you become a veteran. What makes me a major veteran? But anyway, I'm a veteran plus. But Marcus Winkelhock would fall into that realm. So either of those two drivers will take over the reins from Haryanto. He's probably going to stick his feet up and have a nice cool drink and watch things unfold. I'm sure crack the odd joke or two, something he's more than famous for. Always a smile on his face. Actually, it's a cheeky smile, which means he's been up to something. Watch where you put your wallet, I have to tell you. But Andrew's been a great part of the motorsport environment in Asia for a lot of years, and to see him enjoying his motor racing and going over to European Le Mans and racing in Le Mans in the 24-hour race, that's been fantastic. Let's take a look back at some of the action a little bit earlier in the night. Great battle between Imperatori and Jasmine Jafar. Ryan Gardner out for his stint in the AMAC Porsche. Of course, Marcus Winkelhock has done fantastic things for the number 16 entry, but by the same token, he's also put him in a little bit of jeopardy. I'm sure he can make that up on track in race time during his stint, but 10 seconds lost due to track limits is a pretty big kick in the teeth. The team will have to work that one off. There's still plenty of time to try and recover it, but in the efforts it took for him to work his way back through the field, I think they dropped back to about 4th after their pit stop. Once Winkelhock had taken the reins, he got himself back into a comfortable lead, but in doing so, just overran the track limits in different parts of the circuit. Turn 14 was the one that seemed to pop up most often. 6 and 8 have also been areas of concern for drivers going beyond the track limits. Turn 4 was a big one yesterday during practice. And that looks like it may be the Viper Nisa Racing Aston Martin, or is that a Porsche? Is that Reid Harker in pit lane? Let me just check. It is in fact Reid Harker. That is a Porsche. It's difficult to see whether that was blue or green, but certainly that is the race leader. He is now in pit lane, so that'll put Andrew Haryanto potentially into the lead. Go and have a nice cool drink and a lie down, Reid. You've done a fabulous job. Now let's see, is it De Silva in the car, or is it Asman back in the car? Will Adrian De Silva take perhaps the penultimate stint of this race? Leave Reid Harker to go out and smash out the final laps, because these guys have suddenly put themselves right in contention for this race. Absolutely no question about that whatsoever. Car 26 driver Henk Hicks must respect track limits at turn 4 for first warning. So we were talking just a moment ago about turn 4 being an issue. John Shen's also done the same thing. Liang Jiatong has done the same thing at turn 4. So turn 4 is coming into it. It's different how different parts of the circuit have come into play as the track conditions have changed. Rubber going down, it's getting later in the night. I'm sure there's a little bit of fatigue for drivers and teams as well, but also the track condition itself, so far as cooling off, just the way the cars have been set up. Maybe now as they're hitting this part of the circuit, it's changed. It's not turn 14 anymore. That may well change once Marcus Winkelhock gets back behind the wheel. But let's see, as well, still says Reid Harker, waiting for an update. That should come about now. It's not Reid Harker. Who is the mystery driver? We'll have to wait a lap to see just who is back behind the wheel. Now, I would assume that quite comfortably, Andrew Haryanto will have gone through to take the lead again of the race. Car 16 is heading up to turn 4. There it is on screen. You can see where, well, that's car 26 as it turns out. So that's Henk Hicks in position number 3. Just waiting on an update for, sorry, so the 16's going through turn 6. The 18 was the car that I was looking for. It's just about to cross the start-finish line now, so there should be an update. Andrew Haryanto, P1, right on cue. Now that's on my timing monitor. Sorry for those of you listening to me and not having access necessarily to the live timing direct from the circuit. Slightly delayed, obviously, in the signal for the television. Not by much though. Well, the 18 car's now leading at 1:36, so it's not too much. Traditionally about 10-15 seconds. Hankook's on screen, holding down position 3. We'll get an update as to where he is, time-wise and position-wise, before too much longer. There's Nico, keeping tabs on the Viper Nisa team. The boys probably starting to get just a little bit tired. It's getting late in the day. It's been a long, hot day so far for all of the teams. That 2-hour delay doesn't really work into the schedule because you get fired up, you're working to a timeline, everybody knows where they need to be, what they need to do. Have you prepped yourself? Do you have everything sorted so far as are you hydrated? Is everything sorted? You've got to work to a timetable. To have that thrown out by 2 hours, that can really mess with the program for certainly the lesser experienced drivers who aren't accustomed to experiencing that. Some of the pro drivers too, but also a lot of those guys spend a bit of time just working themselves up to pace and getting G'd up for the competition, and then to have to go away and cool your jets for 2 hours, that doesn't always work as well as you would expect. So these are little things that will have played into the whole overall equation for today's race. But with 2 hours 53 minutes to go, we've got a little bit more time to try and sort out the wood from the trees, work out exactly who is where and when. We have to get all the drivers on the same page and all the teams on the same page, and that probably really won't start to fall into play before the last probably half hour of the race. The Modern Motorsport team keeping tabs. There's a whole bunch of guys that have worked together for a very, very long time. The Chars and the Shens. It's the 88 entry. Now with Yang Jiatong behind the wheel, position 5, number 88, Craft Bamboo entry. Support from Motul. CBM Media have got a lot to do with the Motul project. Motul, of course, alongside Hankook, great supporters of the Sepang 12-hour, heavily involved in their motorsport, certainly in Malaysia, but also within the region. 2:11 last time round for Andrew Harrianto, so probably getting towards the end of the tyre life. Weight certainly dropping from the rear of the car as the fuel unloads. So as they're burning that off, teams look a bit relaxed at the moment. Surely they're watching the feed online on Nitro or on Hankook Motorsport Asia Facebook. So Harrianto through turn 9, up to 10. Completes another lap, 137 laps in the books for the race leader. 10-second additional time penalty during the compulsory stop, which they will no doubt be undertaking before too much longer. The fact that Harker's been in, certainly Adrian De Silva was one of the drivers early in after the 60-minute mark of the race. He concluded the opening stint from about position 4, I think, or 5 from memory. So they've been right in the game since the outset. Looks like a couple of Aussies, the AMAC team, just getting themselves organised, watching things. Yeah, there's AMAC himself, just stuck his head round the corner. The 101 entry continues on in position number 11 with Simon Chan still behind the wheel, a driver from Hong Kong. Teammate Sean Dong has been the pace setter in that car. Ideally, he'd love to have just a little bit more power. You can see him racing with a couple of the outright cars Certainly the Craft Bamboo Mercedes at one point, just eager to get in the race. It's always frustrating when you're the only entry in a category and on outright pace, probably about 2 seconds a lap off the cars that you're racing with. So they're racing to their own format. They want to get to the end. They're basically assured victory, provided they make the end of this 12-hour event, the 8 hours of the 12-hour event. Just need to paraphrase that. Tank kicks, comes under fire from the R&B Racing Lamborghini, which has now worked itself up to position number 3. So they are looking now at position number 2 as the Absolute Racing Audis go back to positions 1 and 2. As the pit stops start again to unwind. The top 3 are yet to have concluded their 4th stop. So too John Shen, who went longest of all the teams during his first stint, got to 83 minutes into the race before the Modern Motorsport Porsche hit pit lane. Hand over to Francis Cha. Now Afik Yazid is looking to try and take a position away from Hankook before they hit pit lane. Given that Haryanto is continuing to circulate. Just make sure on the timing monitor. Yes, it's just clocked up lap number 139. I can't imagine that these guys will be in pit lane just yet. I think it's almost inevitable with Yazid turning in laps in the 212s. And Hankook, well, okay, more fool me. Fastest man, second fastest, third fastest, fourth fastest man on track last time round was Hankook with a 2:11.6, if you don't mind. So he's actually quicker than Afik Yazid. So maybe I just need to give myself a good talking to and not discount the performance of the Be Quick team boss, because on pace he is holding his own quite comfortably, thank you very much, and probably enjoying his last few laps in the car, because I should imagine he's well and truly earned himself a good lie down. It's been a stellar performance for the Be Quick team boss, a guy who's used to, well, success in business. That said, the Be Quick team are the reigning champions now of Thailand Super Series. They've had a lot of success over many, many years. So they really are a formed team in this part of the world, backed, of course, by Absolute Racing. Ingo Mata always in there with the Thailand Super Series, making sure things work. Babin Fior involved in some of the other projects these days. The two of them were often tied in with the same piece of real estate, running Audis, Porsches, Bentleys, all manner of cars, open wheelers, prototypes at times. They've really been involved in a lot of major motorsport competition within Asia. Rumour has it they're involved in Lamborghini Super Trofeo Asia on its return this year. We're talking about the return of the Sepang 12-hour. There's a number of championships also returning to Asia in season 2023. Of course, we've had the Fanatec GT World Challenge Asia powered by AWS over the last couple of years. It's focused more particularly on Japan with the newly emerged Japan GT Cup over the last couple of years. We'll kick off in Thailand at Buriram Chang International Circuit on the 13th to 14th of May. Then do a 4-race stint from June through to August at Fuji, Suzuka, Motegi and Okayama, which is a fabulous circuit. As a racer, it's a fabulous circuit in an amazing location. And then back to Sepang in September, late September, for the final round of their championship. Porsche Carrera Cup Asia kicks off right here at Sepang in Malaysia on April 28th to 30, before going to South Korea, Japan, Thailand, Buriram, Malaysia, back to Sepang in August, off to Marina Bay Circuit, rejoining the Singapore Formula One Grand Prix, and then finishing at Shanghai in October. The Thailand Super Series also comes to Sepang International Circuit, spends a lot of time at Chang International Circuit, Buriram in Thailand, kicks off on 20th to 23rd of April, second round also at Buildup, off to the incredible Bang Seng Grand Prix, which if you're into your Asian motorsport, you cannot miss. It's one of the greatest events you will ever see. Rivals these days, certainly Macau. That could change. Sorry, Nicky Kemp. It really is an incredible event, but Macau is another event that, as Asian motorsport rebuilds and gets back to where it was pre-pandemic stages, Macau is really the jewel in the crown of Asian motorsport, and we're looking forward to that a little bit later in the year. And stories are that we will see Formula 3 back this year, and let's hope that we get the international teams back for GT3, because that event was absolutely incredible, as long as they stay off the barriers. We're talking about Thailand Super Series here at Malaysia in August. They also go to Sepang for an invitational race as one of the FIS Team AAI entries, probably the remaining entry of Sathian Thirakul, Betty Chen and Pitibiran Bhakti is back in pit lane for their compulsory stop from position number 6. And the Thai Super Series finishes in December back at Buriram. Lamborghini Super Trofeo starts here on May 5th to the 7th at Sepang International Circuit. Travels to the Ben Motorsport Park in Australia. Yasser Shahin, the last ever Audi Sport R8 LMS Cup champion, a circuit that he and brother Sam run in South Australia. Then off to Fuji, Everland Speedway in South Korea, Shanghai, and finish with the World Series final at Vallelunga in Italy. So lots of motorsport in the Asian region. The Chinese Championship still setting dates. You've got China GT, China Endurance Championship, GTSSC. There is a lot of competition, and of course TCR Asia, TCR China. So plenty of motorsport in the Asian region over the coming months, and I have to say, I just can't wait. It's going to be fantastic to go proper racing again, just like we are right here, right now at the Sepang 12 Hour as the number 91 entry has hit pit lane for a driver change. Kanat Sathian Thirakul, very experienced young campaigner, started the car, was very, very quick through his opening stint. Got the car to the front of the field. Betty Chen and Pitibiran Bhakti have supported him very, very nicely to get that Singer-supported FIS Team AAI BMW. Sadly, the last remaining FIS Team AAI BMW in the field. Number 15 entry still in pit lane as things stand. Now 20 laps behind, as you can see on the timing monitor. So sad weekend for Kevin Chen, Jens Klingman and Jesse Krohn. Promising start. They were right in the mix for outright result too, but it's the old adage, to finish first you have to finish. And with an endurance race, that is a much tougher ask than during a standard 1 hour sprint race. So a lot of work for them to do. Andrew Harrianto, 52 seconds in front of his teammate Hank Kicks, continuing to circulate. Is that the Lamborghini in pit lane? It's very hard to see with the glare. Remember from where the teams are pitting, it certainly looks like the silhouette of a Lamborghini. That is most certainly the Huracan GT3 Evo. So they have hit pit lane. So Afik Yazid, another brilliant stint from the young Malaysian driver, arguably one of the go-to drivers in this part of the world if you're racing a Lamborghini. Multiple champion and certainly a multiple race winner in Super Trofeo Asia. He's run with the best of them at the world level. A bit of open wheel racing in F3 the last few years, just to keep himself fresh. Certainly if you're serious about your GT competition and you're young enough to get yourself into an open wheeler, that will keep you more than race ready. See the time, 9:19 and 28 seconds in the evening. Sepang International Circuit. As Bao Jinlong jumps back behind the wheel of the R&B Racing Lamborghini. Just looking down the order as to who is doing what. So John Shen resumes the lead of the GT3 AM category. Looks like the AMAC Porsche, or the IMAC Porsche. IMAC being the sponsor, AMAC being the typically Australian shortened version of Andrew McPherson, AMAC. AM, AC, you get it. IMAC is the sponsor of the car. Just make that distinction a little bit more clear. Shoots down to turn one. Andre Heimgartner now at the wheel. Last time round, Heimgartner did a 2:09.8. So he, at the moment, is comfortably fastest on track. Next best, Liang Jiatong is doing a fantastic job. 2:10.03 last time round. Considering the heritage and the pedigree of Andre Heimgartner, that's a very impressive lap from the Hong Kong-based driver. Sorry, he's a Chinese driver. The Craft Bamboo team is Hong Kong-based, of course. Frank Yu's home, the patriarch of the family, of the team. Those of us in the industry that spend a bit of time in Asia refer to Frank affectionately as Uncle Frank. A lot to do with the success of motorsport in the region over a long time. He's been a long-time competitor. Certainly got himself to the top of the GT3 tree in Asia, between GT Asia and the formative stages of GT World Challenge Asia. As Hank Kicks continues around again. What this lap's going to be like, because he's been turning in some pretty good laps. He's more than matching Afik Yazid in the R&B Racing Lamborghini just prior to Yazid hitting pit lane. And Hank Kicks 2:14, so he's dropped the pace off a little bit. He'd been in the 11s with the Lamborghini tucked under his rear wing, so he had a little bit of extra motivation. 2:14's not too shabby, especially considering race leader Andrew Harrianto is doing 2:13. So Adrian De Silva, now that was the question we were looking for. It hadn't really changed, but now it has. He has taken over the reins of the EBM Giga Racing Porsche. He's done a 2:11.9 last time round, so he's over a second faster than the race leader, and 2.5 seconds faster than Hank Kicks. Now, what was going on with the Aston Martin? Currently, Dominic Ung is behind the wheel. Getting around John Shen. Okay, so we've seen this a little bit before. That was a little too close for comfort. The Mercedes just getting onto the tail of John Shen, who was comfortably taking his race line, probably wondering what the Aston Martin was doing going around the outer side. So whilst he was watching that, he completely missed that the 88 Mercedes was coming up the inside, and Liang Jiatong very wisely pulled out of that. He got onto the headlight flashes to say, hey, John, I'm here. John's an old stager. He's been in this game a long time. He is not going to care one zack about you flashing lights at him or beeping the horn or waving your fingers at him. He's going to keep doing what John Shen wants to do. And if you have to work yourself around him, that's fine. Funny thing is, Jeffrey Lee employs exactly the same theory. So you should have had a little bit of guidance as to how that might work out. A little bit of respect for your elders too, never goes astray. But John Shen was completely within his rights to take the line that was suiting him. It was up to Liang to find a way through, and he now has done that, and he presses on. So John Shen, Andrew Harrianto and Hank Kicks, let's call them the old stages, they are yet to complete their fourth stop. So things haven't quite worked out. I say that just as Hank Kicks is classified in pit lane. It's a commentator's thing, or maybe it's prediction. Maybe we're seers. We can see what's coming. Not so sure that's particularly accurate, but anyway. Hank Kicks in pit lane. I would say for the Thai-based Dutchman, that will be absolutely game over for him. He will have done his job. Now, Peter Cox behind the wheel. Are we going to see a stint from Christopher Haase, the young German driver, the factory Audi driver? But I would expect those two drivers will close out between them the next 2.5 hours once the number 26 Be Quick by Absolute Audi rejoins this race. So what does the race leader do? I got a funny feeling that the Be Quick Audi's position behind the number 18 entry, so that may just slow up Harrianto if he decides to come in on this very next lap, because he's got to negotiate around the team. I can't remember whether the order was different. Now there's a car coming in at top of pit lane. Is that Harrianto? Let's see who comes across the line. Just check my car tracker. It looks very much like it could be. After all of that, the race leader is down pit lane. So, 145 laps now in the books. Where does Adrian De Silva come out at the end of all of this? I hazard a guess that he's going to come out as the race leader. Now, what will the margin be? See what I was talking about, how tight that's going to be? It's okay. We've got a foreshortened distance because of the long lens. That's Christopher Haase about to jump behind the wheel, looking at the race suit. I didn't see who'd gotten into the number 26 Audi. Arianto's done. Right, seat insert, eject stage left, or right, as it may be, depending on which way you were standing. It's gone. Strap Haase in. Car controller, the only one over the line. Fuel is just trying to balance himself, obviously, so he's kind of got a foot just over the line. The 26 car is out. Avoids the teammate. And it's Peter Cox behind the wheel from one Dutchman to another. One of the most experienced campaigners in GT motorsport. Fantastic pedigree. I'm sure once he jumps back on, you'll hear more about that from Jake Sanson. But the Be Quick team, they are well and truly up to speed. With Peter Cox behind the wheel, take very short period of time before they're starting to punch out some good laps. So Haryanto's shown still as race leader. That's not going to be positioned by the time we get through the lap. I think Adrian De Silva won't be too far from taking the number 16 car. Trying to find where it is on track. It's not actually visible at the moment. Must be a gaggle of cars altogether. The 18 cars in pit lane, the 16 cars in pit lane. Why is the 16 car in pit lane? We're not seeing it, but the timing monitor's just popped up that Adrian De Silva's popped into pit lane. Wonder whether he's now done his stint. Remembering that the absolute minimum time that any driver can do in the car is 80 minutes. So traditionally that would be the AM driver. So that's interesting. We're not seeing any vision of it at the moment as to whether or not the team's having any level of trouble, but the EBM Giga Racing Porsche is currently sitting in pit lane. They were on target for Adrian De Silva to take over the race lead, and he'd not long got in the car. It may have only been, what, a matter of 10 minutes or so since he'd jumped behind the wheel. They were effectively leading out the first of the top teams to hit pit lane, so they were running on sequence with their rivals. They were first in, so it can't have been more than 10 or 15 minutes behind the wheel of the car. That doesn't make too much sense. Let's see how much longer it's leaving pit lane now. Let's see whether De Silva's still behind the wheel, whether they may have suffered an issue. It's saying now Adrian De Silva to Nazim Azman. So maybe what has happened is De Silva's hit his time limit. That's it. And based on the strategy of what they're doing and the pace of his teammates, Nazim Azman and Reid Harker, they've decided, we're cool, let's go. Get that pit stop done, take Adrian out of the car, he's done, his time's over, he can go and have a nice lie down and a cool drink, and we will let the two young guns go out there and take the fight to these Audi stars. There's a couple of young guns in the Audi teams too, so it's going to be an interesting battle over the closing stages. 2.5 hours to go. I think we are set for a very, very interesting close to this race, and I'd hazard a guess that you better have some voice left, Jake Sanson, because you've got 1.5 stints left, and that final stint, that's going to be the cracker. I'm absolutely certain of it.
It certainly looked very exciting over the last sort of 10 minutes with all the teams filing into the pit lane. So we're really starting to see the latter stages of this race take shape. Looks to me as though all four teams in the hunt still have a really good crack at this. It's really going to be interesting to see how it finishes off.
2 Audis, a Porsche and a Lamborghini. It's not too bad. It's a little bit of a pity that, well, I suppose there's another car in there too. There's the Porsche, of course, the EBM Giga entry, but It was frustrating to see the Ferrari dropped out of that lead pack. David Chen still punting around in position 9, although they've just hit pit lane as well. They're probably really out of the equation, and you'd probably suggest that maybe not, but the Pity Bear and Bhakti number 91 FIS Team AAI entry may also be out of the equation, but only just. A lot can happen. I mean, there's 2.5 hours to go. How often have we seen in the closing stages of an endurance race somebody who's got it absolutely in the bag sitting in pit lane with some sort of obscure issue that you could never have predicted? So still a long way to go.
Indeed, very sad in particular in that latter stage to see the AAI Motorsports number 15 sadly fall away, and that's really disappointing. They could have made the podium.
Oh, they most certainly could have made the podium. They're doing a fantastic job, and the way that Kevin Chen started the car and got right in that mix at the front and took the fight to Haryanto, it was really great to watch. But anyway, I mean, it is what it is. A lot of things have happened, and a lot of things can still happen. Baojin Long, for instance, getting track warnings. Turn 6 seems to be the kicker at the moment. That's the one corner that they're pushing. You might get another one on that one too. That went very, very close. But certainly, I'll hand it over to you. Go and have a bit of a lie down and a cool drink myself, and come back for the next stint.
Thank you very much indeed, Sean Henshelwood. It's been a very exciting last hour of the race, and now we're going to continue on into the next stage of proceedings. Jake Sanson back with you once again. Thanks to Sean Henshelwood, and he'll be back in the next hour. So let's settle in and really start to make the rafters rock in this battle for the Sepang 12 Hours title. This is a really intriguing race battle now that we've got going on. All three of the top 3 drivers out on track are all Chinese in origin. Jiatong Liang is currently leading for the Craft Bamboo team. The Absolute Audi currently running in 2nd place. The R&B Lamborghini in 3rd. And then the Be-Quick Absolute Racing Machine in 4th position. The EBM Giga Racing car is in 5th position, but they've had a 5th pit stop. So that's worth bearing in mind. There's still quite a long way to go then over the course of this race. 2.5 hours remaining, just under that now, of course. But yeah, some interesting developments. It's very unfortunate that the AAI Motorsports team from Chinese Taipei has sadly fallen away and dissipated from the GT3 category. Still very much in contention for the win in GTM though. They are a minute 17 behind the leaders Modena Porsche, and the AMAC car is about 12.9 seconds back from Piti Bhiram in the AAI Motorsport BMW. Now, Baojin Long has to respect track limits at turn 6. That's his first warning. And there's 4 corners really on the entire circuit, which has caused drivers a little bit of discrepancy in terms of track limits. Turn 4, turn 6, turn 8 and turn 14. And they are the ones really that are starting to cause the issues for people. But obviously everybody's still getting very interesting and very intriguing to see how the race has played out so far. And still we are going strong in this fantastic battle. So Chapong Lekchon is still religiously staying by the Team V-Quick 26 car, which is still very much in the hunt for victory. Sarah Sahadin, as loyal as ever. What did Jake and Sean have Malaysian food for dinner in the commentary box? Unfortunately, I didn't. I really should have done. And I'm feeling a little the worse for wear for not having some. So I'm rather hoping that Sepang cuisine is going to be provided for me in the commentary box next time. But certainly for the time being, we've got food for thought out on the circuit as the Absolute Racing Audis are 2nd and 4th. The R&B Lamborghini still P3. And the Craft Bamboo Mercedes going strong out in the lead. But this combination is going to be fascinating to behold. The Absolute Racing team with Yu Kwai currently behind the wheel. The young man from Hong Kong doing a great job out there. 2nd in class, 2nd in the race. And fascinating to see how it goes. Now here is the Aston Martin. Back in the pits again. This is the Viper Nisa Racing crew. Dominic Ang, who was going into this race hoping for win number 3 in the Sepang 12 Hours. I can tell you that that is looking fairly distant at the moment. They are 6 laps down on the race lead in the Aston Martin, currently running in 10th position of the 11 cars that are still circulating. The 2 cars that have retired are both from the AAI Motorsports team, unfortunately. The GT3 AM competitors, number 90, led by Shishi Wei, unfortunately retiring on lap 27. Jesse Kroon and the team at the number 15 crew, Jesse Kroon, Chan Chen Wei and Jens Klingman, all out of the race as well, retiring on lap 122. So very unfortunate to see them pull out. And they've been in the pits now pretty much for the entirety of the last hour. So almost as soon as I handed over to Sean Henshelwood, that was when they decided to kick the bucket, unfortunately. So big disaster for them. But they are still 4 cars on the lead lap, potentially 5 if you count the EBM Giga Racing car, which obviously has had 1 extra pit stop compared to everybody else. So has the battle for victory in the amateur category. It is currently the AAI Motorsports team that leads the way, because the Modern Motorsports Porsche has just come into the pits for its latest visit to pit lane. Piti Bhirombhakdi leading the way in the number 91 BMW, and the AMAC Porsche number 51, currently being driven by the Kiwi Andre Heimgartner, is in second place, just 15 seconds adrift. So there's still a great battle brewing in the AM category. Every single car that is still running in the AM category is in the fight for victory, and they're all covered by less than a minute. So this could still go anybody's way in the AM category. And when you consider that there are 5 cars still battling for the win, for my money, that could still go either way as well. The only 2 cars that really you have to count out of the victory at this stage are the Harmony Ferrari and the Viper Niza Aston Martin, who have been battling with each other for the best part of this race, actually. Both cars having lost time earlier on, and then having to try and fight their way back into contention, but too many laps lost really to consider a push for the victory. Ferrari are currently 4 laps adrift, and Aston Martin are 7 laps adrift. My maths is terrible at this time of night. But the battle is still going strong. You can see the consultation still going on in the pit lane. We've got a stint and a half or so still to go before the final push for victory. And for my money, any one of the 5 cars that are in the top 5 could still win this. The EBM Giga Racing team looking strong, because they've had a 5th pit stop and everybody else has only had 4. And Nazim Azman is only 23 seconds back from Peter Cox, and looking at his lap times, he's keeping it steady in the 2:11s, so they're not going to lose a huge amount of time to the top 4. 4th position at the moment is the Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi. Peter Cox back at the wheel, so expect some big lap times coming in. They are in fact the fastest car out on the track at the moment, so that gap of 15.6 to Bao Jinlong in the R&B Lamborghini up the road is going to start chipping away very gradually indeed, but they're making up about 1 to 1.4 seconds per lap on the Lamborghini in 3rd position. So this is definitely going to be a tough race to the flag for those 2 crews. 2nd position, the Absolute Racing Audi of Yu Kuai, who is doing a great job at the moment in the number 18 car. Photographs galore as everybody visiting down the pits. That's one of the great things about the endurance GT races. When there's a lull in pit activity, the fans can come along and have a look at the racing up close, and that's what we need to see more of. We need to see the fans being given the experience that they deserve. But through all of this, the Craft Bamboo team still have a great shot at winning this race. They've just quietly got on with the job. They've run as low as 5th at one stage, but Liang Jiatong in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes, they've kept it to what they can manage. Sandy Stuvik doing that double stint earlier on, just keeping it in the hunt, and Jeffrey Lee just ticking over nicely. They're not losing an insane amount of time. They're just keeping it nice and planted, and they've got 55 seconds over the Absolute Audi thanks to that long pit stop that they had earlier on, thanks to abusing track limits. And Bao Jinlong has got to respect track limits now at turn 6, and he's had a 3rd warning, so that could be a real problem for the R&B Lamborghini. They cannot afford to have a track limits penalty at this late stage of the weekend. You've really got to watch yourself out there. But so far, it is the AMG Mercedes of Craft Bamboo who are looking to take the victory, and they are running a very solid race thanks to Yang Jiatong. Looking very, very smooth indeed for them. And if you consider that so far it's been 11 years since the last Mercedes-Benz victory in the Sepang 12 hours, you've got to go all the way back to 2012 with Nobuteru Taniguchi, Dominic Ang and Masataka Yanagida, who got the race won in 2012, having completed 319 laps to do so. It's not going to be 319 laps completed this time, because we're not going to go the full 12 hours on this occasion. And hopefully next year, when the race returns, we'll do 12 hours, but for logistics purposes and for the convenience of the teams as well, having to try and get everything back together. It's only just recently that Asia has opened up again since the worldwide pandemic, which of course is still with us. A lot of people obviously thinking that the worst is now behind us, but there are still logistical challenges. There are still friends of mine in the United Kingdom who are getting COVID-19 every now and then. So it's not gone forever. It's still a present factor. So these things have to be taken into consideration. Excuse me, a frog went in the wrong way then. now we have Ferrari versus Porsche up there on the course. So there we have the Harmony Racing car of David Chen, or Chen Waiyan if you like, currently dueling away with the FM Motorsport Silver Rocket of Chan Sai Wei. A great little battle. There is the EBM Giga Racing car. This is one of my favourites to win the race. They've been so calm and so careful, keeping things together out there. And I think their secret weapon is absolutely Reid Harker. He's the one who can really push the team forward. It's currently Nazim Asman, who has only just recently taken over again from Adrian de Silva. But they're the first team in the pit stop rotation. They've managed to undercut a lot of their competitors out there. And putting Nazim Asman in the car at this point is a very smart move, because he can really start to chip away at the drivers up front. Currently doing 211s just to get the car bedded in, but I do think that this car has victory potential. There is the car that's currently second. It's Yu Kwai at the wheel, alongside the Indonesian amateur racer Andrew Haryanto, and the man who led the 2007 European Grand Prix for a lap and a half, Marcus Winkelhock, who only made one Grand Prix appearance, but he led it. Peter Cox must respect track limits at turn 4. First warning for car 26. And that is the Be Quick Absolute car that currently runs in 4th position. That's the teammate to this car. The battles raging here at the Sepang 12 Hours. Love the sight of these cars blasting through the night time. And there is Peter Cox, who is once again doing what he does best. He only knows 2 speeds, Peter Cox, flat out and stationary. He's rarely ever stationary. He's always on the move, even when he's not behind the wheel of a racing car. He's one of the most active people you're ever going to see in the sport. Always finding something new to go and play with, always finding a new project. I've been watching Peter Cox do his thing since the early 90s. Hasn't lost an ounce of speed in that time. Still as fresh as the spring chicken. So the competitors still giving us plenty to talk about, still plenty to do in the remainder of the Sepang 12 Hours 2023. We are going to have a really exciting showcase for the remainder of this event. And still, we battle on, just waiting for the next rotation of pit stops to really take a hold, because obviously there's still work to do. And there's still a lot of race to play out here. The story isn't quite over yet, and I have a feeling there could be quite a few more stings in the tail before this race really wraps up. I think it's still got quite a lot left in it in terms of intrigue and battles. Peter Cox must respect track limits at turn 4. Second warning. That's in consecutive laps as well. So Peter Cox is really pushing the limit of what's acceptable. And as far as the stewards are concerned, there's a fine line between tough and illegal, and he is flirting with it. The R&B racing team just come across the line. Bao Jinlong, having set a 2-minute 10.825. Peter Cox was 11 seconds back. He's now 9.7 back, doing a 208.72. And interestingly, Nazim Asman in the EBM Giga Porsche has done a 208.8. So they're really starting to ramp up the speed. The Audis and the Porsche in this battle really starting to take some punishment out of the cars in front of them. The Craft Bamboo Mercedes, the lead is down to 51.3 seconds now. And the R&B Lamborghini is dropping to just 9.7 ahead of the Be Quick Absolute Audi. Still very hard to tell which car is going to take the victory out of these 5. And this is the leading car in the AM category, 6th overall. Piti Bidambakti, the Thai driver, alongside Betty Chen and Talad Satyam Tirakul. We're doing such a good job leading up to this point. There's still quite a way to go. Still a lot can happen. And we've already seen 2 of the AAI Motorsport cars drop out of the race, out of the 3 that were entered from Chinese Taipei. The sole remaining BMW from that squad, still ploughing on, still determined to pick up the AM win. But there's only 15.9 seconds between Piti Bidambakti, the man on your screen, and the New Zealander Andre Heimgartner in the AMAC Porsche behind. And Christian Kia for the Modena Porsche, who led early on. Well, they have 1 pit stop less now than the cars in front of them. Unfortunately, it's all come unstuck for the Modena team. but they do still have a chance. It's not done yet. They are the least pit-stopped drivers of the AM category. They've pitted 4 times, whereas the AAI Motorsports and AMAC Porsche teams have both pitted 5 times. Similarly, up front, the EBM Giga Racing Porsche has managed to get 5 pit stops out of their run so far. All 4 cars in front of them have pitted 4 times. So it's a very interesting and intriguing battle still. And it's not clear who's going to win this race. That's what we like. And still we battle on. The combined laps completed by every car in the field is now 1,800. 1,800 laps have been completed by the 13 cars. 60 pit stops, 153 laps completed by the race leader. Time under safety car, 0. Time under full course yellow, 0. Time under code 60, 0. You rarely ever see that in the world of GT racing at this level. And I have to say, it's been amazing to watch a pure motor race where all you're focusing on is the tactics, the strategy, the pace, the rhythm. It's been fantastic. A race that's been completely unsullied by poor driving and substandard crashes and safety car procedures and marshals tripping over each other trying to get the circuit cleaned away. It's a very good team here in Malaysia as well. But I have to say, I think 1 or 2 of them may need to be nudged here because they've had very little to do, which is a great thing, actually. It's great to see that the racing has been clean throughout, basically. I'm trying to remember if there's been a point of contact, and I think the only point of contact I can remember is going back to the very start of the race when there was a slight bit of door rubbing between the Absolute Racing Audi and the AAI Motorsport BMW. I think that's the only point of contact that there has been in the entirety of this race, which is quite an astonishing statistic. 2 hours 13 remaining. And Liang Jiatong currently out in front in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. As Yu Kuai in the Absolute Audi takes another scalpel out of Liang Jiatong. Bao Jinlong, the R&B racing team, they pretty much matched each other for the 3rd sector there. I thought there was going to be a little bit less time made. I thought the gap would be a bit smaller between Craft Bamboo and Absolute that time round, but they almost matched each other to the 100th of a second almost in the 4th sector of the lap. Bao Jinlong has just come through to complete the 3rd position run in the R&B Lamborghini. And there is Peter Cox in the Be Quick Absolute Racing car, the Audi in 4th position. All 4 cars then separated by 1 minute and 20 seconds. And 27 seconds behind this car is Nazim Azman in the EBM Giga Racing Porsche. All 5 cars still very much in with a chance of victory. 1 bodged penalty, 1 spin, 1 difficulty in the pit lane, 1 transgression with the stewards, and this race turns on its head. Fascinating stuff. The last couple of hours, plus the 11 minutes of change, are going to completely transform the way this race plays out. And I still think there's going to be a hiccup or 2 in the AM category as well. The sole remaining AAI Motorsport BMW leading the way with Piti Burhan Bhakti, just 12.9 now ahead of Andre Heimgartner in the AMAC Porsche. They're really turning on a pace, and they are chasing rapidly. Looks like it could be a 2-horse race in the AM category because the Porsche of Christian Kier, the Modena Motorsports car, has dropped right off pace, unfortunately. They're currently lapping in the 2:13, so I think they're struggling at this point, the Modena Porsche team. They were leading for such a long time, but clearly some gremlins have started to creep in, and they are on the back foot now. Still got to keep it together. You don't really know what's going to happen to the cars up front. And if they drop out, and then all of a sudden the 2 cars in front hit trouble, they will be sick to the stomach. But it really is going to be a fascinating situation to the end. Sarah Sahadin says, so much track limit abuse in this race. Well, that's what happens when you're pushing to try and get the most out of the car, and drivers are just not making the mistakes you think they're going to make. They're not dropping it, they're not spinning, they're not crashing. They're just keeping it together. This has been one of the most mature sports car races I think I've ever seen. Bit of a run wide and into the pits. Oh no, that was a mistake from Peter Cox. I thought Peter Cox was going to come into the pits for his 5th pit stop, but in fact, that was a rare error from Peter Cox. And now you can see why, because he's caught right up to the back of the R&B Lamborghini of Bao Jinlong. The gap is down to just 3.7 seconds, as you can see for yourself. We're waiting for the 5th place car to come through. That is the EBM Giga Racing Porsche of Nazim Azman, coming across the line any moment now. I think this is the Aston Martin coming towards us. No, it's the BMW, the leading AAI motorsport car of Piti Bin and Bhakti. But now the EBM Giga Racing car has come across the line, just a few car lengths behind this one. But this is the AM class leader in the BMW, looking very strong and sturdy for Piti Bin and Bhakti. Still just running a very solid race in the lead of the AM category, but only by 13.5 seconds. They are trying to match the pace of Andre Heimgartner, the Kiwi in the AMAC Porsche. Christian Kier, the Canadian, in the Modena Porsche. They are a minute back from Heimgartner, and they have pitted one less time than the 2 cars up front. So it's looking difficult, but not impossible for the Modena Porsche team to score the AM victory. Still a lot of work to do, of course, but it's not done yet. There's still a fair way to go. And of course, we're all hoping that the FM Motorsport Silver Rocket car, the sole GT Cup car, comes through to complete the race distance as well. In the pits, we have the Harmony Ferrari. Chen Weian is coming to the pits on what is lap 152 for them. They are 4 laps behind the Craft Bamboo of the Yang Jiatong that leads this race. Yu Kuai, the gap is 44.6 seconds at the line as the Absolute Racing Audi comes in. There is the Ferrari in pit road. Appropriately, excuse me, let me try that word again, shall I? Appropriately enough, the Harmony Racing Ferrari running under number 488, which is the model spec of the Ferrari. And it's a real shame because it is the sole Ferrari in the race. It had a really good shot to go for the top spot, and it just all fell apart in the first hour. They had a really good chance of going for the victory. They actually led briefly going into the first corner, thanks to Wu Ruihua, who made a fantastic start. The Ferrari actually led going into turn 1, running around the outside. But when they ran 3 wide, they had to concede defeat, and the Absolute Racing Audi got back in front. And ever since then, the Ferrari has essentially just spent the race going backwards, which is very unfortunate. They're currently in 9th position, but the car is now back in the hands of Alexandre Imperatori. And you can bet that the man from Hong Kong, who was originally from Switzerland, is going to be absolutely vapid out there on the course. So expect the lap times to tumble to the 208s again for Alex Imperatori. And they're going to try and close their way back into the hunt. It's just going to be a demonstration for the Ferrari of what it can do when it's being pushed, essentially. But sadly, I fear that the team are just too far back now to make a lasting impression on the remainder of this race. Yang Jiatong in the Craft Bamboo, just keeping it nice and tidy up front. 44 seconds on the last lap ahead of Yu Kuai in the Absolute Audi. But surely we've got to be thinking about pit stop number 5 for the leaders now. It can't be too long until they start to make their visits to the pits. So we'll have to keep an eye on that phase of the race as well. The Ferrari in the hands of Alexandre Imperatori. This is going to be the fastest car on track within about 10 minutes. You watch. The gap comes down to 42 seconds, roughly. This final sector is tidied up and polished for Yu Kuai. There it is, 42 seconds, 42.2 in fact, between the leading 2 cars. Bao Jinlong under serious pressure from Peter Cox, who was just on the last lap, was only 2.7 seconds down the road. There is Piti Bin and Bhakti, the Thai driver, leading the AM category for AAI Motorsports BMW. Down the back straight. It took a long time to get this race going because there was damage to the barriers at turn 1 following a support race incident, which meant that the race got underway 2 hours after the scheduled start time. But you know what? What a race we've had since then. It's been worth waiting for. Now, Peter Cox is right in behind Bao Jinlong. I really want to pick up the battle for 3rd position if we can, because that's where things are going to get interesting again. The Be Quick Absolute Audi, Peter Cox is right on the back of the R&B Lamborghini of Bao Jinlong. They were 0.8 of a second at the line. Now, surely it's not going to be too long before they start to make an impact on this race, and the Absolute Audi trying to get into 3rd position with the Dutchman Peter Cox. looking for his way through. As we watch the AMAC Motorsport Porsche, the gap down to 12.3, so Andre Heimgartner definitely closing in on the AM class leaders. And as you can see from the timing screen on the left of your picture, I want to pick up the R&B and Absolute Audi battle. Third position, Peter Cox has reined it in to just 0.8 of a second, and he is going 2 seconds a lap quicker than Bao Jinlong. But we saw how good Bao Jinlong was in defence earlier on in the day. I would dearly love to see how he's trying to hold off. And Peter Cox must respect track limits at turn 4. Third warning. So he's running the gauntlet here and severely running the risk of another penalty. So it doesn't matter how quickly he catches up to the R&B Lamborghini. If he gets another penalty, then all that hard work is going to be undone. And of course, we had a penalty for the 18 car. Marcus Winkelhock picking up the penalty for excessive track limits, and now it looks like Peter Cox may end up with the same fate if he's not careful. I really want to see what the on-track situation is for third position. Has Peter Cox in the Be Quick Absolute Audi already got past Bao Jinlong in the R&B Lamborghini in third position? Certainly he's got to respect track limits. In the space of, I think, 5 laps, he's had 3 warnings for track limits. So he's obviously pushing very hard to try and close up the third position. And he has got through. I can tell you that Peter Cox has got through. But unfortunately, we missed it on screen. But Peter Cox in the Audi has got past Bao Jinlong in the Lamborghini for third position. Unfortunately that we didn't pick it up. But Peter Cox has made it a fairly straightforward passing manoeuvre on the Lamborghini of Bao Jinlong. So a nice duel there for the rostrum. It's now a Mercedes, 2 Audis, a Porsche and a Lambo in the fight for the victory in the Sepang 12 Hours 2023. Jake Sanson and Sean Hesselwood with you all the way through to the end of the race, which is going to be at midnight local time. Into the pits comes the AMAC Porsche of Andre Heimgartner. Now, of course, this is the 5th pit stop for the team. Modena Motorsport no, sorry, this is pit stop number 6 actually for the AMAC Motorsport Porsche team. So Andre Heimgartner getting out of the car, is he? Is that going to be a driver change? I think it is. Yes, Andre Heimgartner gets out of the car. So he will hand over either to McPherson or Porter. But they are still very much in the hunt for the victory. Now here is the Audi, but it's the Absolute Audi number 18. This is Yu Kuai, currently running in second position. But they are catching the race leaders in the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. The gap is down to 39 seconds at the last count. As they come across the line this time by, the gap was 39 seconds. What is it this time? Goodness me, the gap is 36. So Yu Kuai just did a 2:09.1 compared to Liang Jiatong, who did a 2:12.4. That's 3 seconds taken out of the car. So McPherson, Porter and Heimgartner still in pit road. And as you can see from the timing gantry behind you, it is not even 2 minutes to 10 o'clock in the evening here. Oh dear, Ferrari have had trouble again, it would seem. The Harmony Racing team. Team manager car 488 immediately to race control. So that is Alexandra Imperatori and the Harmony Ferrari. Coming a cropper again by the look of it. That's very unfortunate. And we're waiting to see when Pitibidin Bhakti is going to come into the pits. It's not this lap, he goes on and goes a lap ahead of the AMAC Porsche. But be careful when getting out of the pits. You can blow something if you're too aggressive on the throttle. I've seen many a drive shaft snap when cars have come out of pit lane, if they've been put under too much load coming out of the pit lane. But it's certainly not the case for the Porsche on this occasion. They continue on their way and rejoin in second position, still ahead of the Modena Motorsports car. So that is good news for the AMAC team, and it is Ben Porter that has got into the car. And with 2 hours to go in the Sepang 12 Hours, still a few twists in the tail to come, I think. And certainly within the last 2 hours, we're probably going to get the meat and bones of this 3-course dinner. The Absolute Racing team are closing in on the Craft Bamboo Mercedes. Yu Kuai has got that gap down to 36 seconds of late. They're taking anywhere between 1 and 3 seconds a lap off that car. But the Be Quick Absolute Racing Audi is up to 3rd place now, having caught and passed the R&B Lamborghini of Bao Jinlong. But the EBN Giga Racing Porsche in 5th position cannot be counted out. They have had 1 pit stop more than the 4 cars in front of them. So when they all come in for their